Itchy Rock Wind Jean stared wide-eyed. My God, he was only acting and pretending to catch a few punks to satisfy the Pure Feather family. He didn't expect to actually catch such a terrifying character. Rock Wind Jean's eyes gleamed, shouting, "Pure Feather Chong, you abducted him." 2. Right, he's already dead, Luo Feng smiled. Dead? Rock Wind Jean's expression was ugly. Pure Feather Chong is already dead. This man before him would most likely kill him too. What to do, now that his Dantian was destroyed? He had no energy within, and on top of that, his soul was being suppressed by the enemy's powerful pressure. He wanted to resist and communicate with others, to cry for help, but he had no way at all to do so. What could he do? Rock Wind Jean's expression was ugly. He was in a mess. What can I do for him not to kill me? Rock Wind Jean looked at the black-haired youth before him. Speak, whatever you want, I'll do it. Give me 10 Blood River crystals, and I won't kill you. Luo Feng stood there and smiled. Can you do that? Rock Wind Jean couldn't help but stare wide-eyed. 10 crystals, even my big brother cannot take out 10 crystals like that. However, I have one here, which I can give you. Please spare my life. Even though his Dantian was destroyed, he was still alive, since the most important part of a human was his soul. As long as the soul was fine, the body could recover, and the lost energy could also be retrained. No, one is not enough. It has to be 10 crystals. Luo Feng shook his head. You are playing with me. Rock Wind Jean was anxious and angry. Right, I'm just playing around with you, Luo Feng said indifferently. Go and die. Rock Wind Jean immediately roared madly. Save me. His powerful body made his roar thunderous and booming. The sound waves rippled in all directions. However, they were all blocked by a formless powerful spirit energy barrier. This spirit energy blocked off everything. Not even a whisper could escape. What's the point of struggling? Luo Feng slapped Rock Wind Jean's forehead. His genetic energy pierced into his head, causing his brain to become nothing but a mess. Rock Wind Jean was dead. Just what is the Blood River crystal? Like Luo Feng scanned through his body, and immediately found the space item with no banks on Blood River continent. All of the warriors here mostly stored large amounts of their treasures in their space items and carried them on their bodies. This was because it was safest there. As long as they don't die, they wouldn't lose their treasures. And if they did die, the treasures wouldn't mean anything to them. This space ring isn't bad. Luo Feng grabbed the space ring, and his spirit energy immediately rushed in, prying it open and checking the contents inside. So wealthy. He had about 10 times more than the 13x. Luo Feng was still smiling. Initially, however, the more he searched, the more he began to frown. There were large amounts of currency within, along with some valuable weapons and treasures in many boxes. However, his initial scan didn't pick up any Blood River crystal. The appearance of the crystal was something he had seen before in the common knowledge books. There's no way he doesn't have it. What if it's not on his body? No way. Luo Feng searched again carefully, especially within a box of gems. There were many crystals within. Luo Feng split his spirit energy into 1,000 threads and individually inspected each of them. Immediately, a smile appeared on his face. With a flip of his hand, a round black crystal appeared in his palm. Looking at this crystal before him, Luo Feng shook his head. This Rock Wind Jean, he even disguised the Blood River crystal and threw it in with the rest of the gems. Anyone who doesn't search properly with spirit energy would have missed it. Chi-Chi, the black round crystal in his palm, was attacked by needle-like spirit energy. It immediately began to split open very quickly. The layer of black broke and it finally revealed the blood river crystal within. Blood red. Blood red in color, the color of life. It was a long triangular crystal, transparent and blood red, glowing slightly. With a formless ripple about it, it gave off a faint feeling of a heart beating, ripples that beat after another. Blood river crystal. Luo Feng looked at the triangular transparent crystal in his palm. He couldn't help but exclaim, "Beautiful." Who? He waved his hand and Rock Wind Zhan's body on the floor vanished, followed by the blood stains and smell of blood in the air all vanished as well. Very good. Within a short time, no one will ever know that Rock Wind Zhan is already dead. Luo Feng smiled. I think that they would have thought Rock Wind Zhan must have headed to somewhere else, warriors secluding themselves or disappearing for 1 or 2 years was a very normal thing. Even though he was a general, disappearing for 3 to 5 days wasn't a thing to be suspicious of. So Luo Feng became a blur and rushed out from the window, disappearing hundreds of km away in an instant. The entire palace was silent. The large amounts of soldiers, staff and guards within the general's mansion all didn't know that their general was already dead. At the same time that Luo Feng had killed Rock Wind Zhan and acquired the Blood River Crystal within Swallow Mound City Leader's mansion. Come, drink. Haha, Rockwind Jr., we haven't seen each other in so long, and you've already become a city leader. Your seniors are really happy. Drink, drink. Within the living room, a group of beautiful women were dancing. 3 men were laughing loudly and drinking their wine, one of which was Swallow Mound City's person with the most authority, city leader Rockwind Zhan. The other 2 were dressed in gray standard armor. Senior, I've only become a city leader. How can I compare to you? You've become a special envoy of the Undying Shrine, no matter where in our continent. Who would dare disrespect you? Rockwind Zhan laughed loudly. It's nothing, the handsome middle-aged man laughed. Senior, you and Special Envoy Mo, for what reason have you 2 rushed over from the Undying Shrine? For Rockwind Zhan asked curiously. The handsome middle-aged man and Special Envoy Mo, beside, glanced at each other. Envoy Mo spoke. Brother Rockwind, it's not that we don't want to tell you, it's just the Undying Shrine's rules, hence, we cannot disobey. Actually, we rushed over this time is mainly because of your master, also the leader of the World City. We cannot say anything else. As it is something regarding your master, I arranged for old Mo to come along as well. Since we passed by your place, naturally, we had to come pay you a visit. The handsome middle-aged man smiled. I've missed you too, Rockwind Zhan exclaimed. Speaking of which, when Rockwind Zhan was accompanying his 2 friends and chatting, he didn't even know that his younger brother had already died. 300,000 kilometers away from Swallow Mound City, in the wilderness, Luo Feng sat. 1 Blood River Crystal. Luo Feng grabbed the Blood River Crystal and stared at the incomparably mysterious crystal. One of the dangerous level missions was to acquire this one crystal to get 10,000 points. I can use it to exchange for points, or I can absorb it. What should I do? Without a doubt, Luo Feng began to grin as his finger became like a blade, slicing his left palm. Chi. A slash wound opened and fresh blood flowed out. Luo Feng took a deep breath and placed this triangular blood river crystal within that wound. This was the absorption technique from the books he had read, and during his time in the City he had heard others discuss, almost everyone in the entire Blood River continent knew this. Although the method was simple, doing it was hard. Is it going to be difficult? Luo Feng looked at his palm. The beautiful and glaring crystal touched and began to fuse with the wound. Especially when it first touched the wound, immediately a formless peculiar energy burst forth from the crystal, almost like a wild beast that had been suppressed for too long, raging and rushing into Luo Feng's body. The originally confident Luo Feng's expression changed. He began to struggle. Damn! Luo Feng grit his teeth. Rumble. A formless, incredibly brutal and powerful willpower descended on him, fusing with his consciousness. Kill. Kill. An endless stream of wild shouts to kill roared within his mind. That formless, brutal and powerful willpower was clashing time and again with his own. It was purely a test of willpower. Willpower differed from each other. Consciousness was something that was linked to the strength of one's spirit energy. Willpower, however, was reliant completely on one's belief and strength. A student level's willpower could potentially be as terrifying as that of a sector lord. Just this level of willpower, and you want to attack me? Within his mind, Luo Feng thought, return to ashes. Rumble. Luo Feng's incredibly strong willpower was like a huge mountain, immediately smashing down on the roaring outside willpower influence. At the same time, Luo Feng thought curiously, consciousness pressure, consciousness pressure, use consciousness to attack. How can pure willpower invade my body like that? How strange. Not good. Rumble. As its willpower was smashed by Luo Feng's, the Blood River crystal's true peculiar energy was unleashed. That red crystal's threads began to madly invade Luo Feng. Luo Feng's body couldn't help but begin to shake and tremble. Luo Feng's facial muscles were spasming uncontrollably. The layers of skin contracted and condensed at times while splitting open and bleeding at another. His arms expanded even more violently, and his veins were more visible than ever. It looked almost like transparent crystal pathways, and occasionally purely gold. His muscles kept changing. Pain. Extreme pain. What's going on? Just what is this Blood River crystal doing? Luo Feng roared within. He could feel the temperature in his body reach unbelievable heights, almost like it was about to be burned to ashes. However, in an instant, it would drop to shocking lows. It became so cold that he couldn't even feel his body. Chi-Chi. Luo Feng's 10 fingernails extended, almost like metal fingernail blades, after which it swiftly retracted back and his 10 fingers began to change. Even the bones were changing within his entire hand, began to resemble claws, and fur started sprouting out around them. Not just his fingers, even on his arms, legs, feet, and face, the black fur grew all over. At that moment, Luo Feng looked like a Sasquatch. However, a few minutes later the fur quickly retracted and vanished. Chi-Chi. Black scales began to pop out from his arms, fingers, legs, feet, and even his face. His entire body became huge and powerful. Just what is this Blood River crystal? My God! No matter how strong his imagination was, Luo Feng would never have expected anything like this to happen, and the process of absorption was still going on. Night time, the wind was like blades blowing strong in the vast wilderness, and hiding in the wild grass was a faint silhouette. The robes on his body were already torn into shreds. However, below the shreds was a strong body with skin that was emitting white energy. Inhale. Luo Feng took a deep breath while sitting cross-legged. His chest sank in and the stomach expanded, almost as though there was a large balloon within his stomach. This balloon then shifted upwards, and his stomach contracted and his chest expanded. After which, the huge bulge separated into 4 portions, heading towards Luo Feng's 2 arms and 2 legs. Bulges appeared through his skin. It was incredibly peculiar. Exhale. Luo Feng let out a long breath before opening his eyes. I've finally made it through. Luo Feng was shocked within pain. Under immense pain, Luo Feng could endure almost anything easily. However, the absorption feeling earlier, it was something he really didn't like because, besides the extreme pain, the most uncomfortable thing was that Luo Feng's own soul and consciousness couldn't control his own body. Losing the ability to control his body, this was a feeling he had never felt before. No matter what, this type of feeling is finally over. Luo Feng tore off the shredded clothes and carefully examined his body. No matter what angle he looked at least from the exterior, there didn't seem to be any difference at all, compared to before the absorption of the crystal. During the absorption itself, his body constantly morphed into things he had never seen before. It shouldn't be. Luo Feng frowned. I'll test it. Luo Feng gazed into the distance. Spirit energy rumbled. The distant wilderness, big piece of land that was at least 10 million tons, immediately floated up also, with the spirit energy wrapped about the entire piece. There was no leakage at all under Luo Feng's control. This mountain of mud flew in mid-air and in a round arc about. No difference. When it come to invasiveness, emptiness, flexibility, toughness, my spirit energy has no difference from before. My consciousness and willpower has no difference either. Luo Feng shook his head. The piece of land revolving in the dead of night immediately fell from the air and smashed back into the crater from before. My soul wasn't affected. How about the body? Luo Feng frowned, suddenly throwing out a punch. Rumble. With that punch, a high-pressured shockwave was formed, causing an explosion in air. The terrifying ripple cut through the grass, completely clearing out a few km in area around him. No difference. Luo Feng squinted his eyes. Ripples of energy vibrated all over his skin. All the strength in his muscles was immediately sent to his right hand, which was formed into a fist. Luo Feng had transferred all his strength into that instantaneous explosion, resulting in that ear-piercing explosion as he punched. I felt it, I felt it. Within the depths of my cells, there's a change. Luo Feng's eyes were filled with a sense of glee. This is an evolution of life. Every time a flesh and blood life form breaks through, there would be an evolution. Breaking through to star traveler, to star level, to universe level. The rest of the leveling was simply quantity-based training. My body is still universe level 9. I haven't broken through, however. My bones, muscles, and every cell within has had some change. Luo Feng was excited and anxious within, because every evolution from each breakthrough, from Star Traveler to Sector Lord level, none of the 5 breakthroughs were normal. The books had said the evolution was mysterious, and this wasn't exaggerated at all. However, the changes deep within his cells, even with Luo Feng's spirit energy, he couldn't fully deduce them clearly. There's no other way. I can only gradually get used to it. I will have to learn to feel it, and slowly understand its changes, Luo Feng thought. Following which he looked at the night sky, so he rushed up and immediately broke through the cloud levels until the 12th level. I'll investigate the mysteries of my body's changes here in the clouds. Luo Feng brandished a blood shadow blade and practiced in the clouds. Swallow Mound Flying Cloud Pavilion, Luo Feng's quarters. Even though he had continuously killed two prominent figures in Swallow Mound City, Lu Feng was still carefree and training in his quarters as he was. Worried he might destroy the pavilion, hence he purposely used spirit energy to create a barrier around, and he trained within any ripples his fists caused were completely blocked by this barrier. He could train both his spirit energy and train recklessly within. Mysterious. Mysterious indeed, he could already feel the initial changes of the blood river crystal's mysteries. He was very excited. Suddenly, he stopped and looked through the window outside. There were two people walking over, Nabu and Naku, father and son duo. I'll take a break now. The gleeful Luo Feng walked to the first level at the same time. Nabu and Naku had just walked into the yard. Lord Feng, come in. Luo Feng smiled and sat down. He lifted a wine glass and poured a glass of Blood River World's wine for himself and was sipping. A chill permeated through his entire body. He smiled comfortably. Why have you rushed over here so early? We heard that Lord Feng was taken into General Rockwind's prison. This kid was so nervous that he jumped up and down after, so I accompanied him to visit you in the prison, only to find out that you had already left the silver-haired Nabu smiled. Hence, today we thought we'd come pay you a visit early. Lord Feng, if you have any troubles or matters in the future, please call us. Even though I may not be able to solve some big issues, however, when it comes to most trivial matters in Swallow Mound City, I'm able to help you settle them. Thanks. Luo Feng smiled. However, there's nothing much now on Naku. Naku replied. His expression wasn't too happy. What's the matter? Luo Feng smiled. Nabu could see this mysterious warrior was in a good mood today. He smiled and explained, this kid, he's having some trouble in the relationship department. Hence he's sulking today. Relationship troubles? Luo Feng laughed loudly. Naku, you've fallen out of love. What's falling out of love? Naku looked up at Luo Feng. It means you like someone, but she doesn't like you back. Luo Feng lifted the glass and sipped happily. Right? Nabu smiled beside, rubbing his son's head. His son, however, dodged. Unhappily Nabu laughed. The other party doesn't like him. Actually speaking of which, Naku did give a new lease of life to that girl. Just thinking about the matter makes me want to laugh. New lease of life? Luo Feng was shocked. Father Naku was unhappy. Nabu just smiled and explained, my son has had a kind heart from young. He likes to bring his guards to bars and other places, to listen to stories of other strong warriors. He worships these heroes, hence he acts like these heroes sometimes, almost like robbing the rich for the poor. He would give his family's money secretly to the poor. One of the poor families only has a mother and a daughter. My son has been secretly helping them since she was young. After that, she grew up and got older. I don't know how, but my son actually fell for that poor family's daughter. Luo Feng starred. Helping the poor, helping till he actually falls for the poor family's girl. Naku was blushing. Not just that, my son has always been secretly giving money to the mother of that girl, funding the girl. Nabu shook his head. When that girl actually tried to enter one of the sects in our city, my son immediately gave a large amount of money secretly to that mother, and just like that, that poor family's daughter, from a poor little girl, she became a genius warrior of that sect. Secretly, my son had been supporting her for 12 years. What happened after that? Luo Feng was curious. My son secretly liked that girl, hence he too joined that sect. Naba shook his head. It's a pity, just yesterday, he went to confess and was rejected. Luo Feng laughed happily. Na Ku looked angrily at his father. Your father cannot speak a few words with Lord Feng. Nabu stared at his son. Na Ku could only look down, his ears all red. And not just that, Nabu said, if things still aren't interesting enough. Just as my son got rejected and walked towards the exit, his spirit dejected. That girl's mother actually came to the sect to visit her daughter, seeing my son. This gets exciting. That mother actually hugged my son and expressed her gratitude. Luo Feng's eyes gleamed. That girl ran over seeing the situation. She was extremely curious and asked her mother about this benefactor. Her mother told her the truth, saying how my son had been helping them all this while. Naba laughed loudly. At this, the girl was stunned, and she couldn't even believe it initially, saying Na Ku wasn't even 20 years old, and it doesn't make sense, because the support started over 10 years ago. Her mother said, back then, a little rich kid under the protection of guards secretly gave them money, and she had watched as the little rich kid slowly grew up. Nabu exclaimed, who would have thought a little kid's playful attitude actually produced such a scene? What happened after? Luo Feng laughed and asked, curiously, how did that girl react to Na Ku? That girl had backbone. She was very grateful. Nabu said, she told my son directly, I'm willing to repay my debt to you, for my family, as your slave, even if you wish, I'll marry you. Ah, that's a pleasant surprise. Luo Feng laughed. It's not over. Naba laughed loudly. My son asked her modestly, do you like me? That girl said, my mind is set on the martial arts, and there's no one I fancy. However, the debt I owe to you, I have no other way to repay. Nabi said. After the girl finished, my son said directly, Na Ku, will never force anyone. If you don't like me, then I won't force you. After which, this son of mine, he turned and brought his guards away with him. Haha. As Nabu finished, he couldn't help but laugh loudly once again. Interesting, interesting. Luo Feng laughed too. Father, the youth, Na Ku, was blushing red, angry and embarrassed. Not bad, Na Ku, not bad. Luo Feng laughed and complimented. Na Ku gripped his fists and said seriously, I won't force anyone. However, there will come a day that I will make her like me. He said that as he looked up, filled with resolve. Good resolve. Luo Feng couldn't hold back his laughter anymore, and laughed with Nabu once again. Luo Feng continuously studied the effects of the absorption of the blood river crystal for half a month. Only 2 days had passed on Blood River continent before finally getting a good grasp on its overall benefits. Its mysterious energy permeated deep into one's cells, creating a change that occurred from the very essence within to trigger evolution. It caused every cell to be infused with a mysterious special energy. This wasn't genetic energy, wasn't spirit energy, it was something unknown. He only needed to drive this energy. Standing topless in his pavilion's second floor, with a snort, he controlled his body's every cell. As he did that, the countless connections from before immediately triggered that unknown energy. Suddenly, a blood-red engraving that seemed simple yet incomparably magical appeared on his chest. When it appeared on his skin, Luo Feng's perception of the world was completely different from before. How wonderful! Luo Feng closed his eyes. Gold, wood, water, fire, ground, wind, thunder, light, time, space. Before his absorption of the crystal, many of the universe origin laws, along with the two laws space and gold with which he had some achievements in still felt like a blur. This was completely unlike the golden horned beast or the Masha clan body, whose comprehension was still higher. However, when he triggered the unknown energy and the engraving appeared on his chest, everything cleared up. Even his control of the laws became somewhat easier. Nightmare, Luo Feng waved his blade. Chilly flash of the blade made hearts tremble. World's End, countless and endless flashes, it could stop 10 million enemies. Hatred, a brutal and incredibly savage flash, it could cut through anything, obstructing it. Illusion, almost like a drunken warrior randomly waving his blade, yet it also resembled countless blades waving about. Pensive, a blur silhouette accompanied the blurry flashes of the blade. Burial, the final and most savage attack, it made hearts tremble in fear. Dutchman's pipe, a dance in the face of life and death, hoping it to bloom before death. Luo Feng didn't use his genetic energy to unleash his blade work in the pavilion. His spirit energy formed a protective barrier. At least it guaranteed that his attacks wouldn't damage the construct. This wonderful feeling. Luo Feng opened his eyes. Blood River Crystal, it's heavenly. The Blood River Crystal's uses were similar to the Masha body. Even if the Masha body's comprehension was lower, it could still unleash a shocking amount of power. Also, it made his comprehension of the space laws easier. After absorbing the Blood River Crystal, it wasn't just space laws. His feeling for the laws of the gold, wood, water, fire, ground, wind, thunder, light, space, and time all felt quite a bit clearer. Or it could also be said that after the absorption, his relationship with the universe laws was much closer and easier to feel. Since it was easier to feel, it resulted in the Earth body's comprehension speed to rise. As his relationship with the laws gets closer, when he unleashes an attack, the power would be amplified 1-fold. If the Earth human body can only use the 100-thread movement, with the same amount of comprehension, the Masha clan could unleash the 10,000-thread movement. It's a pity. The Masha clan unleashing space techniques has 10 times the power. However, with the absorption of the crystal, it only increased by 20 to 30. Luo Feng laughed. I can't be too greedy. The Masha clansman is after all the strongest assassins in the universe. They couldn't be joking about that. As heavenly as the Blood River Crystal was, it raised his comprehension for all the laws, and when unleashing these laws, his powers all rose greatly as well. By absorbing one Blood River Crystal, his power grew by 20-30. Blood Warrior, Black Warrior, Luo Feng pondered. Since there's such a saying of the Blood Warrior and Black Warriors, I think, after absorbing 3 crystals, there'll be a special change. Absorbing 10 will have an even more shocking change. Blood River Crystals, I have to acquire them now, the more the better. Luo Feng's eyes gleamed. The Masha clansmen were born with certain skills, and absorbing more Blood River Crystals could help him get to a point like a Masha clansman being. Of course, the more Blood River Crystals he absorbed, the harder it got. Otherwise, the Black Warrior saying wouldn't just be a saying anymore. Tonight, I'll go take care of the city leader. Luo Feng's eyes were cold. He's the one in Swallow Mound City with the most crystals. Swallow Mound City, General's Mansion. City leader Rock Wind Xiong stood looking gloomy on his balcony. Behind him were 8 high-level officers. Speak, where's the general? Rock Wind Xiong said softly. I've ordered 4 Him, yet he didn't even reply. I've even come looking for him and he's not here. Just where did he go? His scoundrel friend Pure Feather Chong is already dead. Where is he? Back then, Rock Wind Jean and Pure Feather Chong were indeed the two that played about madly. They did all sorts of crooked activities. They were too numerous to count. Among the two, one was the Pure Feather family leader while the other was Swallow Mound City's general, who in Swallow Mound City would dare mess with them? City leader, we don't know either. When it comes to the general's disappearance, we all don't know. Right, I think the general snuck out to play, hence he didn't tell us. The 8 high-ranking officers all replied. That bastard. Rock Wind Xiong was enraged. Give the order the moment anyone finds the general. Tell him to get over here to me. Yes. The 8 officers replied respectfully, after which Rock Wind Xiong vanished. Only at this time did the 8 relax, muttering and discussing amongst themselves what's going on. Previously, when the general went out to play, I've never seen the city leader that furious before. It's only been 2 to 3 days so far. He's even disappeared for half a month before, and that's considered normal. No idea, however, from the looks of it, the city leader is extremely angry. The general is in trouble this time. The general was in tragic trouble indeed, because he was already dead. Late night. Luo Feng stood in his own study of the pavilion. He was dressed in black armor and boots, even bringing a helmet and mask. He carried behind him a shield and blood-red blade. City leader Rock Wind Xiong, he is close to domain lord level 2, and someone who has absorbed a crystal before. Luo Feng thought, even though in domain and origin laws, I far exceed him, he is still after all a domain lord. I cannot be careless against Pure Feather Chong. Luo Feng wore only a black robe against Rock Wind General. He wore a simple normal robe and was very casual. Only this time he was fully prepared. He even donned a mask, because Luo Feng was very clear that unless he used the Masha clan, by simply relying on his human body alone, this would be a tough battle. There's no meaning if the battle isn't tough. The more I fight higher levels, the more interesting it will be. Luo Feng smiled. With a flash, he vanished without a trace from the pavilion. Swallow Mound City Leader's mansion. The security was tight. A blurry silhouette was moving through, and it was very hard to detect swiftly. Heading towards the city leader Rock Wind Xiong's mansion, considering that Rock Wind Xiong was the strongest within the city leader's mansion, naturally he didn't use cloud levels, universe level, and sky level, star levels as bodyguards. Illusionary manual, it's more proficient in assassinations. And I'm after all only a universe level 9. If I use force against him, I will be at a disadvantage. If I can assassinate him, it would be beautiful. Luo Feng gazed at the distant palace. Through the universe space, he could feel that there was a familiar energy within. It was Rock Wind Xiong's energy. So Luo Feng wielded the blood shadow blade and instantly vanished within the palace. The tall and sturdy Rock Wind Xiong sat in his study desk, and on it were many reports. He couldn't help but smack the table and stand up. He was walking about in the study, frowning. My senior and envoy Mo, it's rare that they pay me a visit. I originally wanted to introduce them to my little brother. I didn't expect this bastard to disappear, and I can't even find him. My senior and Mo have been here for 3 days and are about to leave if I can't find him soon. The next time my brother gets to meet envoys from the Undying Shrine would be a very long time from now. Bastard, What a bastard! Rock Wind Xiong got angrier as he thought about it. Entertaining the envoys for the past few days, has it been easy? Everything was top-notch and best. Rock Wind Xiong's feelings for the skies and ground were very sensitive. He was able to feel an energy about, immediately roaring, "Who is it?" Rumble. With Rock Wind Xiong as the center, countless lightning bolts shot in all directions. It strangely shot through the palace without any hint of harming anything within, forming a huge spherical-shaped lightning barrier around a 1 kilometer area. A few soldiers and staff were all extremely afraid, however, after discovering the lightning ball didn't harm them, they still ran out with fear out of the area. Xiao. A flash of a blade immediately lit up within the palace, almost like a huge sickle slicing straight at Rock Wind Xiong. Only at this time could he barely make out a warrior dancing with his blades, completely covered in black armor. Get lost! Rock Wind Xiong roared. A large purple sledgehammer appeared in his hand. It rumbled as he swung it. Pa! The attack infused with lightning and thunder swung forward, causing the black armored person to dodge it. This mad energy was like countless arrows shooting in all directions, causing rumbles and explosions to erupt all about the palace. At this time Rock Wind Xiong's eyes were gleaming with lightning. Holding a huge sledgehammer in each hand, he rushed forward within the palace. Indeed, a domain lord level 2, with a level 9 domain and one who has entered the gateway of the Thunder Laws. Luo Feng spit out some blood as he dodged. However, in the blink of an eye his body recovered, his gaze fixed, and was once again as cold and collected as before. All you speed, kill him. Shua. A roar had just erupted from Rock Wind Xiong's mouth. However, in an instant, an incredibly condensed golden domain was unleashed. Space and gold laws combined, melding with the terrifying domain formed in the universe space. This gold domain was a golden wave with gold properties, which fused with the universe space and immediately pressuring and destroying that thunder domain. Simultaneously around Rock Wind Xiong's body, 100 black armored warriors appeared. Every one of them wielded a 6-edged shield and blood shadow blade. Absolute domain, time-space scribbles number 2891 technique messy void kill. Luo Feng roared within. Space origin laws wielding the 2 purple sledgehammers. Rock Wind Xiong was shocked at the scene. Rock Wind Xiong, his teacher, was a world-level sector lord who controlled the surrounding 1 billion kilometers area. Xiong. Even though the strong were like the clouds here in Blood River World, a sector lord was still a very terrifying existence. Rock Wind Xiong, being under Xiong, had very high perspectives and vision. With just one look, he understood that this mysterious warrior was a genius person with high achievements in space origin laws, able to produce up to 100 images. Just a universe level 9 and so powerful it's simply too. Rock Wind Xiong understood that if such a genius were to be discovered by the Undying Shrine, he would definitely be treated as an absolute elite and nurtured. It's a pity that he's the enemy. The more terrifying the enemy, the better it is to eliminate him earlier. Rock Wind Xiong stood on the ground with the sledgehammers in his hand, motionless. And Luo Feng, who had unleashed his close combat messy void technique, was suspicious. He is after all a domain lord too, just based on his pure genetic energy and explosive speed, he could very likely survive my attack. Why isn't he moving? While suspicious, Luo Feng began to grow wary within. Hua 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 hua. Over 100 peculiar blade techniques melded with the spread-out gold domain, causing the space around to follow the blade work in an instant. There was nothing but flashes of blades, almost like the entire space was a dance floor. It was completely pressuring that rock wind xiong. While pressuring him, it shrank more, the blade work condensed on him too. Rock wind xiong was trapped within. It was almost like he was trapped in a little house, and was being slashed at by large amounts of blade flashes. This technique from Time Scribbles didn't have a name. Messy Void was a name. He gave it himself. Ha ha ha! A loud laugh resounded. Rock wind xiong stood his ground, almost as though he was admiring Luo Feng's performance. Rise! Rock wind xiong's lips curled into a smile, simultaneously assassination. Weapons rose from all around him, at least 1,000 of them completely covering Rock wind xiong. Every one of them under the flashes of lightning gleamed like dazzling metals. The arc blade edge was terrifying. What Luo Feng's expression changed greatly. He had initially wanted to rely on speed to kill him, however how could he compete with the speed of spirit weapons? That was suicide. Go! Rock wind xiong waved. Immediately the blur of countless weapons covered the skies and shot in all directions, even though the 100-thread movement was very shocking, making one unable to accurately deduce the person's position. However, with countless weapons shooting in all directions, it definitely spelled trouble, although using such quantity would diminish the power. However, the enemy was Domain Lord level 2. Any one of those weapons could easily kill a normal universe level 9. Dang dang! Luo Feng's movement was unpredictable, however the number of weapons shot at him was simply too many. Wielding the 6-edged shield, he continuously blocked 10 of them. Even though he managed to deflect them away, they still affected his movement. Haha! Rock wind xiong's laugh continued. The rest of his dancing weapons all curved and simultaneously headed towards Luo Feng. The air trembled and split apart, as up to 1,000 assassination weapons shot at him. Luo Feng's expression grew heavy, his eyes were staring coldly at Rock wind xiong. A formless consciousness pressure fiercely smashed into Rock wind xiong's consciousness. Rock wind xiong felt a pain in his head. The 1,000 assassination weapons controlled by his consciousness were immediately affected without the help of his spirit energy. The weapons swiftly slowed down due to the high air resistance and gravity. They still followed their course and shot towards Luo Feng. He however easily dodged them. Weapons capable of twisting and turning, compared to dumb straight shooting weapons, naturally were much easier to dodge. Shua Luo Feng dodged the weapons. Shua Luo Feng rushed at Rock wind xiong. Go and Die! Luo Feng had already reached him. The blood shadow blade in his hand had already become an incomparably resplendent flash, cutting straight at Rock wind xiong's chest. Killing a universe level and killing a domain lord were two completely different things. From student level to universe level, the soul was definitely within the consciousness, hence the control chip could at most control up to a universe level. The highest slaves a slave trader could sell was a universe level. When it came to domain lord, however, the soul was in the Qi Dian. This was also named the life core. Like Luo Feng, his Qi Dian and internal core had fused into one, hence, his core was incredibly sturdy. This also meant that eventually breaking through from this internal core would thus be very hard. To kill a domain lord, one had to destroy the life core. However, this life core could be stored in any part of the body. It could be within the head area, consciousness, at the dantian, or even in the arms, chest, etc. anywhere. Hence, to kill a domain lord, the first thing was to determine where the life core was located. Due to the consciousness attack earlier, Luo Feng had determined the position already. Dang, a gold light hit Luo Feng's blade. Trouble. Luo Feng's expression changed, he could see the gloomy and mad rock. Wen Xiong. Luo Feng's consciousness was considered domain lord pinnacle, and rock Wen Xiong too was domain lord level even though it was weaker than his own. It was still at domain lord level. That one attack only managed to shock him temporarily. Consciousness pressure, only when the level difference was huge would the effect be obvious. Rock Wen Xiong looked angrily at Luo Feng. Simultaneously around him were 3 gold lights that surrounded his body and then shot at Luo Feng. Together. So troublesome, a fighter against a spirit reader would naturally be at a disadvantage, but to meet a spirit reader a few levels above me, Luo Feng knew that he couldn't win anymore, no matter how strong his comprehension of the origin laws were, and how powerful his movement was. As long as there was an army of different types of spirit weapons that attacked, there may still be a chance. However, if the opponent was a few levels above, how could he battle? Even the golden horned beast, before training techniques like deities of the world, just using its natural talents, it could at most fight it out with an opponent 3 levels higher, and destroy humans that were 2 levels higher than itself. Show. 3 golden lights as fast as lightning were shot out. Luo Feng's speed, no matter how fast it was, he still couldn't dodge them in time. One beam shot through Luo Feng's throat, piercing right through, and simultaneously the pressure from the shot caused his head to become a mess. Pu Tong. Luo Feng fell. What terrifying consciousness! Just who is he? His consciousness is even stronger than mine, and his comprehension of the laws are so high. Rock Wind Xiong walked towards the body. He looked at it and was shocked. What a pity! A universe level 9 actually dared to come assassinate me. Such an attempt is just suicide. Let me see just who it is. With a thought, he ripped apart the mask and lifted the mask to reveal the youth's face. How are you? The youth suddenly opened his eyes, his gaze somewhat apologetic. Rock Wen Xiong's eyes looked down. His chest had already been stabbed by a blade. It had pierced straight into his life core. It was a pity that his life core was but a normal human race's core, and was nowhere as perverted as that of a golden horned beast. Actually, countless human races' cores were weak and fragile. How could they possibly compare to the golden horned beast, which was born with an internal world? When the golden horned beast reaches domain lord level, its internal world spanned over 100,000 kilometers in area. This was much larger than Earth. And a normal human domain lord had just begun to nurture an internal world to truly expand the world. One had to wait until sector lord level to be able to support such a vast internal world. How could the internal core not be sturdy? A domain lord level 6 golden horned beast, even a powerful domain lord level 6, would have trouble breaking its core, just like back then when Hong and Thunder God entered the golden horned beast's body, immolating their souls, using the pike and blade to attack its core, yet they couldn't break it. A pinnacle sector lord golden horned beast was invincible amongst the sector lords. After all, it had 3 powerful natural abilities, along with its inherited memories. However, even with all these heaven-sent benefits, there would be a downside. This is also why many generations of golden horned beasts were all getting stuck at the pinnacle of sector lords, unable to break through. Yu Rock Wind Xiong stared wide-eyed at the same time, his body knelt down, as fresh blood was flowing from his chest. You stand right in front of me, without the slightest amount of vigilance. The moment I attacked you, you couldn't even react. Luo Feng stood up, his throat was already without a trace of the previous injury. He placed his mask back on, as revealing his identity may affect Nabu and his son Naku. Through his revealed eyes, he looked at Rock Wind Xiong's body. I don't blame you. I don't think many people would have thought that a universe level, even with his consciousness destroyed completely, would still be alive. Luo Feng looked at the body before him, shaking his head. At first, he didn't want to use special abilities to kill his opponent, and wanted to rely only on his universe level 9 abilities to fight it out. However, he didn't expect Rock Wind Xiong to be a spirit reader. His final assassination felt a little dishonorable. It's a pity that I didn't bring the Nanshan armament. If I had the Nanshan armament, my strength would have been multiplied, and I would have a guarantee in killing him. Luo Feng shook his head. My earth body really isn't suited for close combat. Following which, Luo Feng swiftly scanned the body and found his target, the space item. That's it. Luo Feng quickly discovered an inlaid decorative plate on his waist, and immediately took it down. This metal plate was the storage item. I hope there's Blood River crystals in here. The more the merrier. Luo Feng immediately used his spirit energy to pierce into it and began searching. At this time, 1 kilometer area around the palace was in a complete mess. The palace was destroyed. The balcony was broken, stairways were reduced to nothing, especially in the most center. There was even Rock Wind Xiong's body, along with the black armored warrior, standing there, coldly with the plate in his hand. Not bad. Luo Feng revealed a smile. There's 2 crystals. Rock Wind Xiong had previously absorbed 1 crystal. Through various methods, he had acquired 2 more, to probably increase his chance of becoming a blood warrior someday. Later, he got 1 more, and gave that one to his little brother Rock Wind Zhan. Killing and robbing, vicious indeed. A cold voice resounded around the space. Luo Feng turned to look. In mid-air, there stood 2 gray armored silhouettes, and their expressions were ugly. Late night, within the purple 3-story pavilion of the Pure Feather family. Pure Feather Tao was sitting crossed-legged with his eyelids drooping. However, he was pondering. My information cannot be wrong. 2 special envoys from the Undying Shrine are in Swallow Mound City. However, Rock Wind Xiong, that bastard, definitely wouldn't let me meet them. This is troublesome. How can I contact the envoys? Rumble. A mad energy wave fiercely traveled from the northeast, causing Pure Feather Tao to immediately raise his head. His eyes were peering in the northeast direction, his gaze becoming 2 beams of light that shot through the pavilion's closed windows, destroying them in the process, revealing the beautiful scenery outside towards the east. A 1-kilometer-tall thunder ball was floating within the city leader's mansion. Lightning flashed about and lightning snakes danced about. This scene caused Pure Feather Tao to be in shock. It wasn't just Pure Feather Tao. Everyone in Swallow Mound City was stunned, as there wasn't any construct 1 kilometer tall in the entire city. Hence, when the thunder ball appeared, especially in the dark night, it was extremely visible, without any obstruction in the 100 kilometers area. Almost everyone could see it. What's going on? For that bastard Rock Wind Xiong to unleash his domain, did He met a powerful warrior, Pure Feather. Tao was shocked, and fiercely rushed out of the house. Standing in mid-air and looking at the northeast direction, his expression changed constantly. Just who in Swallow Mound could make Rockwind Xiong go all out like this? There are no other domain-level warriors, and with the presence of the two envoys from the Undying Shrine, who would be so deranged as to attack at this time? Don't tell me he's even battling the envoys. As for the strength of the envoys, even Pure Feather Tao didn't know much about it. To become an envoy of the Undying Shrine, one had to at least be a domain level. As for if they were at domain level early stage, mid-stage, late stage, or at the pinnacle, he wasn't clear. Better be careful, I don't want to be dragged in. Pure Feather Tao carefully flew over, not daring to release any energy or aura, in case the enemy detected him and thought of him as an enemy too. He had to be careful. As Pure Feather Tao didn't have a backing, the moment he died, the Pure Feather family would be finished. Being old and not dying was important, and Pure Feather Tao was very clear on the importance of him being alive. Actually, the battle between Luo Feng and Rockwind Xiong, at their level, it was usually settled within 1 or 2 seconds, with tens of exchanges during the entire battle, including Luo Feng's final stabbing. The thing that took the longest was his final blade attack, because he needed to wait for Rockwind Xiong to walk over. The entire battle only took about 10 seconds. The air split, lightning shot in all directions, energies flew madly, golden energy waves glaring. The luxurious pavilions, flower beds, etc. were all immediately destroyed, and scattered all over the entire city. Leader's mansion was thrown into madness and fear. Pure Feather Tao, however, sneakily approached, as he wanted to be cautious, when he hid behind the collapsed palace and watched from far. Luo Feng had just taken the storage item. Pure Feather Tao's eyes immediately went red. Rockwind Xiong's countless treasures are within, since he is the favorite disciple of that world city leader. He definitely had quite a bit when he became city leader. All his treasures are inside, and that black armored man, his energy doesn't seem that strong. Do I kill him? Pure Feather Tao gritted his teeth, staring hard at the distant black armored man. Hesitation. Second guessing. I will kill. Pure Feather Tao's eyes were red. If he didn't make a move now, when would he do it? Just as he was about to rush out in mid-air, 2 gray silhouettes appeared. The gray armor they wore was the proof of their identity as special envoys of the Undying Shrine. Also, the energy they emitted was terrifying. How powerful these two are! Definitely stronger than me. Pure Feather Tao's expression immediately changed. These two are probably both at pinnacle domain level. His ambition and greed from before were immediately reduced to nothing. I'll keep watching and see if there's any chance to get anything. Pure Feather Tao hid his aura and hid. When one reached the domain level domain lord, and one's core becomes that life core, Qi Dian, one could completely hide their aura within the outside world. Couldn't detect it at all, just like how several scanning devices could scan power levels. They could at most accurately detect from student to universe levels. As for domain lord and sector lord levels, they couldn't fully detect unless the opponent releases his aura. How powerful! Pure Feather Tao's eye muscles twitched. Dressed in black armor and boots, along with a helmet and mask, Luo Feng was fully dressed. These two. Luo Feng looked up at the two in gray armors floating in mid-air. These two were obviously enraged, since they willingly released their terrifying auras at least Domain Lord level 7 or 8, or even a Domain Lord level 9, how troublesome. Yes. Simply just troublesome. Luo Feng had not wished to ever use the Masha clansman, mostly as a means to train himself. However, the moment his life was in danger, would he stupidly wait for his death with the Masha clansman's strength, especially with its ridiculous space law strength unleashed? If he wanted to flee, these two had no way to stop him. Two sirs, must you make a move? Luo Feng looked at the two in mid-air. Haha, you've killed my junior, are you implying I should simply let you go? The handsome middle-aged man roared angrily in the night. The auras of the two special envoys from the Undying Shrine were terrifying. I didn't expect this, the other man communicated mentally. Brother, my apologies, I didn't expect this to happen too. Old Mo, it's not your fault, I was careless. The handsome man was bitter. During these 2 or 3 days, these two had been entertained extremely well by Rockwind Xiong, especially tonight, because he had invited the legendary mermaid from the Demon Ocean to sing for them and entertain them. This mermaid belonged to the highest of women in Blood River continent. They could remove their tail and take on human form. The moment they touched water, they could regain their tail again. All of them could sing extremely well. It was the most absolute pleasure. However, these mermaids could only be found in the Demon Ocean. Demon Ocean belonged to a terrifying region of Blood River continent. To actually catch a mermaid alive was incredibly hard, hence, one single mermaid in the continent alone would result in many powerful figures fighting and chasing after her. They were envoys of the Undying Shrine. Normally they wouldn't have much free time in their hands, yet, this time, they actually managed to see a mermaid. Naturally, they didn't mind getting comfortable. When these two were extremely comfortable, they suddenly felt a large energy exploding in the distance. At that time, they were simply too lazy to move, because they believed that within this area, there wasn't anyone who would dare mess with the world city leader, Si Yong's disciple Rockwind Xiong. They believed that Rockwind Xiong could settle it by himself. Later, they felt that the energies were too strong and overpowering due to the rumbles and explosions. The two of them left their beds unhappily to take a look. By the time they reached their destination, Rockwind Xiong was already dead. Within the city leader's mansion, the atmosphere immediately changed. You are not my targets. I'm too lazy to kill, so don't force me. Luo Feng looked at the two in mid-air, and immediately rushed into the sky, trying to flee. In mid-air, the handsome man roared. He simultaneously communicated to the envoy beside, Old Mo, he killed my junior, so leave this matter to me. Help me by keeping any eye on him. I'm worried that this punk will suddenly find a way to flee. Please don't let him escape. Brother, leave it to me. Relax. Envoy Mo nodded. Having been treated well and entertained by Rockwind Xiong the past few days, now that he's dead, Envoy Mo definitely wanted to avenge him as well. Luo Feng rose into the skies. Simultaneously, the handsome man's killing intent rushed over. Luo Feng frowned. You are really forcing me. Since you wish to die, then I'll send you to hell. The Masha clansman within his internal world had already fully resembled Luo Feng. He was also wielding a blood shadow blade and dressed in black armor. Shield. These were not considered high-level weapons at all in the virtual universe company. They were all custom-made for his stay here in Blood River world. As they were cheap, he had ordered 10 at the time. Should there be any breakage or faults, he could use another switch. Luo Feng thought. Shwa. The Earth body Luo Feng swapped instantly with the Masha clansman within the Earth body entered the internal world while the Masha clansman remained outside. During the switch, Luo Feng was flying swiftly, so it was impossible to see clearly what had happened. He hid his energy, chasing him swiftly. You envoy could feel the black armored warrior's aura go from a universe level 9 to suddenly nothing. I'm at a pinnacle domain level. Unless he is world level, he will die without a doubt. A blade appeared suddenly in Envoy Yu's hands. He swiftly caught up with the black-armored Luo Feng. He shouted with rage, "You sure got guts in this side of the world. Only me and my brothers kill others. There's never been a time where we've been bullied. Go and die." Rumble. The Masha Luo Feng's lips curled into a smile, that incredible feeling within the universe space. It was like a fish in water, an infant in a mother's embrace. It was very comfortable. That feeling of almost being one with space made Luo Feng clearly sense the mad and powerful aura rushing from behind him. I guess he's really domain level 9, the Masha Luo Feng smiled coldly. Strongest assassins in the universe, along with my study of the 9 universe. Primal Chaos Tablet, I'll let you see my power. Masha Luo Feng closed his eyes. That mad energy rushed straight at him, and just as it was about to reach him, Shwa. The envoy's eyes were filled with rage and killing intent. His lightning fast and powerful slash sliced the black warrior before him in half. However, after the slash, his expression changed greatly. Something is not right. There was no blood or any feeling at all from the black-armored warrior he had just slashed. He simply dispersed. Where is he? Is he so fast that I can't even feel him? Envoy Yu was extremely terrified. Brother Yu, behind you. A fearful voice entered into Envoy Yu's mind. Envoy Yu spun around quickly. Behind him, the black-armored warrior was looking at him simultaneously. He saw the flash of a blade attacking in close range. With the Masha clansman's speed, this special envoy had no way to defend at all. No. Envoy Yu's handsome face was struggling simultaneously. His domain level 9 genetic energy was fiercely permeating through the gray uniform he wore. That extremely fast and sharp blood shadow blade slashed his body, but that gray uniform slightly shook and dispersed the attack throughout his body, leaving behind a slash mark on the uniform before quickly regenerating. So, Envoy Yu quickly retreated. Beads of perspiration were dripping from his forehead as he was terrified. Luckily, I have this armor from the Undying Shrine. Envoy Yu felt as though he had just escaped death itself as he looked with disbelief and fear at the black-armored warrior in the night sky. How can he be that fast? His speed is impossible. I can't even feel it. Yes, the Masha clansman was indeed fast. If measured against the absolute space level, it had reached the second levels. Countless changes according to that level. It was the highest level in 10,000. Thread flow, unleashing it fully, could produce 10,000 images in space, and Luo Feng's Earth body could only produce up to several 100, as the 100 thread flow had a special effect, hence he usually only used 100. During battle, more images weren't necessarily better. Like teleportation, once one reaches that level, there wouldn't be any images at all. And absolute space, first level arc light, second level countless changes. Even though it seemed like many images were formed when unleashed, the true goal was instantaneous explosive acceleration. Right now, the Masha clansman's instantaneous acceleration had already reached A terrifying level, another level, and it'd be teleportation. Of course this was the hardest step. One could only imagine its current acceleration was already that terrifying, much less this envoy. Even a Sector Lord warrior, his max speed could maybe exceed that of the Masha clansman. However, that instantaneous explosion would still pale in comparison. Unless that Sector Lord was close to the level of countless changes, or he had reached a high level of comprehension in wind or light origin laws. Interesting. Masha Luo Feng stood in mid-air, looking at the distant envoy Yu, and was staring at his gray armor. That is a genetic armor. Genetic armor from the universe. Yes, it was genetic armor. To actually be able to disperse my attack throughout his body, and after I slit it, it recovered immediately, and with that bastard pouring genetic energy in it obviously has raised the armor's defense. Even though Luo Feng was an outsider, he was naturally clear on the armor's properties. He had the Cloud Contact Fine armor, which was even better than the genetic armor. Only thing was, he didn't dare use it, otherwise he would be recognized as an outsider and ganged up on by everybody. Naka's father was right. Those ancient god ruins really have items from when the Virtual Universe Company battled against the Blood River continent, having left its traces behind, and these should have been studied by the Undyings of Blood River continent, and they found out how to make a genetic armor. Obviously, their production amount is still very, very low. Luo Feng's mind thought of many things in an instant. As the thoughts crossed his mind, he immediately charged forward and once again reached that fleeing envoy Yu's face. Too fast. Envoy Yu communicated to his partner and shouted, "Old Mo, hurry and help me." Understood from the distance, Envoy Mo swiftly flew over. However, Masha Luo Feng had already begun his second attack. This time it wasn't casual like the first time. He was truly moving the universe space around the blade, hence on the edge of the blade the space even warped. Masha Luo Feng stared coldly at Envoy Yu, who couldn't defend in time and was relying solely on the genetic armor to defend. Stupid, Luo Feng thought. Poochie. Like a kitchen knife slicing open a fish, the blood shadow blade was incredibly sharp. This time it immediately sliced open Envoy Yu's chest and, piercing in the blood shadow blade, released energy within in all directions. And Luo Feng immediately discovered his life core within. Qi. The tip of the blade immediately pierced through the life core of the terrified and trying to flee Envoy Yu. The moment it touched it, the core broke and Envoy Yu stared wide-eyed. His eyes were filled with fear and disbelief. He couldn't believe that the man before him was actually able to pierce through his armor and kill him, even more so that he'd actually dare to kill a special envoy of the Undying Shrine. This blade of mine has the feeling of slicing space. Masha Luo Feng's eyes gleamed with satisfaction. His earth body relied on the Nanshan armament, and was unable to pass the Heavenly Bridge's 6th level. However, if the Masha clansman was the one doing it, it could easily unleash 10,000 thread flow. Its blade resonated with the universe space. This was enough to produce the Nanshan armament's 5th level space slicer effect. In fact, its power was even stronger, passing the Heavenly Bridge's 6 and even 7 was fully guaranteed. After all, this was the strongest assassin race in the universe. What Envoy Yu, who was flying over preparing to help his friend, changed his expression. How can he cut through that armor with just one blade? Flee. Envoy Yu didn't even hesitate. How can that black armored warrior be that strong in the distant city? Pure Feather Tao hid himself and his aura while looking up. His eyes were filled with fear. The envoy he killed was pinnacle domain level. Even with the special envoy armor, he was still killed with just one slash. Pure Feather Tao stared. He's caught up. The black armored warrior has caught up. Right, Envoy Mo was fleeing in the night, and Ma Luo Feng, who had just killed Envoy Yu, placed him in his space ring and simultaneously exploded towards the fleeing man. Trying to flee, a voice entered Envoy Mo's ears. No, you cannot kill me. I'm a special envoy of the Undying Shrine. I'm a special envoy of the Undying Shrine. Envoy Mo shouted back. Undying Shrine envoy Ma Luo Feng was shocked. Yes, I'm a special envoy of the Undying Shrine. You Envoy Mo stared wide-eyed, because that terrifying slash appeared again, the edge of the blade that warped even space around it, almost as though before this blade, even space could be sliced through, immediately killing Envoy Mo and breaking his life core. Ma Luo Feng waved his hand and placed his body in his storage ring, after which he looked down. Pure Feather Tao, who was secretly watching this scene, was discovered by the black armored warrior. He was immediately shocked and terrified. How did he discover me? How? Pure Feather Tao was absolutely terrified. He didn't know. The Masha clansman had no soul or spirit energy, hence the way it sensed others' energies and aura was different from flesh and blood life forms. Normal flesh and blood life forms rely on spirit energy to sense things. According to how strong the energies were, they would determine the location. The Masha, however, was a favored child of space. It could meld with space itself, just like how a spider could feel even the tiniest vibration within its webs. Ma Luo Feng was just that. Even though that Pure Feather Tao was a domain lord who was hiding his energy, theoretically speaking, no one should be able to detect him. However, Luo Feng felt the ripples in space that Tao had made when he flew, hence, he knew that the target had hidden himself after flying fast for a while. I have no ill intent. Pure Feather Tao's face went pale. You should be the elder of the Pure Feather family. Ma Luo Feng smiled in mid-air. It's unfortunate, but I require blood river crystals now. No. Pure Feather Tao's expression changed. He immediately became a flash. His shocking speed even caused the air around to explode, the constructs about him crumbling. Ma Luo Feng shook his head. Hua. Immediately closing 10 kilometers in distance, leaving a trail of images behind, and brandishing that blade, flashing once again, just as Pure Feather Tao was trying to react fearfully. It had already pierced through his body and killed him, following which he placed Pure Feather Tao's body in his storage ring and, with a step, immediately disappeared 1,000 kilometers away. His Earth body's speed in Blood River World's conditions could travel 3,000 kilometers. In a second, the Ma Luo Feng was more than 10 times faster. The commotion that happened in Swallow Mound City late at night was even noisier than broad daylight, especially as many people squeezed in the vast walkways outside the city leader's mansion. Countless eyes were looking at the mansion where the army stood surrounding it. What happened? Who knows? I even saw a tall and terrifying lightning ball before I saw it too. Look, the originally tallest city leader palace has been reduced to waste. We can't even see it anymore. A group of excited people in Swallow Mound City were discussing. They didn't even know. Within that night, 2 special envoys from the Undying Shrine, Swallow Mound's city leader, and the elder of the Pure Feather family, were all dead. It could Be said that there weren't any more domain-level warriors in Swallow Mound City. Masha Luo Feng tore through the air and pierced through the cloud levels. It's wonderful, this feeling of melding with the universe space. When can my Earth body reach such a level? Luo Feng was addicted to this feeling, where the universe space felt extremely clear, to be able to move through the universe space ripples and feel the living beings all about. Shua. Masha Luo Feng stopped. At this time, he was already close to 1,000,000 km away from Swallow Mound City, with just that bit of work. Swap, even though he couldn't bear to do it, using the Masha body was after all a very dangerous thing to do, as there were large amounts of sector lords and undyings in this world. The moment he was too high profile and got noticed, everything would be over. It's better to stay low profile, and use only my universe level strength. He swapped back to his human body. Luo Feng suddenly smiled. Time to see what those envoys from the Undying Shrine and even Pure Feather Tao had on them. Just what surprise can they give me? Within the clouds. After swapping his bodies, he began to look through the 4 bodies in his space ring. Pure Feather Tao, Rock Wind Xiong, these two have the highest status in Swallow Mound City. Luo Feng separately took out these 2 space items and examined them carefully. Unlike Rock Wind Xiong, who purposely hid his Pure Feather Tao and Rock Wind Xiong storage items, both had Blood River crystals. He had actually examined Rock Wind Xiong's earlier. 1, 2. Luo Feng flipped his hand, and there lay a triangular blood-red crystal. The beauty was mesmerizing. It was the Blood River crystal. I got 3 of them at one go. Luo Feng smiled. If I successfully absorb another 2, I will become a blood warrior immediately, and I'd still have 1 more. This will be just enough to complete the first mission. The dangerous level mission had a total of 2 missions. One was for 10,000 points, and another was for 100,000 points. From the looks of it, as long as everything went well and his absorption was successful, he would be able to get 110,000 at one go. The first thing is to absorb the crystals successfully. Luo Feng recalled his first absorption, and was not fully confident. Acquiring everything seemed pretty easy enough, however, for the virtual universe to deem them both as dangerous level missions. Of course, these were aimed at the universe level core members. If Luo Feng was truly a universe level 9 without the Masha clansmen, then acquiring the crystals would have been extremely dangerous. Right. I still have the 2 envoys from the Undying Shrine. Luo Feng's eyes gleamed. I wonder if they have any Blood River crystals. It's hard to say. Luo Feng had already known earlier about Pure Feather Tao and Rock Wind Xiong's possession of the crystals. As for the envoys, he had no clue. This space bracelet of Envoyu, it's pretty big inside. Luo Feng carefully examined it. As he was filled with anticipation, he suddenly revealed a look of shock and disbelief. It seemed impossible. No, it can't be. Have I, really, gotten so lucky? Shua. Luo Feng flipped his hand. In it, a black special wooden box appeared. Luo Feng held his breath and carefully opened it. The box was opened. Within it, Blood River crystals were carefully organized and placed neatly. The box was almost filled to brim with crystals. Luo Feng's eyes gleamed from the sight, carefully counting them. 10 Blood River crystals. Luo Feng couldn't believe it. Even if this envoy wanted to absorb the crystals to become the legendary Black Warrior, he would only require 10. Also, people with such ambition couldn't have not attempted To absorb one yet, and he's already a domain lord level 9 warrior. That envoy you had indeed absorbed a crystal before. He actually carries 10 crystals with him. What a fortune for me, Luo Feng. Suddenly thought, my spirit energy scan earlier found a piece of paper at the bottom of the box below the crystals. Within the box, beneath the neatly placed crystals, there was indeed a paper. The material was of dark gold in color. On it were complex words. The words seemed complex, the details however were very simple. Si Yong, these are the 10 crystals you require. It's enough for the short term. Use it accordingly. Remember what you promised me. I believe you are a smart person and won't deceive me. Just a short letter. Immediately Luo Feng, who was reading the letter, realized and laughed. So these 10 crystals weren't the envoys, but this Si Yong, isn't he? The world city leader with a sector lord status, acquiring these 10 crystals should be an extremely easy thing to do. Even the domain lords could get their hands on a few crystals, hence, for a sector lord to get 10 at one go, that seemed normal. Si Yong, your blood river crystals belong to me now. With a thought, Luo Feng kept the crystals into his ring. I already have 13 now. I wonder if the other envoy will give me another. Surprised, Luo Feng flipped his hand. A translucent ring appeared in his hand. This was envoy Mo's storage item. Immediately, his spirit energy pierced in and began searching. With this search, my God, Luo Feng was startled. It can't be, it's like seeing a ghost. Luo Feng was shocked. Babata, Luo Feng's thought went into his storage ring to contact Babata. Babata asked lazily, what's going on, Luo Feng, in this blood river world? Without any technology, what do you need me for? Wait a moment, Luo Feng thought, immediately taking out that unbelievable item from envoy Mo's space ring. Who, a 100 diameter, large item appeared. Within the clouds, a dark gray universe ship. Yes, universe ship. Babata, keep this ship within your storage space and study it for me. Just how long has this ship existed? Luo Feng asked. Universe ship. Babata was shocked too and kept the ship within his space. Wait a moment, I'll scan it. Night. Luo Feng stood alone in the clouds, still very shocked. As the details from the virtual universe company had stated very clearly to never ever take out any technological items the moment one is discovered. It would mean certain death. However, having discovered a universe ship from an envoy from the Undying Shrine space ring, this was too the ancient god ruins. That was from how many trillions of years ago? A universe ship from back then couldn't be undamaged for that long, unless it was an E or F grade ship. However, that level of ship wouldn't land in a domain lord envoy's hands, and Luo Feng felt that this ship was very normal. Luo Feng, I've scanned it, Babata shouted. Luo Feng maintained his mental connection with Babata and asked, what are the result? I can confirm that this Blood River continent has had some advancement in the technological side. This universe ship should have been built less than 500,000 years ago, and it's very lousy when it's compared to other ships in the universe. It would be considered an A grade. It would take extremely long to accelerate to light speed, Babata explained. Luo Feng frowned. Where did you discover it? Babata asked. Within an envoy's space ring, Luo Feng said. Right, the armor that the envoys wore, their genetic armor. Envoys of the Undying Shrine, seems right, Luo Feng. You should know then, when a sector lord breaks through to Undying, their soul will evolve an Undying Soul's brain and mental calculation speed doesn't lose to a quantum computer. The aboriginal undyings of Blood River continent, if they acquire any remains from the warriors of the virtual universe company, like some quantum computers, universe ships, or others etc., they could very well study them. Babata explained. Luo Feng was shocked. Right, his own consciousness calculations was terrifying already, hence, an undying soul's calculations would definitely not be below a quantum computer. Maybe because of a lack of many materials on Blood River World, they are unable to make special machinery. Otherwise, these undyings, with their analytical prowess, wouldn't find it hard to create and revolutionize the technology here. Or maybe, the undying shrine didn't wish for the continent's masses to get in on the technology. Or maybe, the virtual universe company was intercepting them secretly. Anyway, Luo Feng was too lazy to figure out everything. I've earned a fortune. This time Luo Feng immediately left the 4 bodies for Babata to dispose of and handed the 4 storage items to Babata. Babata, there's a whole mess of treasures and items in their storage items. I have no comprehension of the treasures of Blood River continent. Help me sort them and see if there's any other surprise. No problem, leave it to me. Babata was a living AI. His calculation speed far exceeded a normal AI even. The undying beings, they didn't necessarily compare to his problem-solving speed. Thanks. In a moment I will contact you. How long do you think you will need to organize everything? Luo Feng asked. 5 minutes is enough, Babata answered. Very well. Luo Feng immediately rushed down from mid-air. Late night, within the vast wilderness, Luo Feng was within it practicing, simultaneously feeling the effects of the Blood River crystal. Back when he had absorbed the first one, it was indeed very shocking. The mysteries of the crystal, especially its fusion with the universe energies, along with its increase in power with origin-infused attacks, were very enticing. Also, the moment it's used, a blood-red engraving would appear on one's chest, similar to the one of the golden horned beast scales. Only, this was simpler and weaker. Why do I feel that the mystery of the Blood River crystal doesn't stop at just melding better with the universe energies? The Blood River crystal should still have one more point. That was physical change. When I was absorbing it, I became an ape-man, then a scaled beast, and even like a robot after the changes were violent, yet, when they ended I couldn't do it anymore. Luo Feng frowned. However, I still feel that the crystal should still have more special properties. I'll probably know after absorbing the second and third crystal. Luo Feng connected mentally to Babata, ready to absorb the next crystal after communicating. Babata, how's the sorting of the items from the 4 storage items? Were there any treasures? Luo Feng communicated mentally. No treasures, however, there's something you should see, Babata emphasized. What item? Luo Feng was curious. Pa. Babata threw out an item. It was a gem-like item. This is a simple quantum computer communication tool, Babata said, just like the wrist communicator you use on Earth. Communicator on a large continent like Blood River continent, even if the signal travels at light speed, which was 300,000 kilometers per second, from one end to the other side of the world alone is a trillion km, how will it reach the other place instantly? Luo Feng shook his head. They don't have the virtual universe network. This communication tool isn't an instant messenger, but made for distance communication. Even if the speed is slow, it's still faster than a person flying, Babata said. and the tragic thing is Luo Feng, when you killed that handsome envoy earlier, the other envoy had recorded it and sent it to a person called Si Yong. Luo Feng's expression changed greatly. Damn. This was the disadvantage of technology. Si Yong was the world city leader of this side of the world according to the universe levels. He was a sector lord. The Golden Horned Beast and Masha clansmen were only at Domain Lord level 6. And the Domain Lord and Sector Lord's biggest difference was the ability to unleash the strength of a world. They were able to control the world within them to allow their strengths to reach a shocking level, making the difference between a Domain Lord level 1 and Sector Lord level 1 extremely huge. Meeting Si Yong right now would really be suicide, Luo Feng understood. Communicating to Babata, that Si Yong is the world city leader of this side. What do you think I should do next? Even though he had a plan already, asking Babata was still good. After all, Babata's experience in solving problems was much more vast. Flee, hurry and flee, the further, the better, Babata said, since he's the world city leader of this side, then the distance from the world city to Swallow Mound City should be about 100 million km at light speed. 300,000 kilometers per second. The message would have taken about half an hour for him to receive. However, if he uses his top speed to rush over top speed, Luo Feng frowned. 100 million km would still take a sector lord pretty long. Even the two domain lords had a ship. That sector lord would most definitely have one to a universe ship barely reaching light speed in Blood River continent would allow him 3 hours to reach here, Babata said. However, when I killed the envoy, I was always wearing a mask, Luo Feng said. Don't rely on luck. Swallow Mound is after all only that big. How would you know if within this time someone else has already noticed you? Remember, as long as there's a hint of danger, do not risk it. Also, don't look down on any sector lords. Babata said, I have said what I needed to say. You can decide for yourself. You are saying that I may have been exposed, Luo Feng frowned. Leave. After finding out about Envoy Mo sending the footage of him killing the other envoy to Si Yong, Luo Feng immediately decided to leave. If he flew out of the 18 levels of clouds and sat in his automaton ship, who would be able to find him? Only thing was, even though he was safe himself, what about Nabu and Naku? If he was truly exposed, then these two would definitely be affected. The small Na family against a raging sector lord would instantly be razed into the ground. What about the Na family? Luo Feng asked. What Na family? Babata asked, curiously. Luo Feng swiftly gave a brief summary of what happened earlier. That is troublesome indeed. The Na family's relationship with you, even though very few people know about it and it isn't noticeable, with the sector lord's ability, and this being his territory, checking and finding out wouldn't be hard. How about this way, Luo Feng, you can rush over to Swallow Mound City now, and meet the father of the Na family. Let them decide for themselves if they want to leave with you or remain in Swallow Mound City. If they come with you, you can bring them both to a different side of the world. This continent's different sides of the world are just like your countries. They are competitive and at war. If they flee to another side, even Si Yong would not be able to find them in the vast sea of people. Luo Feng nodded. Then let's do that. He couldn't care about absorbing the Blood River crystal at the moment. Taking care of it after the matters were resolved wouldn't be too late. So Luo Feng tore through the skies into the clouds, swiftly reaching Swallow Mound City at a shocking speed. Swallow Mound City, the night was bustling with activity. Na Mansion. What's going these few days? First, the elder of the Pure Feather family was dead. Now even the city leader's mansion has become a battlefield. Nabu stood against the railing in the third story of his mansion, leaning and gazing at the distant city leader's mansion. Nabu, come in, a voice suddenly resounded. Nabu was shocked. Though he was shocked, he turned and walked in and saw a black-armored, black-haired youth sitting there. Nabu was suspicious. This late at night, just what has brought this mysterious warrior to my house? Lord Feng. Nabu bowed. Wait a moment. Luo Feng sat there. Jia. The door below creaked open and footsteps could be heard climbing the stairs. Very quickly, Nick appeared too and rushed into the house. Seeing Luo Feng, he said excitedly, Big Brother Feng, you've come. Why have you called me to come over? Nabu was even more suspicious. Why has this mysterious warrior gathered them both? Time is of the essence now. I won't go through formalities with you two. I'll give you a quick summary of the situation, Luo Feng emphasized. Nabu was shocked, saying, Lord Feng, please speak. Luo Feng swiftly explained to them about the situation. Nabu's face grew paler as he listened, completely shocked. My God, the family leader of the Pure Feather family, elder, Rockwind family's general, city leader, even two special envoys, they were all killed by this mysterious warrior before them. This. Envoys of the Undying Shrine. This mysterious warrior was too terrifying. Nabu's face was pale, and little Naku was completely stunned too. These were all legendary figures. That's how things are, Nabu, you choose, Luo Feng emphasized to remain in Swallow Mound City, or allow me to bring both of you away. If you stay here, there's a high possibility of being exposed. Nabu frowned. Within his mind he calculated. Naku's mind was in a mess too. Luo Feng sat in the chair, looking at the father and son, and felt rather guilty towards them. If it weren't for him, these two would probably be able to lead a very normal life. However, because of his arrival, the Na family was thus dragged into danger itself. Nabu gritted his teeth. Have you decided? Luo Feng looked at Nabu. Right, Nabu nodded. I'm prepared to remain here in Swallow Mound City, living my normal life. However, I wish for Lord Feng to take my son and leave Swallow Mound City. Father Little Naku's eyes were red. He shouted, I don't want to leave. You don't make a fuss, Nabu roared. Father Little Naku was about to cry. Luo Feng quietly watched the scene. He could only remain silent. Lord Feng, it has to be this way. I believe it, because my contact with you has been very minimal also. So what if we recognize each other? We've only met 2 or 3 times. It cannot be considered a deep relationship. That and the city world leader wouldn't necessarily be able to find out who the killer is. Nabu smiled. The most important thing is I can't bear. Nabu's eyes were filled with sorrow. I can't bear to leave my family business. Luo Feng nodded. Nabu, for your safety, before I go, I will use my soul techniques to wipe your memory of tonight. Then even when others use soul techniques to interrogate you, they won't be able to find anything. That's good, Nabu nodded, following which a look of longing appeared on his face. Lord Feng, can you leave me and Cuckoo for a while? No problem. Luo Feng walked out of the house to the study beside and waited patiently. Luo Feng felt a bitter feeling within. Within the house, Nabu and Naku were saying their goodbyes. Don't cry. Nabu smiled and looked at his son. Father, father. Little Naku was crying madly. He had grown up being pampered by his father. However, when it was really time to separate, he couldn't bear to leave. We must always look at things from different perspectives. Nabu looked seriously at his son. Cuckoo, there's always a good and bad side to everything. For us to meet Lord Feng this time, it may seem like a disaster, since we have to separate, but you must understand, this Lord Feng could have easily left by himself, but he purposely came to look for us. What does it mean? It means he favors us, and he is apologetic about this. Fortune and misfortune are linked. This may be a disaster for the Na family. It is also a chance for our family to greatly rise up. Nabu's eyes gleamed. Blood River continent, every day tens of millions of people die and countless more risk their lives just to simply find a strong teacher. This Lord Feng is an absolute warrior, didn't you hear? Even the elder of the Pure Feather family, our city leader, and the 2 special envoys from the Undying Shrine were all killed by him. What terrifying level of power is this? On this continent, wealth is nothing, only strength is real. Nabu looked at Naku. Cuckoo, you have hopes of becoming an absolute warrior of this large continent in the future. You may even become the leader of an entire territory, controlling the lives of trillions of people. Naku was shocked. Remember, this is a great opportunity. Grab it. Nabu looked at his son. After I die, I'll have the face to meet our Na family ancestors. Understood? Naku's eyes were watery, yet he nodded fiercely. Very good. Nabu revealed a smile. He rubbed his son's head and gently hugged him, saying softly, your father's biggest worry is his son. Our Na family doesn't have enough military strength, just like the Yu family. Without any strength, they had to be uprooted within a night. I was worried about you. Your personality is different from mine. I was able to establish the business. But your personality now, it's okay. I don't need to worry anymore. Naku could only cry within his father's embrace. After a while, within the building, Luo Feng stood before Nabu, emphasizing, I will wipe your memory of this night, after which, you won't even know where your son went. Go ahead. If I don't know, there's no way for others to know. Nabu smiled and nodded. Luo Feng nodded. Immediately a thread of spirit energy invaded Nabu's soul, wanting to analyze and swallow one's memory was difficult. Normal soul searching techniques was more troublesome. Destroying, however, was easy. Simply wiping a part of a memory was extremely easy. This can even be achieved simply through hypnosis. That alone was enough to leave an imprint and seal the memory. As the disciple of the Soul Master Hu Yanbo, this level of surgery didn't have any difficulty for Luo Feng. After a while, what's going on? Nabu's head was in a blur, looking around the empty house and finding himself sitting in his study. Did I just fall asleep? Nabu had completely forgotten what happened before. He didn't even know that his son had already left Swallow Mound City with Luo Feng. Night. Luo Feng brought little Naku and rushed into the sky. Naku couldn't help but look back down at Swallow Mound City, as tears were flowing from his eyes. Naku, sleep, sleep. Once you awake, it'll be okay. Luo Feng gently said. His voice had an unbelievable amount of power. Naku could only feel his entire being drift into a blur as his eyes closed and he fell asleep. Now that he's asleep, there's less trouble. Luo Feng rushed into the skies, breaking through the many levels of clouds. In one breath, he rushed to the 18th level. Any higher, and he would lead blood River World. With a thought, a silver pyramid appeared beside and Luo Feng carried little Naku into the universe ship. Within the control room, he placed Naku into a resting room for him to sleep in. Luo Feng then came to the control room. This is Blood River Continent's map. Babata, help me take a look and tell me where the coordinates of the ancient god ruins are. Luo Feng's consciousness connected to Babata's. Babata quickly calculated, returning to Luo Feng the area of coordinates. That territory belonged to the ancient god ruins region. Even with any errors, it wouldn't be too far away. Let's head out towards the ancient god ruins. We'll proceed 16 billion kilometers and stop. Luo Feng gave the order to the automaton ship. Actually, the AI of the automaton ship was a subsidiary AI that Babata had created under normal circumstances. It could perfectly control the ship. However, when it was times of crisis, Babata would take over and control the automaton ship with the optimum control. Yes, Master, the ship's AI responded. So, the ship soared through the clouds and swiftly flew in space. External simulation 100. Luo Feng ordered. Immediately before him a simulation of the space outside showed one side was space while the other was the outermost layer of clouds from Blood River World. The vast Blood River continent. Luo Feng looked at the continent from space. Yet no one dares to leave the cloud levels. The strength of the virtual universe company is too strong. Babata, help me prepare a file for nurturing Naku. I cannot accompany him. I can only arrange for the best for him. Luo Feng sighed. Babata's voice resounded in the control room. This little matter, you have quite a few treasures on you, plus the many others the dead domain lords gave you. Nurturing a little punk is very easy. After a while, Luo Feng acquired a detailed nurturing plan for Naku. As Luo Feng sat in the automaton ship, it was swiftly flying in the space above Blood River World. A silver black marked disc-shaped universe ship with a diameter of 180 m appeared in the 16th cloud level above Swallow Mound City. Hua. The leader of the group was dressed in black armor. His blue hair was floating about and his eyes seemed vast and boundless. Behind him were 4 purple armored men and women. They all hid their strength, revealing only domain lord level power. I wish to know just who has such guts to kill my disciple in my territory. The blue long-haired black armored man's eyes were like lightning, shooting down below. Even the cloud layers below split apart from his gaze, allowing him to easily see the tiny Swallow Mound City below. Let's go down, the blue-haired man said coldly. Yes, behind him, the 4 purple armored domain lords followed respectfully. These 5 shot down like lightning, and the floating universe ship behind them vanished. After a short period of time, within the city leader's mansion, even though a part of it was already destroyed, the city leader's mansion was even larger than the Pure Feather family mansion. Hence, a large portion of it was still perfectly undamaged in one of the palaces, whether it was Swallow Mound's family's sect, army, information system and so on. All the department heads and brains had all arrived. Silence. The palace was completely silent. That formless pressure caused the group of prominent figures to perspire from their foreheads and kneel respectfully on the ground, because they knew the man before them was the world city leader, the leader of this side of the world. Your city leader Rock Wind Xiong is dead. The blue-haired black-armored man sat above and said coldly. The group below him were stunned. The 2 envoys From the Undying Shrine passing by Swallow Mound City are dead too. The group below was even more shocked. They really didn't know. The murderer is him. The blue-haired man waved his hand and immediately a bunch of paper floated onto the ground. On every piece was a picture of a black fully armored silhouette with boots and helmet that was using a six-edged shield and blood shadow blade. Actually, this picture was simply a screenshot from the footage that was sent. Murderer. A group of people looked at the paper. The face has been blocked, wearing black armor. Everyone wears black armor around. How do we look for him? The group were suspicious and helpless. If he changes his look after killing them, how will we look for him? We can confirm that he is a pinnacle domain level warrior, the blue-haired man said coldly. Activate all your resources, go look and check if any suspicious domain level warrior appeared in Swallow Mound City within this past period. Yes. The group knelt down. I want to get a report before daylight tomorrow. Yes. The group left after the blue-haired man stood in the palace and was looking outside through the window as though he was looking at space. To have the guts to kill my Siyong's disciple, and to steal my blood river crystals. Humph! A cold snort resounded within the silent palace. The automaton ship was flying in the space above Blood River World. It began to slow down after about 22 hours. Master, we've already reached 16 billion kilometers away, the voice resounded within the control room. Luo Feng nodded. He went into the resting room and carried the sleeping Na Ku. He swiftly followed the pathway within to the cabin door of the ship. He then kept the ship and headed down towards through the Blood River atmosphere. Rumble. Rushing through the 18th, 17th, 16th levels. Naku Luo Feng shouted. Only then did Naku wake up. He looked at where he was floating in mid-air, as he was carried by a formless energy, and before him stood Luo Feng. Big Brother Feng. He was fully awake only now. Follow me down. Luo Feng brought Naku, swiftly breaking through the first level of clouds, causing Naku to be shocked as it was still late night. Blood River World's night was 6 to 7 times longer than a night of Earth, and the distance of 16 billion kilometers caused the region below to look close to the time they left Swallow Mound City. Luo Feng brought Naku into the closest city. This city was called Mengna City. It had an area of 10 million kilometers. The side of the world they were in was called Yurong World. This Mengna City is actually in Yurong World and is about 10 worlds apart from the Sirong World. Before Naku was very shocked. Big Brother Feng, how long have I been asleep? Relax, not even 30 days, Luo Feng said. Blood River World's 30 days was about half a year Earth's time. In truth, Naku had only slept for over 20 hours, however he would never know. With Blood River continents, different worlds attacking each other, plus it being simply too vast, there was no uniform timeline. Not even 30 days, that's good. Naku nodded. I heard from many warriors that traveling 10 worlds would require a long amount of time. After settling down for a day in Mengna City, Luo Feng placed Naku in that city's Rain Blade sect. The leader of the sect personally welcomed the both of them. This is the punk I told you about. I'm leaving him here in your sect. When I finish my training, I will return to take him. When that time comes, I will naturally thank you. Luo Feng looked at the Rainblade sect leader before him. The leader nodded. Relax, this little matter won't be a problem. The leader of the sect was a skinny yet intrepid old man as a cloud level, universe level warrior. he was a prominent figure in Ming-Na City. However, Luo Feng's arrival last night had indeed shocked this old man. This black-haired youth, his power is beyond my comprehension, and I have no resistance before him. He should be a domain-level warrior, and he's really generous to be on good terms with such an absolute warrior. That's extremely lucky. At this time, Naku began to stay in the Yurong world's Ming-Na City Rainblade sect. Naku, your study of the bow and arrow before shows that your spirit energy is indeed strong. These are the spirit reader training techniques I have prepared for you. Luo Feng took out a thick book. It was something Babada had printed. Using this world's paper, using this world's words, a training manual for a spirit reader, from basic to deep, had been created. Actually, this was something only the elite disciples of the UNMO planet could study. This training manuals, as long as you can study it, you can use it until you become an undying spirit, Luo Feng said. Big Brother Feng Na-ku looked surprised at the book before him. My God, the many worlds of Blood River continent were all fighting for valuable things. This manual, that worked from Star Traveler level to Undying, just how valuable was it? These are several suggestions I prepared for you. Luo Feng took out a thin book. In it I put down on how to use the treasures to enhance your training efficiency. These are some treasures. Luo Feng handed over a space ring. Using these treasures, as long as you train seriously, you can definitely become cloud level without any problem. As long as you work extra hard, you have the possibility of becoming domain level domain lord. As for proceeding further, that'll depend on yourself. Luo Feng smiled at Naku. Naku was shocked. It was a gift from the heavens. As long as he seriously trained, he could become cloud level, universe level. Looking at the leader of the Rainblade sect, to be able to open a sect in a city, cloud level, this was definitely an absolute warrior in this city. Thanks. Naku was so excited his eyes were red. Luo Feng smiled. What was this? Back then, his teacher, the master of the UNMO planet, had prepared treasures for him to rush to the domain lord and even sector lord level. As long as he didn't worry about the price, he could completely nurture a universe, domain lord and sector lord. Of course the price worth was simply too low. For example, the cost of creating a universe level alone could actually be used to buy an army of slave universe levels. This Naku was an aboriginal of Blood River world. He was born as a star traveler, plus with this world's environment his innate ability was much stronger than Luo Feng back then. Luo Feng had only prepared some treasures, enough to nurture him to cloud level. I know you really wish to return. But remember, before cloud level, I definitely won't allow you to return. Luo Feng emphasized. Traveling 10 worlds is simply too dangerous without the strength of a cloud level. That will simply be suicide. Naku nodded. Luo Feng smiled. All right, whatever I've given you, don't tell another soul that I know. Naku was from a business family. Naturally he knew the outcome of revealing the treasures. Haha, I'm leaving. Luo Feng smiled and turned, vanishing from sight, leaving only Naku there. Naku grabbed the thick book in his hands, flipping it open. The words on every page were very small, and the amount of information within was shocking. Father, you were right, this opportunity is a big one. Naku kept the book in his space ring and his eyes were filled with resolve. I will definitely train until I get strong, definitely. Luo Feng rushed into the sky. He passed through the many cloud layers straight to the 18th level and arrived in the space above Blood River World. Little Naku Luo Feng looked down through the vast clouds. I've done what I could. As for what level you reach in the future, that'll depend on yourself. A true warrior will ultimately still rely on himself to train. I'm still training myself, only earlier than you by a little. Shua. Luo Feng flew into the automaton ship that appeared beside him and ordered, "Proceed towards the ancient god ruins." The automaton ship took on the appearance of a meteorite and swiftly proceeded in space. As for the father of the Na family's fate, Luo Feng could only wish him the best. After all, he had his own path to walk. Useless. A bunch of useless beings. A black-robed Si-Yong, who was almost like an absolute beast standing above the palace, howled at the group of underlings kneeling below him. 3 whole days, it's been 3 whole days, this is the answer you are giving me? There's no use at all. The upper echelon of Swallow Mound City were like weak little bunnies, as they were all trembling. How can he blame us? That picture shows a fully armored and masked warrior. And it's the most common types. As for searching for information, there are many mysterious warriors, however they are all fake. The underlings were all complaining within, however before the World City leader they didn't dare make a sound. What a joke. Do you all know that this is a big joke? Si-Yong's expression was heavy, and he was raging. The bastards from the worlds around us will take us to be a joke, and you all are simply useless. The group kneeling below all trembled hard, not daring to look up. Useless. You are all useless. Go, Si-Yong roared, go, and spread the news about the bounty on information around Swallow Mound City. Let them know that the murderer has domain-level pinnacle strength, wears black armor, and also uses a blade and shield. Also put a picture of the weapons up. Go spread it. As long as anyone can provide a bit of information, reward them 1 million treasure currency. If they can provide the location, and it's true, reward them 100 million treasure currency, and immediately give him a luxurious mansion within Swallow Mound City, along with 8,000 slaves and 8,000 guards. Si-Yong said solemnly. Yes. The group glanced at each other, shocked at the amount of the rewards that were being handed out. They were all kneeling and complying. Why are you still here? Get out! Si-Yong howled. The group fled terrified. Only Si-Yong was left in the palace, along with the 4 underlings he had brought with him. Master, leave this matter to us. Relax. A simple and honest-looking middle-aged man said. Si-Yong shot him a look, saying coldly, just being the joke among the sector lords around isn't enough for me to be so enraged, do you? No, the Undying Shrine is already asking me just why the 2 envoys died on my territory. That group of old punks. Si-Yong's expression was ashen, snorting coldly. Humph, the death of 2 envoys. This small matter isn't enough for the high and mighty Undying Spirits to personally come out, hence those old punks are using their power and authority to clamor about this. Makes me so mad. I really want to punch them and reduce them to nothing. The 4 underlings exchanged glances, realizing that it was the Undying Shrine giving him pressure. Swallow Mound City. Make way, make way! A group of soldiers riding beasts shouted, chasing a large amount of people off to the side of the streets. Here, stick. The leader of the group of soldiers pointed at a large shiny wall at the side and ordered. Immediately, the soldiers jumped off their beasts and swiftly began sticking their pictures and posters of the mysterious murderer all over. The wall very quickly, that incredibly clear picture shocking reward made everyone who saw it dumbfounded. This was considered a major road, with a high amount of traffic. As long as the news is a bit useful, the reward is 1 million treasure. Currency 1 million treasure currency, how much is that? I haven't personally seen treasure currency before. 1 treasure currency, that's 1,000 big currency, 1 billion little currency. I only earn 10 little currency a day. How long would it take for me to earn that amount? Look. 100 million treasure currency, luxurious mansion, 8,000 slaves, and guards. Madness, madness. 8,000 slaves and guards, to arrange for so many slaves and guards in a mansion, even in Swallow Mound City, that would be considered top class even. The general's mansion and pure feather family, only those mansions would be bigger than this one. Bounty for murderer, domain level pinnacle. I think I've seen this man before, similar to a guest in the flying cloud pavilion. You must be dreaming, your flying cloud pavilion has 100,000 guests, and many of them look like that. Madness. That huge bounty, even the cloud-level universe-level warriors couldn't help but get enticed by it, much less the normal masses, the high and mighty city world leader, casually threw out a bounty, causing the entire Swallow Mound City to fall into an uproar unlike ever before. The investigation degree immediately soared. Space. While Swallow Mound City began spreading its huge bounty all over, Luo Feng was in the automaton ship heading towards the ancient god ruins. He took out a Blood River crystal. Training room. Luo Feng lay there, staring at the beautiful triangular blood-red crystal. Heading towards the ancient god ruins, there's still a distance of 1.2 trillion km. With the automaton ship speed, it would still take over 2 months to get there, no matter which ship it was. The closer its speed got to light speed, the harder it got. Just like a test, a perfect 100, the closer one got to 100 the harder it was to get 1 point more. Similarly, the closer a ship got to light speed, the harder it was to accelerate. The moment there was higher resistance, then it would be hard to reach light speed. It may be space, however it was still space, within a secret region, not even mentioning the space dust and fragments, just the material space energies forming mist. Under shocking speed, even the mist would form resistance. If I can universe travel, traveling through and slowing down to return to the actual universe, I'd reach quickly. It's a pity I cannot. Then I'll absorb the Blood River crystal. Luo Feng adjusted himself, following which he used his right index to slash his left palm, just like a blade slash. The wound appeared and fresh blood flowed out. Luo Feng placed the Blood River crystal on the wound. That formless energy immediately rushed into Luo Feng's body, simultaneously triggering the originally dormant cells within his body with mysterious energy. A simple engraving line appeared on Luo Feng's chest. Rumble. Kill. Kill, just like an endless gush of water flowing, that powerful determination filled with madness and killing intent clashed against Luo Feng's willpower. Just in terms of willpower sturdiness, many sector lords couldn't even compare to Luo Feng. Even the high and mighty Undyings, those that didn't know about mental training, couldn't compare to Luo Feng's willpower. Willpower didn't have anything to do with training. Heart like a mirror, seeing through what may seem terrifying and fierce. During times of chaos, it was incomparably steady and sturdy. Heart like a blade, slashing through obstructions. This fierce willpower attack is about 2 times that of last time. Luo Feng was suspicious. Since it's the same crystal, the willpower within should be the same. How come the willpower attack from this second crystal is 2 times that of the first? Could it be the remnant willpower hidden within from the first crystal? Before Luo Feng could understand it, that extreme pain that shook his soul permeated through his body. The crystal in his hand flowed with threads of blood-red energy, swiftly permeating his entire body, and as it went in, it made his body go through extreme changes. Pitter-patter. Luo Feng's entire person swelled up, his bones and muscles grew thicker. Since these changes were happening within a short period of time, one could only imagine the extreme pain. All sorts of unimaginable changes were happening to his body. How painful! Why is it so much worse than the first time? Luo Feng's eyes were cold. However, his muscles were twitching uncontrollably, his teeth too were growing sharp and long and turning into fangs. This pain had already extended from his body into his soul. Luo Feng's willpower and consciousness were, however, very strong. He was forcefully bearing everything, and did not let himself get affected. At least he remained lucid. Luo Feng's chest suddenly split open and fresh blood spewed out. The morphing leg suddenly broke. Hua suddenly, large amounts of blood-red energy swiftly flowed backwards within his body, returning to the blood-red crystal in his hand. In an instant, the almost fully transparent crystal returned to its original blood-red color. It stopped. What's going on? Luo Feng realized his body had returned to its human form. The only change was the wound on his chest and his broken leg. With a thought, the pure energy from his internal world swiftly regenerated his body, and very quickly the wounds and broken bones returned to normal, perfectly undamaged. Luo Feng quietly sat in the sofa, lifting a glass of wine in one hand and the blood river crystal in the other. No change. This blood river crystal didn't change at all. Luo Feng frowned. And I can feel, my body hasn't improved at all. The mysterious energy within my body and my comprehension of the origin laws are all still the same. This absorption was a complete failure. Yes, complete failure. How could it be? My consciousness and willpower, I only failed after reaching the fantasy ocean's 10th island. My body, human body, but it's normal, Luo Feng thought. His eyes gleamed, and in his mind a few words from the books flashed. The contents were about how valuable and rare the blood river crystal was. Absorption was very hard. Absorbing one alone was very hard. 2 would have 10 times the requirements on the body. Absorbing 3 would have 100 times the requirements. The further one got, the harsher the requirements were. Remembering these words, Luo Feng realized. Right, body. My earth body is considered normal. 1 was successful and the second was a failure. However, 10 times to requirements on the body. Which side of the body do the requirements fall on? Luo Feng frowned. Body strength, toughness, cell activity. Also, it says that slaughtering will aid in the absorption of the crystals. However, which part of the body does slaughtering help? The killing aura of the ancient god ruins. The sayings states that going there to soak in the killing aura would help with the absorption of the blood river crystals. They also state that slaughtering would help with the absorption too. Also that the requirements for absorption are very harsh. Luo Feng nodded, understanding finally. Obviously, mad slaughtering and soaking in the killing aura from the ancient god ruins would produce a special Effect in the body. Raising that certain part of the body will allow one to be able to absorb the crystal. Slaughter. His earth body could be said to have slaughtered a lot, compared to normal humans. Yet it wasn't that much either. His earth body's slaughtering was indeed limited. However, he did slaughter quite a bit in the virtual universe network. However, those were all simulated, and it wouldn't change his body at all. Haha. The only reason I'm heading to the ancient god ruins is to become a blood warrior, and potentially even a black warrior. However, I didn't even expect the second crystal absorption to fail. Luo Feng shook his head as he closed his eyes. His consciousness connected to the virtual universe network and entered the absolute beginning region to train in the pathway. My luck sure is bad. I lost again, Yu Chenyang cursed as he walked. Big brother, a voice resounded. Yu Chenyang turned to look. An armored youth was running over. Extremely excited as he smiled and said, I say Xiang, why do you look so happy? Has our young master Naku been found? Nope, the old master has been looking all over for him. However, he seemed to have vanished, but no one knows to where. The armored Yu Xiang shook his head. Swallow Mound City is in such a mess with the young master's dumb temperament. Who knows, he may have messed with the wrong people and gotten himself killed. Damn, you dare curse the young master's death? Yu Chenyang stared. Yu Xiang rolled his eyes, dragging Yu Chenyang to the side and communicated mentally, Big brother, have you seen the bounty rewards around? What bounty? I just came out of the casino. Why would I have looked at the bounties? Yu Chenyang shook his head. Come with me. Yu Xiang dragged his older brother. To where? Just follow me. The two brothers quickly arrived before the bounty posters in a walkway. The allure of the bounty was simply too huge. After all, even now, large amounts of people hung about looking at it, many muttering and dreaming about being the ones who gave the information or discovered the killer, receiving the bounty. 1 million treasure currency, 100 million treasure currency. Yu Chenyang stared wide-eyed. Look carefully at the details of the bounty, that killer's picture, the weapons and armor he uses. Yu Xiang communicated within. Yu Chenyang looked. Immediately his eyes stared wide, turning back to look at his father, replying, Ah Xiang, this is the absolute warrior we met when we accompanied the young master into the wilderness forest. Didn't he use this shield and this type of blade, and he instantly killed the 13X. They didn't even have time to react. The 13X has 3 cloud levels. That warrior should be a domain level. Right? Yu Xiang nodded, communicating. Our Swallow Mound City rarely ever sees a domain level warrior. The shield and weapons are the same. It wouldn't be that coincidental. This Lord Feng is really vicious. Even the envoys of the Undying Shrine were killed. Too vicious. Should we? Yu Chenyang's eyes gleamed. Do we go or not? Yu Xiang looked at his big brother. This Yu Chenyang hesitated. If you are not going, I'm going. Yu Xiang communicated. Don't regret it. Even though the old master treats us not bad, however, didn't we enter the Na family for money? Yun Chenyang grit his teeth. All right, let's go. Hence, the two swiftly headed to the city leader's mansion. City leader's mansion. Si Yong sat in the throne of the palace gazing below. There were 3 people bowing respectfully. Have you found anything? Si Yong's voice was solemn, yet filled with formless pressure. After pasting the bounties, it's definitely been better. However, of the 3 you all mentioned before, 2 of them were determined to be false. That last one we are unable to confirm yet. You say there's a guarantee now. World City Leader, a deputy general from the army, was filled with glee, saying excitedly, "This time, the guarantee is much bigger than before. We've acquired 3 people's confessions, they all state the same person." Above the palace, Siyong looked up. "He's called Feng, according to the confessions of the 3 people not long ago. This Feng was in the wild beast forest outside, there he met Swallow Mound City's Na family's young master, Na Ku, and his guards along the way. They were attacked by the 13 Axe, but that mysterious warrior simply attacked and formed 13 images with 13 blades. He killed all of them, and apparently they didn't even have the chance to react." 13 Axe, what organization is that? Siyong frowned. World City Leader, they are a prominent organization within this Swallow Mound territory. The 13 Axe refer to 13 warriors, of which 3 are cloud level, and 10 of them at sky level pinnacle, the deputy general said respectfully. "As for the deaths of the 13 Axe, we've already confirmed that they were all done by that one person." Ah Si-young stood up violently. This news was vicious, instantly producing 13 images and killing 13, and of which 3 were cloud levels. Space origin law. Si-young's eyes lit up, confirming within, right, the footage Envoy Mo sent of the Black Warrior. He was using space laws, and his speed was extremely shocking. "Weapon?" Si-young asked. "Shield, blade, similar to the picture," the deputy general said seriously. "Very good." Si-young's eyes gleamed. "Go, find out more news on this phone." Yes. Back then, he couldn't bear to leave his business, and chose to remain in Swallow Mound City. As his memory had been wiped, Nabu had been extremely anxious since he discovered his son was missing. He activated all his strength and resources to madly search for his son, so much so that he didn't even look at the bounty. When he actually saw it, he was shocked. He too had suspected that the killer could very likely be Lord Feng, hence, he immediately wanted to control that group of guards. However, other than the 4 he managed to control, the others weren't around. "Bring them away. Bring them all away. Hurry and look." This the name list of the guards from back, then find all of them. Also hurry and find the Na family's young master Na Ku. The group of soldiers rushed into the Na family, grabbing Nabu and Thunder Uncle away. A purple-uniformed beautiful lady stood outside the torture chamber, clang. After it opened, the deputy general walked out. "Greetings, Lord." The general was shocked as he saw the lady, bowing respectfully. This beautiful lady before him was one of the 4 great underlings. World City Leader Si-young had brought with him a domain-level warrior. "Interrogate the Na family leader. Have you found anything on Feng?" the lady questioned. "No," he said he didn't know either. The deputy general shook his head. "I've carefully interrogated him, however I've discovered that this Na family leader barely knew this Feng and had just met him a couple of times. Their relationship wasn't deep." "Useless," the beautiful lady roared. The deputy general's face flushed red, wanting to reply but not daring to say anything. "Get out, take all of your men and leave it to me," the lady said. "Yes." The deputy general immediately took all of the army within the torture chamber, leaving only Nabu and Thunder Uncle within the torture chamber. Nabu and Thunder Uncle were both pale, with injuries all over. They had been subjected to physical torture. "Old Master, we thought that the meeting of Lord Feng was a good thing. Who'd have expect we'd end up like this? It's truly, Thunder Uncle sighed. Beside him Nabu sighed too. Lei Dong, this time our Na family has implicated you. Old Master Thunder Uncle was just about to speak. That purple-clothed lady walked in. By simply walking there, it caused both Thunder Uncle and Nabu to lose control of themselves as their gaze fell on her body. They gradually fell into a daze. That group of idiots, using torture while interrogating idiots. The purple lady's expression grew heavy, beginning her questioning. You speak first. Tell me the whole story of the meeting, and tell it clearly to me. Also tell me some of your conjectures. Tell them all to me. Thunder Uncle told the entire story. Nabu too spoke. Both of them, under the Soul Technique's control, both guessed that the killer was very likely to be Feng. This questioning too made the purple-clothed lady's expression ugly. The cold pierced through bones. A blurry long-haired Si-Young stood in the pathway. Master, the purple-haired lady walked over and bowed respectfully. From your footsteps, the results of the interrogation must not be very good. Si-Young looked in the distance, his back facing the lady. She lowered her head and said, yes, I used soul techniques and confirmed that these two weren't lying. Their Na family had indeed met with this Feng. However, this Feng seemed to have favored the young master, Na Ku. Na Ku, where is he? Si-Young asked indifferently. Na Ku has vanished, the purple-haired lady said softly, and he vanished the night of the deaths of the envoys. Other than that, we cannot find any other information on this Feng. Also, Na Ku's disappearance, even his father doesn't know. Hence, he's been anxiously looking for his son, not even noticing the bounty. All this was revealed by some of his guards. Na Ku's disappearance is too much of a coincidence. I can guarantee that it has something to do with the killer. Right now, there are two possibilities. One of them is that Na Ku knows detailed information on Feng. The killer was worried that his identity would be revealed, hence, he killed him to silence him. The second possibility is that Luo Feng knew it would be troublesome after killing the envoys, and that the trouble would befall the Na family. Since he favored Na Ku, he took him away, the purple-haired lady said respectfully. What about Feng? Si-Young's voice was filled with a sense of rage. I don't want to know anything else about him. I just want to know where this killer is. I want to catch him. No idea, I cannot find anything. The purple-haired lady shook her head. Rumble. Si-Young waved his fist in rage. It hit the pillar on the side. Immediately the mad explosive energy exploded, and terrifying shockwaves burst out from the pillar. It then fanned out and caused large amounts of constructs to be reduced to dust. Many waiters, soldiers, and guards were immediately reduced to a mess. The lucky ones only had broken limbs. In an instant, several km around the city leader's mansion was reduced to waste. There were cries of pain and rumbling. Bastard Si-Young violently turned, his expression struggling, his explosive aura causing the skies and land to tremble. Master, what do I do with the Na family? The purple-clothed lady asked respectfully. Na family. Si-Young's killing aura was terrifying. He said solemnly, killing them won't do us any good, and also, we can use Na Ku's father as the bait. Master, you mean? The purple-clothed lady's eyes gleamed. Na Ku's father, don't kill him, kill the rest of them, Si-Young said indifferently. Keep the father under our control. Who knows, Na Ku and the killer Feng may return. Yes, the purple-clothed lady complied and left. Si-Young's gaze swept ahead at the few km of ruins before him, from where he could hear the screams of pain. However, he was expressionless. He had indeed lost face this time, as he had lost two disciples and a special envoy, And on top of that, this was on his territory. Humph! Si Yong's face was ashen. Feng, if you are so strong, you cannot remain hidden forever the moment you appear on any location within the blood river continent. As long as I find out, I will make you understand the consequence of killing my, Si Yong's, disciples. In the space above Blood River continent, the automaton ship flew with shocking speed towards the ancient god ruins. Along the way, during these past 2 months, Luo Feng was either in the absolute beginning region listening to classes by Undyings or studying the 9 Universe Primal Chaos Tablet, Floating Blood and Time-Space Scribbles. Either that or he would return to the Black Dragon Mountain Island to visit his wife and family. His days were fulfilling and carefree. Master, we've already arrived at the destination. Within the training room of the ship, a robotic voice resounded. Haha, we've finally arrived. Luo Feng, who was sitting cross-legged like a statue, opened his eyes fiercely, smiling. He became a blur as he rushed out. Ancient God Ruins. I've been waiting for this day for too long. If I don't enter the ancient God Ruins, when will I be able to absorb the second crystal? Luo Feng wore silver white armor and boots, and flew out of the cabin door. He changed his armor mainly as a precaution after the whole incident in Swallow Mound City. A black armored warrior may be noticed by wary people. Of course, the ancient god ruins were extremely far from Swallow Mound City, and as it was a wasteland, he didn't need to be too worried. So Luo Feng flew through the cloud layers from space and entered Blood River continent once again. Sky Erosion Palace. The huge palace floating in space was specially made to observe the activities on Blood River continent. In the first level side hall chamber, there was a huge screen. On that screen, one could see the scene of Luo Feng entering Blood River continent. Haha, this Majesty Luo Feng, he's heading to the ancient god ruins too. So gutsy. 10 sector lords in charge of watching over Blood River continent were chatting and laughing. Everybody, be serious. Once our Majesty Luo Feng meets with any enemy and sits in his automaton ship and escapes to the cloud layers, if any aboriginals dare to chase him, we have to kill them in an instant. Understood. Of course we know this. However, the ancient god ruins is the most important and also the most dangerous place in Blood River continent. Back then, many of our Undyings from the Virtual Universe Company were said to have died there. Also, that place is very weird. The place Majesty Luo Feng is heading to is very dangerous. The dangerous level mission he chose forced him to head there. One's path is chosen by himself. Our Virtual Universe Company never forces anyone to do anything they don't want to do. However, no matter how much of a genius he is, since he's chosen to enter the ancient god ruins, we must keep an eye on him. Riches and honor come with an element of danger. Even though it's dangerous, if he makes any progress within the ancient god ruins, it wouldn't be a small amount. Not only are the ancient god ruins mysterious, but the Blood River crystals are very mysterious too. The group of sector lords were chatting, and the entire space above the cloud layers of Blood River continent was under their surveillance. The clouds were thick and covered the land, almost like a fairyland. Dressed in silver armor and boots, he descended through the clouds. Luo Feng's expression changed. It should have been the 15th cloud layer. Below, why are they blood-red clouds? The endless clouds below were completely blood-red, just like an endless blood ocean torrent. The terrifying formless killing aura here made one's heart palpitate. He couldn't care less though. as he rushed downwards into that blood-red cloud layer. He immediately felt a special energy affect him. He suddenly felt restless. His heart was in disarray, almost like he was wishing to slaughter. It actually fills one with the thoughts of slaughter, however, compared to the golden-horned beast's natural bloodlust, it pales in comparison. Luo Feng's heart was sturdy and immovable. He continued downwards, rushing past layer after layer of blood-red clouds, finally reaching the first level. He surveyed below. An endless mountain range, wasteland, swamp, and other environments could be seen. However, the ground itself was peculiar. As for the mountain ranges, it was almost as though an entire layer of it was sliced off, or cut off. The wastelands, however, had huge pits all over, and every one of them were a few 100 km in diameter. One large pit after another. It was almost as though it was some extremely huge beast's footprints. The most important thing was the region below was filled with thick red mist. And because of the mist, it was hard to see far clearly. Ancient god ruins. Looking at this messy environment, it's indeed in ruins. Luo Feng swiftly gazed about. The ancient god ruins had a diameter of 1,000,000,000 km. This was a bandit and vagrant-filled place. The earth in this vast ruins would be like a drop of water in the yellow river. On the shiny ground there were several white bones. Pa! Luo Feng descended from the sky as his silver boots landed on a damaged blade. He frowned heavily. This is the killing aura. Luo Feng felt a formless energy continuously invade his mind and heart simultaneously. Another energy permeated in through his skin. As for this peculiar energy, neither his genetic energy or spirit energy could stop it. It would permeate in and then exit his body again. Almost as though his body was air, it passed right through. And during this process, his body had some special changes. Killing aura, not right. The killing aura of the universe is purely on the mental level. A person's brutality and slaughter will cause his gaze to be filled with killing aura. However, this killing aura isn't just on the mental level, it even affects the physical body. Luo Feng was extremely sure. His body began to change gradually, changes that even he didn't know about. This was also why the Aboriginals of Blood River continent thought that soaking in the killing aura would make the absorption of the crystals easier. At least I can confirm this change has benefits. Otherwise, the dangerous level mission that the virtual universe company gave us wouldn't give a reward of 100,000 points to become a blood warrior. The second mission the company is obviously hoping I'd become a blood warrior. Luo Feng was confident that the changes were beneficial. Shua. Luo Feng strode forward, and it was already 10 kilometers in this vast ancient god ruins. Luo Feng began to move with shocking speed, as he was feeling the changes the ruins did to his body. The killing aura is thicker here, and it's weaker here. The thicker killing aura seems to have stronger effects on one's mentality. At the same time, the improvements on the body are also faster. Luo Feng had already found that the killing aura was raising a special property within one's cells. The weaker the killing aura, the weaker the effect on my mentality. The body's changes are also slower. I need to save time. Hence, I have to find a place with thicker aura. Luo Feng swiftly rose up and flew into the sky, searching about. Detecting the level of the aura was easy. He could easily see which regions had thick red mist or more diluted mists. Most of the regions simply contained a lighter mist, and some had thicker red mist. Luo Feng searched for a good half an hour within an extremely large ancient mountain range. There Luo Feng's eyes gleamed within the distant forest in the mountain range. The red killing aura was obviously shockingly much thicker. So Luo Feng carefully flew over, noticing that there wasn't anybody else around. The books had mentioned that there were many warriors that entered the ancient god ruins, yet he hadn't seen even one so far. He thought that everybody would have the same thought of entering a spot where the killing aura was thicker, so that they can improve faster. Nobody. Luo Feng entered the thicker aura region. What this feeling feels good. Luo Feng felt as though countless water drops were seeping into his every cell as the thick aura floated past his body. He felt a very obvious change, as it was very obvious, hence he felt extremely clear in the depths of his cells. It could be said that a change was occurring at the very essence of his cells and body itself. Almost like a caterpillar within a cocoon becoming a butterfly. An endless amount of killing intent rushed into Luo Feng's soul, and because of the changes in his body, it caused a large amount of the slaughter thoughts to invade the deepest part of his body. As time passed, it would meld with his soul itself. Those with weaker willpower will thus go crazy. Even the ones with strong willpower would become addicted to killing others. What shocking killing aura and willpower! Luo Feng stood beside a thick tree, patiently standing. That endless killing aura continued to invade his consciousness. It was even stronger than the first blood river crystal. It was obvious that the thicker killing aura areas were something not everybody could endure. First and second brother had said before, any place with a strong sense of desire is a good place to train one's mental strength and heart. This killing aura will help train my heart further. Luo Feng sat cross-legged under the tree. Shua. A ghostly figure flashed in the distance, after which it reached right before Luo Feng. A glaring flash of a blade pierced right at Luo Feng's head. So, over 100 images of Luo Feng appeared around. Rumble. The thick tree behind Luo Feng immediately exploded into countless chips, and pieces flew all over in an instant. The surrounding ancient trees were either falling or broken at certain parts. A huge explosion could be heard. You actually dare to ambush me? You must be looking for death. Luo Feng's eyes raged with a howl. A blood shadow blade appeared in his hand, and he immediately pierced at the ghostly silhouette that appeared before him. So that ghostly silhouette suddenly decided to flee without any hesitation, as the assassination failed. Trying to flee, Luo Feng's gaze was cold, becoming a blur as he swiftly chased. After reaching Universe Level 9, his speed was simply too fast. Crossing over 300 kilometers in a second, the two of them flashed for several hundred km about, eventually reaching above the canyon. His speed cannot be a match for mine. However, he stepped through the entrance of the wind laws, hence his movement is peculiar. It's a pity that his comprehension is very low. Luo Feng's eyes flashed with killing intent. During the instant he flew past the canyon, his spirit energy connected with the universe space suddenly as he felt a ripple. Not good. Luo Feng's expression changed. Below the canyon, a 3 m tall armored warrior wielding two huge axes rushed from below. His eyes were like copper as he roared, "Go and die!" Rumble. He swung his two huge axes. Haha, who's afraid? Luo Feng held his blood illusion blade, not even dodging. His gaze was cold and brutal, his entire being tilted downwards, and swiftly rushed downwards simultaneously. He used the force of his descent and accumulated all his strength into his right arm, as the blade began to meld with the universe space and gold laws. The blade brought with it an absolute madness as it slashed downwards. The warrior below too waved his axe fiercely, slashing over. A needle-like spirit energy pierced into Luo Feng's consciousness, crashing into that extremely sturdy void pagoda, causing it to slightly tremble. Obviously the attack was very strong, affecting Luo Feng's consciousness. Rumble. The blade and the axes clashed. That brutal and wild warrior was naturally gifted with strength and power, and Luo Feng's blade was burial of the illusionary 7 blades. It too was very powerful, although it was infused with 2 origin laws. It was a pity at the critical time his consciousness was affected. That warrior's body shook from the impact, his face flushed red as he spit out blood, losing control of the huge axe in his hand as it flew out. The axe became like a shooting star, flying straight into the mountain beside. With a rumble, countless rubble and stones fell. He couldn't help as his body fell down, and his right hand was torn apart. You wish to flee. Luo Feng wielded the blood shadow blades and madly descended, chasing him. How can this be? As he was descending, he looked back with fear at the silver-armored warrior chasing after him. He's also a universe level 9. In terms of speed, he's even faster than Shadow, and he even met my attack head on. Under demon spirit attack he actually even heavily injured me. Is he a human or ghost? Luo Feng flew downwards. His gaze was as sharp as knives, as he was staring at the built huge axe warrior and waiting for a chance to kill him. Show. From below the canyon, large amounts of gold light suddenly shot out, brushing past the warrior and piercing towards Luo Feng. Spirit weapon. Luo Feng's thoughts moved. Immediately before him, 1,000 little knife blades appeared, and the black blur of countless blades could be seen. This was after Luo Feng had almost lost to Rock Wind Xiong. He specially asked Babata to build a simple sharp knife blade, even though these blades weren't expensive or anything, and were just simple blades. However, Luo Feng, who had already glimpsed some of the essence of the universe space laws, even without any law engravings on the spirit weapons helping, could still use the space laws to move them. The engravings on the spirit weapons were only there to assist, allowing others to use it more easily to attack. However, a true skilled warrior didn't need those. With a thought, one would break through the space itself, and with another thought, one could even reverse time. Luo Feng couldn't do that, however, as he had already glimpsed the essence. Even without the help, he could still use law-infused attacks, naturally doing it this way was more taxing, and the power was weaker. Absolute domain. Luo Feng stared at the large amounts of golden light. The countless blades before him formed 11 black blade dragons. Every one of the black dragons were formed from large amounts of blades also. All of them were connected to the universe space. These 11 dragons were like 11 ropes, pulling the universe space, causing the space to pressure downwards. Pa 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 pa. Countless golden lights slowed down, dispersed by the black dragons. The 11 black dragons, however, continued to rush downwards at the built warrior. Mercy, I'm from the Undying Shrine. A shocked voice resounded within Luo Feng's ears. Below the canyon, standing in the sky, a long blood-red-haired cool youth revealed a look of shock. How can it be? He actually knocked away my spirit weapons. My spirit weapon was personally built by the Undying Spirits. His speed is faster than Shadow. He could even block Demon Spirit attack, meeting that brutal punk head-on, and even knocking away my spirit weapons. Just who is he? The cool youth was completely shocked. However, in spite of that, he still communicated to Luo Feng for him to show mercy. We are from the Undying Shrine. Please let Wu Qi go. Two other silhouettes flew from the above the canyon. One was the shadow that tried to assassinate him before, and the other was covered in a black uniform, wearing a mask. You all tried to kill me for no apparent reason just now, and you still wish for me to let you off. Luo Feng used his spirit energy to control the 11 black blade dragons, immediately smashing into the built-huge axe warrior, who was trying to defend in a last-ditch attempt, exploding his body. Fresh blood flew everywhere. Who? The 11 black blade dragons immediately rushed downwards, towards the blood-red, long-haired cool youth. Shua. That cool youth was shocked as a round disc appeared below his feet, immediately becoming a beam of light and fleeing as the two originally had. Quite a distance between them, and a spirit weapon control range had a limit. Even though the 11 black blade dragons were extremely powerful, without the help of law engravings, it was taxing for Luo Feng to control them. Quickly flee shadow from below, along with the black uniformed youth, quickly rushed into a universe ship that appeared before them and swiftly escaped. Damn. Where did these people come from? Luo Feng was shocked from the situation. Floating in midair in the canyon, one of them has a spirit weapon and a flying spirit disc. Even in the universe, they would be considered truly exceptional spirit weapons, and they actually carry a universe ship, obviously. Even better than the ship of the envoys, before at least its speed is much faster. With a wave, the 11 black blade dragons swiftly disappeared. So Luo Feng swiftly descended, landing on the ground of the canyon. There lay the remains of the built warrior. Space item. Luo Feng found that warrior's space bracelet and took it. Doesn't seem right. These 4 universe level 9s were too strong. One of them was even extremely fast, even stepping through the entrance of the wind laws. Even among the universe, any universe level who steps through the law entrances would be considered an absolute genius. Just one spirit attack could actually shake my Boyd Pagoda, and that brute could take my slash head on and not die. And the last controller, the strength of his spirit weapon wasn't weak at all. Peculiar. On Blood River Continent, this sort of place, where did so many geniuses pop out from? I'll leave here first and check it out. Slowly. Luo Feng didn't dare get careless. He immediately became a blur and flew swiftly towards the deeper regions of the ancient god ruins. Anyway, the ancient god ruins was vast and endless. He could start anywhere. In the cloud levels high above, 3 silhouettes gathered in mid-air. It was the shadow, black uniformed man, and the blood-red long-haired cool youth. However, these 3 weren't as arrogant as before, and all of them were extremely shocked. How can he be that strong? Shadow's voice was deeper. However, it was clear she was a lady. We are all exceptional geniuses, from the Undying Shrine in Blood River Continent. We've all come to the ancient god ruins to experience life and death training without combined forces against a similar universe level 9 youth. We actually couldn't do anything against him, for against one. The cool youth shook his head. Too vicious and too strong. He is absurdly strong. He has already stepped through the gold and space origin laws. Also, his spirit weapons obviously didn't have any law engravings, and his power was still greater than mine. Strong. Very strong. The black uniformed youth with a mask said solemnly, my spirit Attack didn't even affect him, he still managed to slash and heavily injure Wu Qi, who was unable to do anything. The three of them were completely dazed. They were all proud absolute geniuses, the exceptional geniuses of Blood River Continent. They had been heavily nurtured from the Undying Shrine, even higher than the special envoys. Proud geniuses or not, they too had to experience life and death trainings. There's always a sky above ours, we cannot be proud there are still many geniuses that haven't been discovered here on Blood River Continent. The one from today was very strong. We'll continue our training. The Undying Shrine's request for these geniuses was that they had to absorb 3 Blood River crystals before they could return, otherwise, they'll just have to die at the ancient god ruins. The 4 that fought against Luo Feng were the absolute geniuses of Blood River Continent, as they didn't have the virtual universe network, in terms of information exchange and recruiting geniuses alone was very hard. Many absolute geniuses would be never found by the time a true warrior is finally discovered by the strong. That would have been a waste of the best nurturing period already. Compared to those 4, Luo Feng was from the vast humanity of the universe through the mad search of the virtual universe network, competing time and again, selected through trillions of geniuses and proving himself through battles over and over, finally reaching the universe top 10. And right now, he was regarded as this batch's absolute genius next to Bolin. However, after studying in Primal Chaos City for 30 years, how could those 4 compare? Luo Feng didn't have an aim, walking and training within the endless and vast ancient god ruins was his goal. There were many places with thick killing aura, there was no need to stay at one spot. Half a month later, Luo Feng stood above a 100,000 m tall mountain looking into the distance. There was an extremely huge pit. What a huge pit! I had seen many huge pits before with diameters several hundred km, they were quite orderly. Why then is this pit was absurdly bigger? Its diameter is close to 10,000 kilometers. I'll go take a look. Luo Feng originally wanted to walk and train so as to explore the ancient god ruins more. At this time, however, he couldn't help but curiously head to the huge pit. A huge pit with a diameter of close to 10,000 kilometers, just what was it? Even if the moon was thrown in it, it would barely fill it up. Luo Feng stood at the edge of the pit, feeling a weird energy emitting from within. This energy was vigorous, ancient, mad. What a thick killing aura! Luo Feng gazed. He couldn't see the end of this huge pit initially. Even when he stood at the 10,000 m tall mountain, he could barely see the edges of the huge pit. However, as he stood here now, no matter how he looked, he couldn't see its end, almost as though it was vast and endless. This huge pit seems like a good place. It's extremely deep and the killing aura is really thick. Luo Feng's eyes gleamed, revealing a smile. I can build a living quarters here in the pit and train for a long time. For the past half a month, as he didn't have a fixed goal, he had been wandering randomly, but the main reason was that half a month ago, he met the 4 universe level 9 geniuses. After he killed one and acquired his space item, a good scan revealed something. The dead warrior too had a universe ship and communication device. Babada's invasive scan of the communication device had revealed a recorded message. Within it, from the details of the message, he could deduce the dead warrior was called Wu Qi, and he was an elite genius nurtured by the Undying Shrine. A genius nurtured by the undying shrine. I may have some trouble from some absolute warriors back then, Luo Feng thought, as this blood river continent wasn't his home ground. He had rushed into the 18th cloud level and sat in his automaton ship, flying for 10 billion kilometers before coming to a stop. I need a safe spot to settle down for a long period of time to study my 9 universe tablet properly. Luo Feng jumped down from the edge of the pit and descended. The killing aura is really thick. Good spot. This is a good spot. Luo Feng's face was filled with glee. He allowed the gravity to pull him down and eventually came to a stop after descending for 1,000 kilometers. Looking at the sides of the mountain, Luo Feng nodded. Right here is a good spot. I'll dig a hole in the wall of the mountain and stay here. As for the bottom of the pit, who knew just how deep this pit went for? Only when he had the time would he decide to go and check. Luo Feng finally set his roots down in this huge pit. With his ability, he was easily able to dig a 100 m wide, 100 m long, and 10 m tall space for himself. He also renovated it by carving several stones into statues, along with carvings on the walls, making it feel like a normal home. As for this living quarters, Luo Feng proudly named it Huge Pit Quarters. There was a pathway deep in the huge pit quarters that linked to the side of the mountain wall. The silver-armored Luo Feng and Masha Luo Feng simultaneously sat cross-legged on a rock bed. Yes. His Earth body and the Masha clan were both in the external world together. After all, the Masha clan body was very sensitive with the universe space. Thus, the moment any warrior drew close, he would be discovered and, in times of crisis, the Masha Luo Feng could become a bodyguard. This killing aura is unique to the ancient god ruins, and its effects are really obvious on the body. Luo Feng suddenly stood up. Masha Luo Feng beside immediately vanished into the internal world. The only thing is, my Earth body and the Masha body both have clear pathways to train, but what about the golden horned beast? Deities of the world and absolute void were definitely emphasized. However, the golden horned beast still lacked a battle technique. There were many techniques within its inherited memories long before Blood River World. Luo Feng had thought about this problem even with Babada's help. He only managed to narrow it down to 12 selected techniques for Luo Feng to pick. However, the choice was simply too hard, and he only managed to pick 3 out of them. They were 8-level hunt, tearing sky and land, gold horn. These 3 techniques were all very powerful. Luo Feng's thoughts were to let the golden horned beast try these 3 first and train in them. After observing the results, he would then pick the technique which he is most proficient in. All of these 3 great techniques belonged to close combat. 8-level hunt, focused on movement. Tearing sky and lawn, focused on close combat violence. Gold horn, focused on killing in one blow. Even though they were all powerful, each of these 3 had their own specialty, be it movement, one-hit kill, or violence. This is really troublesome. At times, with endless choices before you, it does bring about a headache. Luo Feng sighed after saying those words. He couldn't help but laugh. Those words were indeed vexing even the absolute geniuses of the virtual universe. Company had to use points to exchange for techniques. This was totally unlike the golden horned beast, picking whichever techniques from the inherited memories. I cannot get too proud. If I do, I'll be unlucky. I have to be humble. Humble. Feeling good, Luo Feng snorted and followed the pathway in his quarters to a point close to the edge of the hole. He sat by the exit and looked at the endless depths of the huge pit below. Before him was the endless amounts of thick killing aura. He stopped thinking. And relaxed. All Luo Feng frowned as he looked in the distant killing aura. The pit was shockingly huge. Naturally, the aura would flow within the depth, forming all sorts of illusionary pictures, occasionally forming very lifelike pictures. At this time, within his field of vision, a blurry 100 kilometers huge picture could be seen in the distance. Faint and distant. It was a picture of a type of huge lizard. The only difference from a real lizard was that it had a horn that pierced the skies. Also, it was more built, and its claws were bigger. Within that blurry picture, a huge palm suddenly fell from the sky, and that 100 kilometers long beast actually looked up and rushed towards the sky. As it flew, its long lizard tail waved swiftly and fiercely, smashed into that huge palm. Rumble. The picture dispersed and the energies flowed out, no longer forming as realistic a picture as before. This Luo Feng stared wide-eyed. The blurry scenes from before flashed in his mind. The movement of the beast before was mainly flying and waving its long tail, after which that tail whipped that heavenly palm, causing it to totally crumble. Flight. Tail wave. The picture kept flashing in his mind while he was training the 3 techniques of 8-level hunt, tearing sky and land, and gold horn. During this period, Luo Feng suddenly comprehended quite a bit, as his consciousness were linked. Anything he understood and saw, the other two would naturally learn too. The golden horned beast's training naturally was his earth body's training. This is definitely not a natural appearance. It cannot be that a simple formed picture would be infused with so much deep origin laws. Indeed, deep and profound. Even the simple flight and wave of the tail replayed in his mind. For the tail to actually whip and crumble that palm, its power was unbelievable. This is not a natural occurrence. Luo Feng suddenly thought of how he gazed at the ancient god ruins from above, seeing the huge pits all over, almost like footprints of an absolute beast. This made Luo Feng's mind flash, and his eyes gleamed. Those huge pits could be left behind by a beast from when the legendary battle between the Virtual Universe Company and the Aboriginals of Blood River World clashed. Then, that blurry image earlier, could it be a certain battle scene from back? Then Luo Feng was shocked within. In terms of perspective, his was indeed high. He felt that quick battle scene from the picture before definitely exceeded the battle scene of Undyings, because, in Primal Chaos City, Luo Feng had personally witnessed 2 Undyings battling, and has also seen his teacher Tru Yen demonstrate his prowess. The only thing was, from the feeling, it didn't compare with that beast or the huge palm. Luo Feng's eyes stared wide. Huge palm. It was almost as though a clap of thunder resounded in his head. Back then in Primal Chaos City, when the 2 Undyings were battling, the universe space itself went silent and the law stopped turning. A huge palm had reduced these 2 Undyings to dust. Even though they regenerated back, they were heavily injured. The Primal Chaos City leader's palm, yes, that feeling. Luo Feng nodded. However, this one doesn't seem as terrifying as the city leader's. When the city leader made his move, it seemed as though everything within the universe space was subdued and controlled. And this blurry image, Luo Feng only felt a bit of it. Flight and tail wave. Exciting, this is so exciting. Luo Feng didn't think more of it. Grabbing The chance to use his time to study and comprehend it, the more he did, the more thrilling it got. Those two movements made Luo Feng's comprehension of the tearing sky and land improved by leaps and bounds. This was a close combat violent technique, of which tearing sky referred to claw attacks, while tearing land referred to using its tail. Naturally, this was the most simple explanation. However, looking at the ancient picture had caused Luo Feng to be filled with a confidence in training, tearing sky and land. That's it, the golden horned beast's battle technique will be tearing sky and land. Luo Feng made the decision, his eyes gleaming, looking at the distant endless aura, anticipating, who knows if I'll get to see another picture. At this time, even though Luo Feng was training within his quarters, the Masha body had become a rock by the entrance of the cave, carefully examining the aura movement outside. 1 day, 2 days, 1 month, 2 months, 1 year. After staying there for 2 months, the Masha body had discovered a total of 3 pictures, including the first. From long periods of staying there, he would occasionally see these 3 repeat, not ever seeing another new one. Among these 3 pictures, the first one was where only that huge palm descending from above, the beast waved its tail and flew while dispersing the palm. The second one was where the beast lowered its head, its gold horn aimed ahead, piercing forward as it flew, a simple charge scene. The third one was about the beast that violently waved its claws, slashing forward. Haha, I've succeeded, I've succeeded. Virtual Universe, Absolute Beginning Villa 1136. Luo Feng was in his own training grounds, as he was studying, using the floating blood and time-space scribbles to work on the 9-universe tablet drizzle picture. He was finally able to comprehend the 12th wonder. The first to 9th belonged to the most superficial. He had comprehended them back in Primal Chaos City. As for the 10th and 11th, he had made some progress after studying the time space scribbles, along with some accumulated knowledge from what he saw in Primal Chaos City. It finally came to fruition, and then he had been stumped for quite a while by the 12th wonder. After 2 years of training in this ancient huge pit, he finally comprehended it. It really is difficult. My consciousness's calculation speed is comparable to a basic quantum computer, and my comprehension ability is high too, yet it actually took me this long to comprehend the 12th wonder. Luo Feng sighed. There are the September 1st, the middle 27, and the final 72. From the middle 27, I've only comprehended 3 so far. When will I finish everything? He muttered. Within, however, he was gleeful. To dissect and study the essence of the universe space laws, would it be that easy? Only those with exceptional comprehension, temperament and talent could do it. Even the genius Lian Luo only comprehended it after 300 years in Primal Chaos City. Of course, the main usage of time was on the final and hardest 72. 2 years, I've been in this ancient pit training for 2 years, and my earth body has been evolving from the absorption of the killing aura every day. Compared to before, my improvement should be quite huge. 3 months ago I still failed at the absorption of the second crystal. Now that it's been 3 months, I may succeed. Feeling especially good, Luo Feng decided today he would try and absorb the Blood River crystal again. Shwa. His consciousness vanished and returned to reality. Blood River continent, within a huge pit of the ancient god ruins. Within the huge pit quarters, the Masha clansman was sitting cross-legged. His earth body was in the internal world, as he couldn't control his body during the absorption. It was Best to do it in the internal world. Internal world. Luo Feng only had on his underpants, as he was lying at the bottom of a tall metal mountain, holding the Blood River crystal in his right hand. He used his right finger to slash his left palm, creating a wound. Fresh blood flowed out. Begin. Luo Feng once again placed the crystal on the wound. This was already the fifth time he was trying to absorb the second crystal. He had failed the previous 4 times following that mad killing intent that rushed in and attacked his soul. The familiar feeling once again settled in. His body's every bone and cell all began to swiftly change. I have to bear with it. I definitely have to bear with it. Don't collapse, Luo Feng anticipated. Within, even though the terrifying pain reached to the depths of his soul, he could bear with all these. The blood-red threads from the crystal continued to flow into Luo Feng's body. Gradually, the crystal grew more and more transparent. Luo Feng's weird body changes gradually grew more intense too. The entire crystal, including the already transparent crystal body, became a peculiar energy and rushed straight into Luo Feng's body. Suddenly, the originally simple blood-red engraving on his chest had more marks added onto it. The entire engraving now wasn't as simple as before. His entire body returned back to normal as the blood-red engraving vanished. And that mysterious energy permeated into his body's every cell. So Luo Feng swiftly got up. I've succeeded, really succeeded. Luo Feng's eyes had a sense of mad glee. In the previous 4 attempts, every single time, it was incredibly painful. But the pain wasn't the problem. The main problem was that he had failed every time. He didn't expect that he would be able to succeed today. The feeling of absorbing 2 crystals. With a thought, Luo Feng triggered the mysterious energy deep within his body. Immediately, the blood-red engraving appeared on his chest. Luo Feng revealed a look of glee. Feels different, obviously different. My feeling for the 9 great origin laws of the universe are much clearer now too. His hand became a blade, and he began to unleash the illusionary 7 blades. When he did this, he was even more pleasantly surprised. Melding with the universe energies, it's caused the power to rise up quite a bit. Luo Feng was surprised within. Absorbing the first crystal raised my power by 2030. Right now, it has been raised by another 2030, which means, because of the 2 crystals, at the same level of comprehension, my power has been raised by 50. In a life or death battle, with 50 more power, he would be able to completely determine his own fate. Also, as one grew closer to his limit, the harder it was to increase. The golden horned beast's natural ability to strengthen could only at most double the power, and it was already godly. The training for deities of the world was extremely harsh only because the effects were godly. Let me try and see if I can absorb the 3rd crystal. Luo Feng's eyes gleamed. Even though his hopes weren't up, he wanted to try. As he tried to absorb the 3rd crystal, that killing intent from the crystal, combined with the 2 years' worth of killing intent stored in his body, formed a terrifying killing aura that attacked him. However, just from his willpower alone, Luo Feng could still take it. He was accustomed to it, as he had been living in a dense killing aura area for 2 years. Always bearing with the effects of the killing intent, Luo Feng's mental state was more sturdy and trained now. The willpower attacks were easily blocked by Luo Feng. The 3rd crystal then began to extend its red threads into the wound, and started flowing into Luo Feng. Pung pung pung. 12 different spots around Luo Feng's body exploded simultaneously, almost like a bamboo that had long reached its limit. Any extra pressure caused it to instantly tear open. One theory was that after absorbing the second crystal, Luo Feng had already reached a limit, and now that he was trying the third, his body couldn't take it anymore. One had to know that the further it went, the harsher the requirements on the body would be. In fact, the harshness was 10 times more each time. Damn! Looking at the recovered crystal in his palm, Luo Feng could only helplessly swiftly recover his body. It's okay, I'm already very satisfied with absorbing the second crystal. After I work hard in this place, I can absorb the crystals and train my willpower. I definitely have to stay on. Luo Feng smiled. Normal dangerous level missions only gave 10k to 20k points. Completing a few dangerous level missions would only gather so much. As long as he became a blood warrior and acquire the Blood River medal, he would receive 100k points. What's more, absorbing 3 crystals was good for his body too. Absolute beginning region. Wuka's villa. Normally, Luo Feng, Wuka, and Rong Jun would all meet here at Wuka's quarters. Wah, Luo Feng, you training madman, the moment I called you today you came. That's shocking. Wuka lay satisfied on his sofa, leg on the table, before him. If the things a madman does don't surprise you, then he wouldn't be a madman anymore. Luo Feng laughed and lied down on the sofa too. Wuka, bring out your best wine. I rarely come, and since I am here, you have to show the demeanor of an owner. The wine in the virtual universe still cost money. Wuka stood up helplessly. As the virtual universe was a business just like reality, hence the food and beverage-dependent Pinghai Company could earn so much. Beside, Rong Jun laughed too. Money. Wuka, our great Manka prince, what is this little money to our dear majesty? Does it even mean anything? Damn, you two punks. Back then, one of you were a madman and another a savage. Only I was an innocent youth. Who would have thought it'd take me so long to see through you two, that you are both vicious and cunning. Wuka said. He took out a bright jade bottle that was placed beside him, and within it was a transparent glowing liquid that made one completely tremble at the flavor. Hee. Luo Feng's eyes gleamed. Wah, Wuka is definitely a brother. Rong Jun laughed too. Humph, this is god drunk, even though it's within the virtual universe. When you drink it, it's completely similar to drinking in reality. However, the god drunk in reality, just one bottle costs 8,000 mixed elements, and here, I only spent 8 mixed elements. Wuka was obviously proud as he said this. Luo Feng shouted, to buy 1 life fruit 2 mixed elements is enough. This wine sure is so luxurious. Stop showing off. Hurry and bring it, I'm already drooling. Rong Jun stood up to try and snatch it. Don't rush, I'm coming. Wuka sat down and poured for the wine for 3 of them. Even though it was called god drunk, it didn't knock one out completely, but produced an incredibly feeling within one's consciousness, one that worked completely on the spirit. Good wine. Luo Feng closed his eyes. Nice. Rong Jun opened his eyes after tasting and snatched the bottle. I'll pour. When you get one in real life, be a little luxurious. Wuka muttered. Your Majesty is vicious. Luo Feng laughed. We have no money. Rong Jun said. Wuka looked at Rong Jun. Rong Jun, it's been 2 years, you've done so many missions. Just from these missions alone, you should have tens of thousands of points. Tens of thousands exchanging for a real god drunk in reality shouldn't be a problem if you are willing. Even the Undyings would be willing to exchange with you. Right, Luo Feng Wuka looked at him. Are you still stuck in that mission? I don't mean to nag, but wasting time is wasting strength. Who isn't grasping their time now on training hard? If you cannot complete it, just give up and take another mission. How can he give up every 100 years? You can only take 10 such missions. Hence, you cannot give up any one of them, Rong Jun emphasized. Every 100 years, you can only take 10 such missions. Luo Feng looked at Rong Jun. Where'd you get that from? I just received my 5th mission and got the notice, telling me that every 100 years, we can only take 10 missions. It is to prevent the core members from trying too hard to get points and wasting time on the missions. After all, training and missions, along with studying and comprehension, are all very important, Rong Jun explained. Luo Feng nodded. No matter, madman, being stuck in one mission isn't good, Wuka said. Wuka is right, Rong Jun nodded. Luo Feng couldn't help but laugh. You two punks, what, you think I'm wasting my time there and my strength isn't improving enough? Haha, today I'll go attempt the heavenly bridge and let you see. Heavenly bridge. Rong Jun and Wuka were both shocked as they looked at him. 6th level. Virtual universe, heavenly bridge. In the center of the beautiful island, the watchman Bevan was going through his list. Suddenly he spotted 3 silhouettes appearing simultaneously on the island. Luo Feng, Rong Jun, and Wuka, the 3 of you have all come together. The 9 universe bridge is empty. However, Rong Jun and Wuka, you are both from the huge Axe sect. Only one can attempt at a time. You can pick who goes first. Watchman Bevan smiled as he looked at these 3. Rong Jun and Wuka both shook their heads. Not us, we aren't attempting the bridge. It's Luo Feng, this madman, Wuka said. Right, it's Luo Feng, he's attempting the 6th level. Rong Jun smiled. Lord Bevan, there shouldn't be any problem with us watching the live broadcast. Right. What do you say, Luo Feng? Watchman Bevan looked at Luo Feng. Sure, Luo Feng smiled and nodded. Rong Jun and Wuka were the 2 in the same batch of geniuses that he was closest to, hence, allowing them to watch the broadcast was nothing. Rong Jun and Wuka, you 2 watch. Luo Feng smiled and became a blur, flying towards the 9 universe bridge. 9 universe bridge, level 6. Amidst the howling winds, Luo Feng stood on the bridge, squinting his eyes, to see through the tornado ahead as best he could. Choose your opponent, fighter, controller, or hypnotist. Pick any one, defeat him and you can proceed to the 7th level. The tornado's voice resounded. Controller, Luo Feng said without hesitation. A silhouette immediately flew out of the tornado. It was the same silver armored man, stepping on a dark cloud shuttle and carrying a dark golden long rod on his back. He was staring coldly at Luo Feng through his mask. Only universe level 9, and you wish to attempt the heavenly bridge, level 6. You were defeated in one move previously, yet you seem quite confident considering the short amount of time passed. Of course, Luo Feng nodded. Shua. The dark golden long rod behind him immediately became like a sun. Large amounts of gold light shot out, covering the skies and land close to 3,000. Little golden blades immediately formed 36 golden blades that were 1 chi long. In mid-air, these 36 blades floated before Luo Feng, immediately transforming and combining into one. Countless gold threads interweaved to form a perfect combination. An ancient-looking dark golden long blade floated before Luo Feng. Nanshan Armaments 5 level Space Slicer. In truth, the reason behind his inability to unleash this 5th level earlier, even though he had comprehended the 10th and 11th wonder, was mainly due to his gold origin law comprehension lagging behind, and within these 2 years, the golden horned beast had been studying the battle technique tier skies and land also. With the combination of the 3 ancient pictures, its improvement speed was shocking, hence, there was already no difficulty in unleashing the 5th level. Very good, you can unleash the 5th level too. However, similar 5th levels will have different amounts of power. The silver-armored man laughed loudly. Immediately, the dark golden long rod behind him too shot out large amounts of gold light, swiftly forming into one dark golden long blade beside him. The two of them faced off, staring at each other. Absolute Domain Space Slicer. Luo Feng's gaze was cold, simultaneously unleashing his strongest combo. Go! The silver-armored man pointed at Luo Feng. Xiao! Xiao! 2 dark golden beams of light tore through the space and pierced at each other. The silver-armored man's dark golden light was shockingly fast even now. In terms of speed, Luo Feng's dark golden long blade was a little slower. Not just speed, its flight was extremely unpredictable as well. Even though Nanshan Armament's 5th level Space Slicer's speed and power were extremely high, the silver-armored man's Space Slicer was the most perfect and orthodox way of unleashing it with extremely high power. The silver-armored man's version was the orthodox method. However, Luo Feng's way, however, was obviously special in a different way. His dark golden long blade was infused with 12 of the wonders, triggering the pressure of the universe space around simultaneously. His study of the ancient pictures these 2 years, the gold origin law comprehension from studying tearing sky and land, all these were melded into his blade, causing it to be filled with immense power. One was speed and power. One was space pressure and power. Chi chi chi. When the 2 blades were shot out and clashed, the silver-armored man's blade obviously fell in speed, almost as though it was affected by a formless pressure. Luo Feng's blade, however, seemed to be assisted by the universe space itself and pierced forward. Pung! The dark golden long blade became a beam of light, and as they clashed, pierced right through the enemy's head. The 6th level. Success. Rigid, not flexible. Luo Feng smiled. These 2 years I've been studying the time-space scribbles to comprehend the 9 universe tablets drizzle. Picture, my comprehension can be considered at 80 points now. Your technique should be considered completely, reaching 100 points on the drizzle. Picture, hence the difference in power. It's a pity though, you still lost to me. Since Primal Chaos City, I've understood the raindrop picture and the drizzle picture to an incomparable perfection only because I was studying the essence. And with that knowledge as the roots, connected with the universe space. That's the true path from using space, affecting space. This is the improvement from the essence. Luo Feng smiled, flying straight ahead to the 7th level. At the bridge, center of the island, Rong Jun and Wuka were both shocked by the scene that they just saw. He succeeded. Rong Jun's eyes were filled with shock. How can that be? Wuka couldn't believe it either. It's only been 2 years, and it's 2 years outside. The training speed outside cannot compare to that in Primal Chaos City. In theory, attempting the higher levels of the Heavenly Bridge required more time as it got higher, and the comprehension speed outside shouldn't compare to that in Primal Chaos City. They estimated that after 10 years outside, Luo Feng would only then be able to pass the 6th level. this made more sense in their minds. Pity, only the illogical are truly geniuses, that's the true madman. Time-space scribbles, tear sky and land and the three ancient pictures along with Luo Feng's later comprehension of the nine-universe tablet, they all resulted in his breakthrough in 2 short years. Attempting the 7th level. Space Luo Feng flew to the 7th level. It was very mysterious, as before him no longer stood a tornado, but an endless space. The 7th level of the heavenly bridge was actually the scene of space. Luo Feng finally reached the end of the 7th level. There floated a little meteorite that had a diameter of a few km. A voice resounded from it. Pick your opponent, fighter, controller, hypnotist, pick one and you can attempt the 7th level. Controller Luo Feng shouted, filled with anticipation within. This 7th level opponent, just what attack would he unleash? Would it still be the same dark golden long blade or even higher? The meteorite before him suddenly broke off a small piece of rock. That piece rolled on the bridge and transformed into a blue armored mask wearing controller on a dark cloud shuttle and dark golden long rod on his back. Universe level 9 youth, to be able to reach this stage, congratulations. I hope you can pass this level. The blue armored man was obviously much older. Luo Feng didn't hesitate, immediately forming the dark golden long blade that floated beside him. Not bad. The blue armored man walked down from the dark cloud shuttle onto the bridge simultaneously. The dark golden long rod on his back immediately shot out seemingly endless amount of gold light. The entire sky changed color. The surround bridge, space, everything vanished. All that could be seen was the countless blade energy circling around him. Luo Feng's expression changed. This is Blade World. Nanshan Armament 6th level, Blade World. According to the Nanshan Armament's power, each level, jumping from level 5 to 6, was extremely difficult. It could be said that from the 5th to 6th level and the 8th to 9th level, these were the hardest levels to break through. Altogether, actually, just from the number of little golden blades used at be seen. The 5th level Space Slicer used 2,916 little golden blades. The 6th level Blade World used 5,832 little golden blades. This was twice as much as the 5th. One had to know, there were only a total of 10,081 little golden blades in the dark golden long rod. The later increases weren't as huge as this one. Similarly, the Blade World's might was incredibly powerful. World, why world? Only sector lords could control a world, form a world, and use that strength. However, the Blade World move uses the strength of the origin laws, allowing one to use the strength of a world. However, the world strength of the Blade World was slightly weaker than the true strength of a world. Still, it was terrifying. The 6th level, after completely comprehending it, any domain lord that could use the 6th level could almost be invincible in his level in the universe. You better go train more, the blue armored man smiled. Shwa. The entire world pressured down, far exceeding the amount of space pressure Luo Feng could effect, in an instant, crushing down and piercing Luo Feng's head. Luo Feng, failure. Total defeat. It was too strong. The moment that move was unleashed, it completely controlled that side of the world. Luo Feng sighed. When will I be able to unleash the 6th level? Luo Feng was very clear that from the 5th to 6th level, that was the Nanshan armament's most extreme evolution of all 9 levels. It didn't seem at all easier than the breaking through to the last level. Rong Jun wasn't the sort to spread news, however. Wooka was the type who couldn't hold it in. The news quickly spread. Primal region. Bolin was in a white robe, flying in the air of the primal region. Suddenly a sturdy silhouette shot over Bolin. Bolin turned to look. It was Long Yun. Bolin looked silently at Long Yun, waiting for him to speak. Do you know Luo Feng had just passed the Heavenly Bridge's 6th level today? Long Yun said. The initially calm and collected Bolin suddenly had a change in his expression. His eyes focused, and he said softly, I got it, after which he flew towards his living quarters. After a while, in the center of the Heavenly Bridge Island, a white-robed Bolin suddenly appeared. Bolin watchman Bevan smiled and looked at him. You really came. I'm attempting the 7th level. Bolin's eyes gleamed with cold light. The breakthroughs are every 3 levels, from level 1 to 3, 4 to 6, 7 to 9. This level 7 is much harder than level 6. Watchman Bevan looked at Bolin. It's only been 2 years since you passed level 6 and you wish to attempt the 7th level. I want to try, Bolin emphasized. Alright, go on. There's no one in the universe. Heavenly Bridge Watchman Bevan smiled. Shwa. The white-robed Bolin flew straight at the universe Heavenly Bridge. Universe Heavenly Bridge 7th level. The blue-armored man carried a blood-colored blade. Wearing a mask, he coldly gazed at the white-clothed youth. Young man, the universe primal chaos tablet is the most profound and hardest to study of the 52 tablets. Studying both space and time and going through these tests, your achievements in space can even reach the 9th level. However, in time itself, you only have the skills of level 3 or 4. Let me advise you, go back and study more, raise your comprehension of time more, before coming back. The white-clothed youth was expressionless, his gaze cold. Hua. He brandished the blood blade from behind. The blue-armored man shook his head. Wang. The region about became a blur, as space and time were simultaneously affected. The white-clothed youth continued to instantly produce over 10,000 images. However, his head was still pierced. 7th level, failure. In the center of the island, the only one watching this scene was Watchman Bevan. He shook his head and sighed. Too proud, this Bolin is too proud. I estimate that he had been leading far ahead since he was young, stronger than everyone. Hence, he has an absolute heart of pride with his comprehension of the space laws. Back then, during the genius battles, his space comprehension alone far exceeded many sector lords, even comparable to a few undyings. Such high comprehension of space laws. With such talent, theoretically speaking, the best way is to focus on space itself and put all his attention and time and resources into the space origin laws. This way, he can get stronger than before, amplifying his strengths. That way, he would still have a chance of becoming a space knight. A pity. He's too proud. Hence, before the genius battles, he began to study the wind laws and use it as a stepping stone to studying time. The most important choice in Primal Chaos City is the choosing which of the 52 tablets to train in. Theoretically speaking, our virtual universe company has always respected the choices of the geniuses. However, back then we made an exception and discussed with him, advising him to spend his time and energy on space, choosing a tablet that focused only on space, like Luo Feng's choice. The 9 universe tablet was very suitable for Bolin. However, he's too proud. Absolute confidence, he didn't even listen, still choosing the hardest Universe Tablet Watchman Bevan simply sighed. How many people have regretted their choice? Such terrifying level of talent. After Primal Chaos City's training, Luo Feng's Earth body could at most unleash a 100 images. However, Bolin, from the Genius Battle period, he could already unleash 1,000 images. If he studied the 9 Universe Tablet, he would have completely comprehended the raindrop and drizzle picture in a short amount of time, going on to study the downpour picture. In terms of space talent, he was far more terrifying than Lian Luo. Pity. The more talented one was, the more proud he would be too. He's rushing, his pride is making him rush. He's finally been caught up by someone of the same generation. Watchman Bevan watched the distant universe heavenly bridge from the distant space, speaking softly. He's probably never ever tasted such a feeling before in his life. At the last period in Primal Chaos City, when Luo Feng passed the 5th level, he rushed to attempt the 6th. Luckily, he succeeded. He managed to keep his pride. However, now, in 2 short years, Luo Feng passed the 6th, and he rushed once again, without even any guarantee, to attempt the 7th. Pity. He wasn't as lucky this time. He failed. The 7th level, compared to the 6th, is simply too much harder. He was defeated in one move. Failure. He's finally been caught up. This may be a good thing for him. Watchman Bevan said softly. It's up to him whether he falls into depression or reflects on himself. Because of Luo Feng, Yuxiang Mountain was as peaceful as ever. Wuka, Rongjun, and Luo Feng didn't even know of Bolin's attempted failure of the 7th level. While Bolin had received the huge setback and was bearing with it, Luo Feng's mood was extremely good. Absorbing the 2nd crystal was successful. I've comprehended the 12th wonder. And now I passed the 6th level. Luck is on my side. Luo Feng had just had a huge party and eaten a huge feast with his parents, wife and children in the Black Dragon Mountain 9-star Bay. After which, he laughed as he arrived at the Fantasy Ocean. Fantasy Ocean. Luo Feng stood by the ocean. Heart like a mirror. Even if dust landed on the mirror, he would still see clearly. His boundaries and his perspective were all clear before him, as all was clear and untarnished. When it was time to laugh, he would laugh. Time to rage, he would rage. Time to kill, there wouldn't be any hesitation. Heart like a blade. This made Luo Feng's actions all deliberate and to the point. There weren't any hesitation or procrastination. I'd been in the huge pit for 2 years, absorbing the invasion of the stronger and stronger killing aura. My willpower, in training under such conditions, is getting more and more sturdy. My consciousness control is also getting stronger. I shall try the 10th island of the Fantasy Ocean. Let's see what happens. Luo Feng smiled, rushing into the sky and swiftly plunging deep into the ocean. Fantasy Ocean. It was currently where Luo Feng had acquired the most points. Before, he had consecutively passed 9 levels, making him acquire a huge amount of points, 51,100 points, of which just the 9th level alone was 25,600 points. The 10th was 51,200. As for the points from the Heavenly Bridge, were pitiful. Passing the 6th level was only 3,200 points. After all, he already didn't have the 10 times reward from Primal Chaos City. The moment one missed that, it was gone. This was also why Luo Feng was approached by others during the classes to exchange for points. Fantasy Ocean, Heavenly Bridge, these were all hard to pass. Only thing was Luo Feng's consciousness was powerful golden horned beasts. Consciousness, his willpower, was even more terrifying personal training from his two brothers and natural talent, hence he could have such achievements in the Fantasy Ocean. Fantasy Ocean Island 10. So, Luo Feng descended and landed on a peak of a 100m mountain on the island. It's come Luo Feng focused and looked up at the sky. Finally, that vast illusion followed with the terrifying pressure descended. This endless pressure was almost like a land and sky-covering mountain. Smashing down, however, Luo Feng's willpower caused his consciousness to focus and condense, constantly condensing into an iron rock. His consciousness and willpower was one state of mind. Rumble. The pressure of the mountain crashed down, clashing against that incredibly sturdy mental state. It held strong for a brief moment before finally crumbling and completely dispersing. The pressure of the 10th island is simply too strong. I've had quite an improvement over these 2 years, however, this little improvement against the pressure of the 10th island, it still crumbles into nothing. I have to work harder. This 10th island has over 50k points, it wouldn't be so easy to acquire it. Luo Feng didn't seem affected by the failure at all. Because he wasn't like Bolin. Bolin had always been number 1. Luo Feng, however, had never been number 1 before on Earth. He wasn't number 1 amongst the students after becoming a warrior. The most outstanding at that time was Hong and Thunder God. Even after entering the elite training, he still wasn't number 1, and whether it was the elimination, universe country matches, and the final pinnacle fights, Luo Feng was never number 1. As he was never number 1, failure to him was a chance to reflect on why he failed. It was a chance to learn and improve. One of them had always been number 1, the Universe Genius Competition's most outstanding genius, while the other one had never been number 1. Even Babata, who knew him well, thought it would be hard for him to make it into the top 1,000 of the universe. Now, he was neck and neck. Blood River Continent, the most mysterious and vast region, the ancient god ruins. Huge pit quarters. It's been over 2 years since I began training in this huge pit. My mind had been on training mode since then. When I first came, I was prepared to go deep into the huge pit to explore. However, I haven't done so these 2 years. Luo Feng stood at the side of the pathway, gazing into the endless aura before him and surveying the endless depths below. This was a terrifyingly huge pit. If just the outer layer had a diameter of close to 10,000 kilometers, what about the depths? He didn't even know. I'll take a good look at what's there. Luo Feng's thoughts moved, and the normal black rock at the side of the cave immediately vanished into his internal world. This rock was actually the Masha clan transformed. The Masha clansman could transform into anything its natural talent allowed his energy to morph into anything. Let's go down. Luo Feng jumped and followed the terrifying gravity down, descending further and further. These endless depths had a diameter that reached 10,000 kilometers. What about the depths then? It's already 5,000 kilometers. The mad winds howled in his ears as he continued to descend. He was shocked. Within, I've already descended 5,000 kilometers, I still haven't seen the bottom of the pit. The thickness of the aura is still the same. Hoo. The shocking speed of which Luo Feng descended at caused great resistance. The gravity and his resistance finally equaled, and he descended at a stable speed. Ah, it's changed. The thickness of the aura has changed. Luo Feng was shocked as he descended. This is about 9,000 kilometers in depth. Kill, 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 the endless killing intent rushed into his consciousness. That powerful rush was twice what it was before, not just the killing. Willpower, even the strength of the thickness was about twice. Who? Luo Feng continued to descend. This huge pit, just how deep is it? Luo Feng continued to descend right into the depths. The thickness of the aura is slowly increasing. The more he descended, the more he felt the thickness increase. Right now the thickness of the aura has already reached about 3 times of my huge pit quarters. He had already descended close to 15,000 kilometers. Not right. Luo Feng's expression changed. Shua. His entire being in the endless depths suddenly stopped from his terrifying speed. Before his expression was heavy, frowning heavily. It's weaker, the thickness of the aura is weaker. Since starting his descent, from about 9,000 kilometers down, it was 2 times stronger than before, and it increased more and more until it was 3 times. That was the peak. When he descended further, the aura started getting weaker. The region with the strongest aura is actually the center of the pit, and not the bottom. Luo Feng was curious, following which he flew upwards to look for the region with the thickest aura. Right here. Luo Feng floated in midair, feeling the thickness of aura about any higher, and the aura would decrease any lower, and the thickness would diminish too. In front of Luo Feng, the red killing aura floated about. The depth that he was in was where the aura was thickest. However, the entire area was simply too vast. He was simply at the side of the mountain wall. I'm at the edge of the thickest area. What would the center of it be like? Luo Feng carefully headed towards the center of the endless amount of killing aura. He traveled at 100 kilometers per second and got closer towards the center. The thickness is rising. It's actually getting thicker here. 3 5 times 4 times 4 5 times 5 times 6 times. As he got closer to the center, the thickness grew even more shockingly. The killing willpower that invaded his consciousness was terrifying, almost like countless slaughtered demons cheering within. The demons' voices were either forceful and strong or formless in their invasion, continuously messing with Luo Feng's willpower. It's too strong. Luo Feng stopped at the 7 times region. His face was slightly pale, squinting, his gaze like a blade, sweat beading from his forehead. This killing aura is simply too terrifying. The endless killing aura filled one's entire consciousness. Compared to Luo Feng's willpower, however, this willpower was much weaker. However, it was solid and trained. Even though these killing auras are scattered and not organized, with countless amounts gathered together, it's still very strong. I can take it. However, I have to be extremely cautious with it. Luo Feng's expression was serious. During his stay at the huge pit quarters, he would receive killing aura invasions unexpectedly. However, the level of attack back then wasn't much, as he could completely focus on studying his origin laws. However, now, at 7 times the thickness, he had to focus strongly on defending against the invasion of the killing aura. I'll go to my maximum and see where I can reach. Luo Feng gradually continued to fly. He slowed down his speed, however the thickness rose even quicker. The closer he got to the center, the more shockingly it rose. 8 times. Luo Feng suddenly stopped in midair. Hoo. The aura before him was already as red as fresh blood with what he could see. With his naked eyes, the aura was like a whirlpool, swirling ahead. Whirlpool core. Luo Feng could see with a gaze 10 kilometers ahead the aura within The whirlpool core was extremely thick and terrifying like a red sun. Simultaneously, the whirlpool emitted an ancient energy, with a formless enticement that permeated his soul. Come on. Come on. Come here. That formless seduction entered Luo Feng's consciousness. Get out. Luo Feng's consciousness let out a roar that shook his entire mind. Immediately, that enticement that invaded his mind was smashed, crumbling into dust. You actually dare to invade my mind? Luo Feng's gaze was piercing, staring at the whirlpool core. I cannot go closer. If I go any closer, I'm afraid that I won't be able to resist. Luo Feng's expression was serious. Even though he had detected the enticement in an instant, he had to admit that the allure of the whirlpool core was even more terrifying than the illusion of the fantasy ocean level 9, and that mad killing aura was close to his limit of bearing too. 7 times the thickness, he already felt a huge pressure. 8 times the aura, that was indeed close to his limit. In terms of willpower, Luo Feng's was a pure and genuine willpower, and the enemy was endless killing intent willpower. Now that it was close to his limit, Luo Feng could indeed push it just a little deeper. However, he didn't dare take the risk. The moment he failed, after successfully being invaded by the killing aura, he would become a bloodthirsty madman, a true madman without logic or reason. That was akin to death. About 10 kilometers away from the whirlpool core, Luo Feng chose to retreat. From the looks of it, my willpower now still isn't strong enough. Luo Feng looked at the blood-like whirlpool before him. If first and second brother were here, they should be able to go closer. Right. Whirlpool. The whirlpool core is the deepest. The further I go, the thinner it gets. The outermost spiral arm of the whirlpool has a depth of 9,000 kilometers. Luo Feng simulated the huge whirlpool in his mind, an aura of the whirlpool with a diameter of 1,000 kilometers, from which the 9,000 kilometers depth was the outermost region of the whirlpool. Hence, that area was 2 times the huge pit quarters. Any further, and the thickness would fall another time. This deep part has the thickest aura, so it's actually a whirlpool core. Who knows what's within that red sun-like core? Luo Feng recalled the killing aura and formless enticement that invaded his mind, feeling a tremble within. I cannot go deeper, at least not yet. So Luo Feng flew to the mountain wall close by, sticking to it and falling 100 m downward straight to the bottom. I want to see just how deep this huge pit is and see what's at the bottom. Luo Feng continued to descend. 15,000 kilometers, 20,000 kilometers. The depth of the huge pit obviously exceeded its width, and there was hardly any difference of thickness in aura at the bottom from the huge pit quarters. In the depths of the pit, there were protruding platforms at the sides of the mountains. On one of them, a bronze-armored, tall silhouette sat crossed-legged. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and gazed into the distance. Simultaneously, a thread of genetic energy permeated to the bottom. Lord, someone's here. Pinnacle cloud level. How do we deal with him? Bottom of the huge pit. The killing aura floated about there. One can see wildgrass and plants growing about, and a blood-red palace was erected at the bottom. Leave it to me, a voice rumbled, swiftly reaching the bronze-armored warrior's ears. Second level of the palace. There were many cells there. Within each of them were all kinds of strange mad howls, and occasionally, clashing of metals could be heard. These cells, every one of them, were about 10 m high, 10 m long and wide. It was almost like a Sealed-up square coffin. At this time, one of them began to move on its own. Within this cell stood a 3 m tall, bent-bodied, strong warrior, and on his back he carried 2 huge machetes. However, his hair was messy and his eyes were blood-red without any reason or intelligence in them. Ayo, kill! He let out a low howl, like a wild beast. Go kill the person who disturbs the Aster's training, a voice resounded. So the wild beast warrior became a beam of light and swiftly rushed out. Luo Feng gently landed, as his boots hit the bottom. Moss vegetation. Luo Feng looked at the ground, surveying his surroundings. He found the bottom was dead silent. Occasionally he would see the random stones about. Obviously these had fallen from the mountains above. Is there no life at this bottom? Luo Feng began to scout about with curiosity. Of course he was still cautious. Every step he took he passed 10 kilometers, to scout about in this vast bottom area. Some places were uneven like canyons, while others were like mountains in terms of surface. The surface of this bottom was closer to Earth's surface. Many 1,000 m tall little mountains and canyons that went up to 10,000 m could be seen everywhere. Looks like there's nothing special here. Just dead and empty. Luo Feng turned to leave. Suddenly, within his ears, he felt an energy swiftly approaching. Instantly that energy became very clear. He turned fiercely, staring into the distance. What a mad aura! He's not trying to hide it at all. I've felt him at least 1,000 kilometers away from his energy. He shouldn't be too strong. Cloud level 9 or domain level 1 or 2. Luo Feng placed his hand on his scabbard on his back, simultaneously feeling the energy swiftly approaching. Howl! A silhouette swiftly appeared. A bent, messy-haired wild beast-like warrior appeared, his blood-red eyes filled with madness and killing intent, as he brandished 2 machetes in his hands. He's fallen. Luo Feng swiftly deduced under this killing aura environment. He was invaded by the aura and finally lost to it, letting it take over his consciousness. He has gone completely mad, and his entire being only knows of killing. Kill! The demon wild person roared out with madness, simultaneously rushing at Luo Feng. Since you've fallen, poor person, I'll do you a favor and send you off. Luo Feng swiftly brandished his blood shadow blade. Chong! As the blade left the scabbard, Luo Feng's entire being became a mirage as that wild person's machete slashed at his image. Rumble! Large amounts of lightning split apart and a 1,000 m deep canyon was sliced open. That image simply vanished into nothing. Kill! That mad person immediately turned and waved his machete. Dang! It clashed with Luo Feng's blood shadow blade, causing Luo Feng to become a silver light and disappearing into the red killing aura. What a keen and nimble fellow, and his blade work had the feeling of the ground origin laws. The moment I get close, he can easily defend this mad demon. Before he fell, he should have been quite powerful. After slightly retreating, Luo Feng became an image and vanished. That wild demon, however, roared and madly rushed over again. Kill! Just the air pressure from the 2 huge machetes alone caused countless amounts of rubble to fall from the surrounding mountains. His blood-red eyes swept the surroundings. Simultaneously he unleashed a formless spirit energy to look for Luo Feng. An incredibly beautiful flash of a blade. So beautiful it made one's heart tremble. Even the space around it this time seemed to stop. This flash was silver in color, and when the flash finally ended, in that instant it even had hints of gold. Chi. The flash sliced right through the demon's neck, and the sharp flash extended to pierce into his body, immediately right into his life core, causing it to explode. Kill, kill, kill. The demon person's head fell on the floor. His mouth was slightly moving, still mindlessly muttering the words kill, even as his neck spurting out blood and crumbled on the floor. Shua. Luo Feng gathered himself and stood there with a solemn expression. He looked at the corpse on the floor. Fresh blood flowed onto the moss, staining the ground red. The decapitated body of the wild man was still slightly twitching on the ground. This aura is like a rose, beautiful yet with thorns. Luo Feng shook his head. The moment one is unable to withstand the willpower, he would become a true mad demon, with no sense of logic. It's no different from death. The books had long explained that the ancient god ruins had attracted a large amount of warriors from Blood River continent at any given time. There were many who were unable to withstand the intense killing aura, in turn, losing all sense of reason and becoming demons who only knew how to kill. This was no different from wild and savage beasts. However, to become strong, countless people still headed here. That's strange. Luo Feng frowned. This bottom area shouldn't be too huge. I estimated it to have a diameter of only 10,000 kilometers. And he's a domain level 1 strength. His flying speed should be very fast. In theory, a demon with low intelligence has no difference from a savage beast. Hence, it is not possible for it to stay here at the bottom. Luo Feng was suspicious. If one placed a cat in a house and didn't lock it up, it couldn't remain there forever. One theory was that the huge pit, to a domain level 1 demon, wasn't huge at all. Did he just become a demon here? Is there such a coincidence, these 2 years? I haven't entered the bottom yet. The moment I do, I meet a demon. Luo Feng felt that things weren't quite right, frowning as he looked at the red aura before him. Within the depths of the huge pit on a certain platform, the bronze-armored silhouette sat cross-legged. He opened his eyes and surveyed below, simultaneously communicating, "Lord, the blood demon has been killed. Let me settle this punk." "No need." A voice filled with thick killing aura resounded in his ears. In the vast endless bottom, within that blood-red palace, a terrifying energy suddenly exploded. At the same time, an alluring blood-red light rushed out of the palace. The blood-red aura revolved about. Even with Luo Feng's amazing vision, he could only see 10 kilometers clearly. He could only see a blurry huge body. It's strange, however. I have the Masha clansman, hence, I have a guarantee of fleeing if I'm careful. It shouldn't be a problem. I want to see just what is below here. Luo Feng hesitated a little at first, after which he swiftly made a decision. However, in the time he decided, a terrifying battle-filled aura immediately descended on him. Rumble. Powerful pressure, just like the some distant ancient demon god, had appeared. Not good. Luo Feng's expression changed, immediately swiftly rushing into the sky. Who? The surrounding 1,000 kilometers space immediately condensed, almost like a deep swamp. The entire space became an endless swamp. Luo Feng fought hard to fly up. However, with the pressure from the condensed space, it made his speed lower by 1,000 times. The pressure was just unbelievable. "Before me, you cannot flee." A thick voice resounded in Luo Feng's ears, and mind. Luo Feng's expression changed, and he looked upwards. In mid-air, he saw a majestic silhouette. This person was dressed in a blood Red long robe, with long hair that reached his legs, and had eyes that were a peculiar blood red. His presence there gave off the feeling of an endless blood ocean. That bloodthirsty aura made even one's soul tremble. What a terrifying being Luo Feng's gaze focused, since his willpower was incredibly sturdy. He was able to defend against the enemy's energy pressure. Oh my! Blood god Baki, the tall and sturdy man in the blood-red robe, stood in mid-air, saying slowly, his voice resounding continuously around the pit, "You are really not bad. You were only at cloud-level pinnacle, yet you were actually able to kill a blood demon I tamed that just entered the domain level. Looks like you've already stepped through the gateway to the laws, and doing not bad." At that, Luo Feng was shocked. Tamed blood demon. That warrior that had completely been taken over by the killing aura's willpower and had been reduced to a mad demon, was actually tamed, right? After becoming a mad demon, it didn't have any intelligence and had only the basic killing intent, his intelligence as low as a wild beast. If one's power was very strong, like taming wild beast, there was definitely a way to control this mad demon. However, the mad demons normally could only slaughter cloud-level pinnacle, having so many achievements in the laws breaking through cloud level. To achieve the domain level, there is a huge difference. Yet, you killed the blood demon. You are very exceptional. The blood-red robed man in mid-air said slowly, even though he was complimenting, his voice was still cold. "I admire you. You have two choices now. 1. Submit to me, blood god, and become one of my blood god guards. Henceforth, when I take over the world, you will be one of my loyal subjects. When I become the most exceptional and glaring being of Blood River continent, you too will receive eternal glory. 2. Go against me, and that will lead you to your death." The blood-red robed man looked down on Luo Feng, making him shudder within. What was going on? He had just killed a mad demon and a terrifying and powerful being, at least a Sector Lord level 1, otherwise he wouldn't be able to force himself to submit. Unable to resist right now, this absolute being was pressuring him to submit. He was a virtual universe company core member. How can he possibly submit to a warrior of Blood River continent? Submit, or death. The blood-robed man gazed down at Luo Feng. "I'll give you 10 counts to decide." 10. The blood-robed man's eyes, which were completely red, seemed to hold within them endless killing intent. That terrifying willpower pressure had completely descended on Luo Feng, and Luo Feng was like a solid rock, trying his best to resist. 9. 8. 7. Like a god raging, the entire space trembled. Luo Feng felt the pressure about get more shocking, and that blood-robed man's killing intent grew heavier. Luo Feng didn't even suspect that if he didn't make a decision at the end, the enemy would just kill him. From the enemy's incomparably clear willpower, he could tell this was a warrior that had slaughtered countless. He was one with exceptional pride and confidence, and he didn't allow anyone to go against him. 3. The voice was cold, his eyes gleaming with chill. "Right now I have two choices. One is to immediately transform to the Masha and instantly escape as far as possible, simultaneously entering the automaton ship, using the ship to accelerate and rush to the skies out of the 18 cloud levels. The automaton ship is an E-grade ship and is the pinnacle of ships. It belonged to an automaton undying. This man before me, from what I can tell, shouldn't be undying. I have 99 confidence of fleeing. Second choice is to submit because he obviously regards me as a genius. Hence at least my life won't be in danger. With the first way, the moment I escape, it would reveal my outsider identity. It would result in the entire continent's governing body wanting to kill me. Then I wouldn't be able to return to the ancient god ruins, which has beneficial effects for my absorption of the Blood River crystal if I wanted to acquire more crystals the moment I leave. I would lose all chances. In an instant, many thoughts flashed in Luo Feng's mind. 2. The blood-robed man's aura began to change. Lord. Luo Feng knelt on one knee, with the most proper bow to a superior used in Blood River continent. He knelt and shouted. Immediately, the blood-robed man floating in mid-air revealed a smile. He looked satisfied at Luo Feng. Very well, your talent should be amongst the top 3 of my blood god guards. I like high talents, and people who know how to make decisions. From now on, you'll be my blood god guard 97. So. Suddenly human silhouettes swiftly tore through the skies and appeared, be it from a distance or descending from above, in a blink of an eye, a total of 96. Bronze-armored silhouettes stood on the ground. Every one of these bronze-armored silhouettes had strong energies. The lowest was at least a domain level existence, with some even exceeding the domain level. Uniformly, the 96 bronze-armored silhouettes knelt on one knee, saying respectfully in unison, "Congratulations, Lord, congratulations." Ha ha, ha ha ha, the blood-robed man laughed loudly. Number 1, you are in charge of teaching 97, the blood-robed man laughed loudly, following which he became a blood-colored beam of light and swiftly vanished. Luo Feng looked at the surrounding 96 bronze-armored silhouettes and was filled with shock within by using his strong consciousness and willpower to feel about. He could deduce that among the 96 before him, 94 of them should be Domain Lord level, and 2 were actually Sector Lord world level. 97, a tall bronze-armored warrior, walked over. He smiled. Congratulations on becoming one of our blood god guards. You are the only cloud level of the blood god guards. Just what are the blood god guards, and who's the Lord? Luo Feng was curious, asking. Haha. The tall warrior and the other guards had an obvious difference. That was a blood-red engraving on his armor. Among all the blood god guards, only 2 of them had this blood-red engraving. The 2 were both at the Sector Lord level. This man before him was one of the 2 Sector Lords. Our Lord is an exceptionally rare genius, who could only be found one in a trillion years. From the Undying Shrine, the tall warrior's voice resounded loudly and was filled with pride. And in the Undying Shrine, our Lord's status isn't lower than some of the Undying Spirits. The other group of bronze-armored silhouettes, many were filled with excitement and worship. If the Lord wishes, he could break through to Undying in a short time. The tall warrior said proudly. Only, he doesn't want that little achievement. You must know our Lord has already absorbed 8 Blood River crystals. What? 8? Luo Feng was startled. My God. After absorbing 10 Blood River crystals, one could become the legendary Black Warrior, and it was supposed to only be a legend. The tall warrior was satisfied at Luo Feng's shock, nodding. Right, our Lord's aim is to become the legendary Black Warrior. For you to become one of the Blood God Guards, you should feel proud because there are countless who wish to become one of us, yet they cannot receive the Lord's recognition. Isn't becoming a Black Warrior extremely hard? Luo Feng was curious, asking. From the books I've read, becoming a black warrior is almost simply a legend. However, to become a blood warrior, people still have some hope. But of course, the tall blood god guard laughed loudly. Black warrior, that is the pride of our blood river continent only after an immeasurable amount of time will one be born, and it's been very, very long since we've had a black warrior. After all, absorbing the blood river crystals, everyone would have an increased requirement of 10 times from before, and every person's body has a limit after a certain extent. The killing aura of the ancient god ruins won't have any use on the body at that time, then that'd be no hope. Luo Feng was shocked. Limit. Right, he had only absorbed 2 crystals currently, and the killing aura was still benefiting his body. However, one's body would have a limit after all. When that is reached, even staying in the ancient god ruins wouldn't be effective at all. Let's hope that my body can take more, Luo Feng thought. Come, 97, let me introduce you. The tall blood god guard walked towards the others. I am the captain of the guards. Number 1, you'll call me captain from now on. This is number 2, the vice captain. 97. How do you do, 97? The many bronze-armored warriors walked up to introduce themselves to Luo Feng, because they were all clear that the title of blood god guards were the closest guard team to the blood god. They were like his right arms in the future. Their group would go through thick and thin together, hence, they had to get close and be on good terms with each other. After all, they would become life and death brothers. 97, you are the smallest. Small and young. Haha, 73, don't look down on 97. This 97 is the only cloud level that has been allowed in. You bunch of punks. 97, he even killed a blood demon according to the levels of the outsiders. That is a domain lord level 1 blood demon, the blood god. Captain number 1 laughed loudly. Their levels are 10 times different, and that blood demon has even stepped through the law's gateway. However, 97 still won so simply in terms of origin law comprehension, most of us don't even compare to him. Immediately, the group of guards all looked shocked at Luo Feng. Luo Feng was shocked within. One of the reason was because the captain knew of the term domain lord and the levels. The second reason was because he actually knew that Luo Feng had won easily against the blood demon, knowing that the demon had also stepped through the entrance of the origin laws. And the lord before hadn't spoken much in detail before too. Looks like my battle before had been completely monitored. Luo Feng thought. Right, him and the vice captain are the considered to be right hand and left hand of the blood god. Them and the blood god Baki were all sector lord level. Sector lords could use their world energy, the wonder of the world energy. This was something his earth body had yet to discover. It was normal. 97. The captain number 1 smiled at Luo Feng. From now on, we are all life and death brothers, all blood god guards. Luo Feng nodded. Haha, come, follow me. The captain looked at the others. All of you return to your posts, go back to your training and whatever. Yes, Captain. Understood, Captain. Little thing, we'll chat next time. A group of bronze silhouettes spoke and became beams of lights heading in all directions. The captain brought Luo Feng. They were walking along the bottom of the huge pit and talking along the way. The ancient god ruins is the most ancient and mysterious place of our blood river continent. Back then, our ancient warriors of the continent defended against the outsiders here. The outsiders were extremely strong. You cannot even begin to imagine Luo Feng was shocked. Just how strong are the outsiders? I don't know either. Number 1 shook his head. Anyway, they are just terrifying. Just imagine, back then many undying spirits fell in this ancient god ruins. From this, you should already know how intense and tragic that battle was. Enough about the outsiders. I need to warn you of the ancient god ruins. Don't wander about alone here. Number 1 emphasized, the Lord is training in his palace here. The duty of us blood god guards is to protect him, killing enemies around as he is training here. Naturally, we are all training here in the ruins too. Luo Feng nodded. Training in the ancient god ruins was a good thing. However, here in the ruins, there are many dangerous places. This huge pit is one of them. Number 1 pointed into the sky above, is the killing aura. Whirlpool. The aura at the whirlpool core is terrifying. The aura there will make one unable to resist. It's terrifying. Whirlpool. Luo Feng pretended to be curious. In truth, he had already seen it before. This bottom and the top part of the pit, the aura is already thick enough. Number 1 said, shocked. However, the closer you get to the whirlpool core, the thickness grows even more. I've heard that in the core center, the thickness reaches close to 10 times. Close to 10 times. Luo Feng was truly shocked now. Before, he had made it to a region of 8 times. He could already see with his naked eye the core center of the whirlpool, and did not dare to approach closer. Number 1 emphasized, it's very dangerous there. Even my willpower can at most take up to 5 times. Only I've heard that our Lord is able to reach a region of 7 times. 7 times. Luo Feng thought, just weaker than himself. However, to be able to reach 7 times, this blood god Baki was already named a genius from a trillion years on Blood River continent. In terms of pure willpower, Luo Feng was already much stronger than many sector lord pinnacles. Hence, you have to be careful. Number 1 emphasized, the moment you rush in and get invaded by the killing aura willpower, you will become like the blood demon you defeated before. Luo Feng nodded seriously. This huge pit is one of the dangers of the ancient god ruins. Such a place. There are probably millions of these in the entire ruins. All are incomparably dangerous places where the aura gathers. Number 1 exclaimed, there are also many other dangerous places that haven't been discovered over countless years. Anyway, recklessly wandering about will be tragic. Luo Feng was shocked. Millions of such places. Follow me to the palace. The captain became a beam of light. Luo Feng followed. Luo Feng looked ahead at this palace that was erected amidst the red aura. It was about 2 kilometers in length and width, and was a total of 7 stories tall. Come in. The captain entered and Luo Feng followed, very quickly arriving at the 2nd level. All Luo Feng's ears moved. Looking in the distant room, that door was open. From within it, weak howls resounded. The captain looked at Luo Feng's expression and explained, that's where we tame the blood demons. All Luo Feng nodded. Blood demons, also the mad warriors. Our blood god guard living quarters are on the 3rd level. The captain arrived at the 3rd level and followed the pathway, simultaneously pointing at a 1m wide walkway. Beside every room is a number, from 1 to 200 right now. 96 of them are taken. Yours will be 97. 3rd level of the palace, room 97, the door automatically opened. D. A green light shined on Luo Feng, who had just entered. This is Luo Feng was shocked. Don't be shocked, this is a quantum computer that manages the entire palace. The captain smiled. These quantum computers were acquired from the outsiders. Back from the ancient god battles, however, creating these quantum computers was extremely hard even among the undying shrines. Only the upper levels have it. Luo Feng gave a look of envy. Quantum computers, there was plenty in the universe, one could buy as much as he wanted, and he had a living AI that was much better. Room 97, it was 20 m tall and 30 m long and wide room. This is your genetic armor, the captain pointed at a bunch of stuff neatly organized on the ground. These genetic armors will defend you according to how strong your genetic energy is. Simultaneously, it will change according to your will and is able to seal up all vital areas. Even if broken, it can quickly regenerate. It's a very advanced armor, only very few in Blood River continent have it. Luo Feng stared at the bronze armor. This is a communication device, the captain pointed at the bracelet beside. Wear it, and through it, you can contact the other guards and the Lord. Simultaneously, the Lord will know where you are from it. Luo Feng hesitated a little. Communication device. Probably more of a surveillance device. The Lord has ordered that no blood god guard, without the Lord's orders, can leave him more than 100,000 kilometers. If one does so, he would be deemed a traitor and killed. The captain stared at Luo Feng and emphasized, you must always remember the moment you betray the Lord, with his future position in the Undying Shrine, there's nowhere for you to run in the entire Blood River continent. Understood. Luo Feng nodded. Boom. Luo Feng felt the ground of the palace slightly tremble. Boom boom trembles resounded all over. It was a heavy sound. It almost felt like the footsteps of a giant that was nearby. The captain was shocked too, quickly leaving the room. Luo Feng followed out of the room into the walkway. With one look, he could see ahead of the 10 m wide walkway, there was a 12 m tall, 20 m long four-hooved beast. From its appearance, it was similar to the bull-like animals of Earth. The muscles on its body solid and wrapped all about. There were also two curved horns protruding from the top of its head. Those hooves were as thick as water jars, sturdy and forceful. Its entire body was bronze in color, and the eyes were blood red. The most peculiar thing was its horns. They were so sharp that it made hearts tremble. Just from its walking along the pathway alone, its horns seemed to tear through the air and shake the space. Lord Qinyo, number 1, bowed. That 4-story tall beast. Qinyo gazed down at Luo Feng. A fierce energy emanated from him. He's the new 97. Yes, Lord Qinyo, number 1 said, simultaneously communicating to Luo Feng. 97, this beast, Qinyo, is even stronger than our Lord. His position in the Undying Shrine is very high too. He's like brothers with our Lord. Luo Feng was stunned. Wild beast, their position in the Blood River continent was very low. There were those that were tamed and used as riding beasts, others were directly killed and their bodies were used for materials. In all, the beasts had always been suppressed by humans. A wild beast, Qinyo, was actually able to hold a high position within the Undying Shrine. Even if it was strong, it wasn't an undying yet. For it to get a high position, that is simply unbelievable. The Undying Shrine, that was the highest governing echelon of Blood River continent. Luo Feng was shocked. Simultaneously bowing and looking at the wild beast ahead of him, Lord Qi. Nyo. The wild beast Qinyo stood in the walkway, lowering his gaze to look at the tiny dot. A burning energy emitted from his nostrils, almost like two burning heat waves, his red eyes stared hard at Luo Feng. Rumble. In an instant, the world came crashing down, a formless pressure immediately acted on Luo Feng's soul, almost like a heavy hammer smashing on his soul, causing him to snort involuntarily, as heavy sweat was beading from his forehead. However, he still stood his ground, posture upright, as he was obviously not submitting. Lord Qingyao, the captain number 1 shouted, 97 is still only cloud level. A low sound resounded from his nostrils, following which the pressure vanished. This 97 is not bad, Qinyao's voice rumbled. I think he can take very strong killing aura as well. Here's 2 blood river crystals, take it as a gift from Lord Qingyao, and absorb it well. After you've absorbed these 2, come and look for me for the 3rd one. 2 prism-shaped crystals suddenly appeared in mid-air and floated towards Luo Feng. While floating, the beauty of the blood-red crystals made one's heart tremble. Blood River Crystal. Luo Feng's eyes gleamed and extended his hands to receive them. Quickly thank Lord Qingyao, the captain said. Thank you, Lord Qingyao. Luo Feng bowed. Another 2 hot waves of heat burst from his nostrils, and with a snort, he gradually walked away, each step from his thick hooves. The moment one landed, he was already far away. Finally he vanished. This wild beast Qingyao has such strong pressure and strength. Back when the captain said he was stronger than blood god Baki, that was definitely the truth. Luo Feng watched Qingyao vanish, feeling happy within. He gripped the 2 crystals gleefully. These were the easiest crystals he had acquired. Back in Swallow Mound City, he had acquired 14 crystals, Rockwind Brothers a total of 3, Pure Feather Tao 1, Undying Shrine Envoys 10. Later, in the ancient god ruins, he encountered the 4 geniuses from the Undying Shrine. While ambushed, he killed one of them, and was able to acquire 1 more. A total of 15 crystals. For every one of them, he had to kill to get them. Only these 2 in his hand. 97. As long as you can absorb, Lord Qingyao will supply you with Blood River crystals. The tall and sturdy bronze-armored warrior number 1 laughed. Carefree right now amongst our blood god guards, only 5 of them are able to absorb 3 crystals and successfully become blood warriors. I have high hopes for you. Luo Feng nodded, following which he asked, curiously, this blood river crystal, I can ask for as many as I want. Of course not. Captain number 1 smiled and shook his head. The crystals are treasures of our Blood River continent. However, the number of crystals each person can absorb is truly too little. Over countless years on this continent, it's been a long time since anyone has absorbed 10 crystals and become a black warrior. The number of crystals Lord Qingyao provides is sufficient. Luo Feng nodded. Sounds like. Within this blood god Baki's place, the person in charge of giving crystals was actually Qingyao. You should know everything now. Number 1 nodded. Right now you can train within the training grounds of the palace or look for an isolated spot outside. You are here as a guard and not a prisoner. However, the single requirement, you should know, right? 100,000 kilometers. I have to be within a 100,000 kilometers from the Lord at all times. Luo Feng smiled. Very good. Number 1 nodded and left. Palace Level 3, Training Room 97. Luo Feng wore the bronze armor and wore the communication device, shaking his head. This communication device sure is simple, a simple and fixed system in terms of technology. It's about the same as Earth's communication watch back. Then. Blood God Bachi, Wild Beast Chinyo, 96 Blood God Guards, Luo Feng's mind was swiftly filled with thoughts. According to the gathered data, Blood God Baki should be a sector lord pinnacle who had absorbed 8 crystals and was known as a 1 in a trillion years absolute genius in the Undying Shrine. This was definitely a high ranking. Wild Beast Chinyo is stronger than Bachi. Like brothers with Bachi, he should be the second most important figure in this power. 96 Blood God Guards all have high talents. They have 2 sector lords and 94 domain lords. Right now, in this ancient god ruins, they are mainly here for Blood God Baki's training. Luo Feng instantly understood why during his 2 years in his huge pit quarters, he never discovered any warriors below. This was because Blood God Baki was in training, and the guards couldn't leave too far from the looks of it. Even though I've become a guard, later on it should be more relaxed. Luo Feng wore the bronze armor and boots and was just about to leave when 5 silhouettes entered. 97. 97. These 5 were all dressed in the same bronze armor. Their physiques, however, were completely different. They all smiled and waved. 12, 19, 33, 78, 83. Luo Feng shouted familiarly. When we were in our training rooms earlier, we discovered Lord Chinyo had arrived. Number 12, who looked almost like a skinny teenager, smiled. According to the old rules, Lord Chinyo should have given you 2 crystals. Right. Luo Feng nodded. 97. Have you absorbed any crystals before beside the fat and bulky 19? Asked. I've absorbed 1 before, Luo Feng said. The 5 guards and Luo Feng thus began a casual chat. Luo Feng had already planned his background well. The group chatted for a while and half an hour later, the 5 of them left. As they left, number 12 emphasized, 97, remember, whenever you meet Chinyo, you have to respectfully call him Lord Chinyo. Right, you cannot disrespect him at all. Whoever does, he will get extremely angry, the handsome 83 said. All Luo Feng was curious. I actually don't know his strength. How can he be even stronger than Lord Blood God? Haha. Wild beasts are separated into 4 categories. Category 1 reaches the ground level at maturity, 2 reaches the sky level, 3 the cloud level. For the domain level 12 spoke cleanly and fast, and the wild beast Chinyo is in the 4th category. He was born with a domain, a gold domain. The higher the category, it represents the stronger bloodline and the more exceptional body. You should know. This blood river crystal can be used by any flesh and blood living creatures. Not just us humans, wild beasts too can absorb the crystals. 12 smiled. Luo Feng felt a clap of thunder in his mind. Any flesh and blood living creatures can use. Haha, 97, you don't seem to know. 97 Blood God Guard 83 exclaimed. Compared to humans, the wild beasts' bodies are stronger and more exceptional. They can normally absorb more than us humans. According to the experience of the Undying Shrine, beasts that are proficient in metal type normally absorb the crystals even better and gain more benefits. Chinyo is a high-level beast category 4, who is also proficient in metals. Hence, every wild beast Chinyo can at least absorb 3 crystals, and the exceptional ones among them can even absorb 1083 exclaimed. This Lord Chi Nyo has already absorbed 12 crystals, plus, he's a sector lord pinnacle. Hence he is terrifyingly strong. Luo Feng stood there stunned. Silence. 97. What's wrong 97, the other 5 shouted. Ah. Luo Feng awoke, exclaiming, I was too shocked, from the books I've read it's already been countless years since the appearance of a black warrior, it's already become a legend. I didn't expect Lord Qinyo to have already absorbed 12 blood river crystals. Humans and beasts are different. No point in being jealous. Luckily, Category 4 beasts are very rare, the 5 exclaimed. Right, Luo Feng followed suit beside. Finally, the 5 left. When they left, with only Luo Feng remaining in the training room, he shut the door and revealed a look of ecstasy. My God. My God. I'm such an idiot, really an idiot. I actually didn't even think of it. Luo Feng's look was that of pure ecstasy, his fists gripped tight and madness roared within. Any blood and flesh living being can absorb the crystals. Blood and flesh, right? The blood river crystal is absorbed through the blood, and it changes the body's cell structure. Humans are blood and flesh life forms. So is the golden horned beast. Luo Feng was extremely excited. It's extremely taxing for my human body to absorb the crystals. However, what about the golden horned beast? They had said earlier that the higher the level of the body, the easier it is to absorb, especially those proficient in metal types. Even though, I don't know why one has to be proficient in metal types to have better benefits for the absorption. However, the golden horned beast, that is the most pinnacle bloodline in the entire universe, reaching Sector Lord at maturity. It is born with 3 great natural talents. It is proficient in metal types, is also a favored child of the universe. Gold laws. Luo Feng was extremely excited compared to the golden horned beast. That wild beast Qinyo is nothing. If that wild beast Qinyo can absorb 12 blood river crystals, just how many can my golden horned beast absorb? Haha. Luo Feng couldn't suppress his ecstasy within. He had a feeling that the golden horned beast was originally his strongest trump card, and absorbing the blood river crystals may give a new change to the already intrepid and powerful golden horned beast. Palace Level 3. Luo Feng, who was dressed in the bronze armor, swiftly left the training room and exited the palace entrance. To the huge pit quarters, Luo Feng looked up in the sky at the red killing aura that was revolving, and he rushed into the sky. So, the huge pit was very deep. Luo Feng continued to fly upwards. 97. 97. 2 voices resounded in his mind, causing him to stop and float in mid-air, to be able to detect him without him even knowing, other than Baku within the palace and Qinyo. Only the 2 captains of the blood god guards would be able to do it. Luo Feng looked around and floated there, replying respectfully, Captain. Vice Captain. 97. Where are you heading to train? A thick voice resounded around him. Captains, for the past 2 years, I have been training in a cave along the mountain wall above. Luo Feng explained. Hence, I'm prepared to head there. 97. This high-altitude region is mine and number 2's jurisdiction, the voice continued. You'll be safer training below. Of course, the Lord has ordered that no one is to leave more than 100,000 kilometers away. You can go to your cave quarters, however we cannot observe and guarantee your safety. The 2 captains of the blood god guards were sector lords. The 2 of them released their world energy around to scan while training. They naturally maintained their surveillance, however their range was limited. The moment there's danger, I will come down immediately, Luo Feng said. Respectfully. Since you insist, then go on. Right. Luo Feng bowed respectfully and immediately rushed into the sky. Deep in the huge pit, within the platforms of uneven walls on the side of the mountains, there was a tall and sturdy bronze-armored silhouette sat crossed-legged. This 97 is extremely gifted, and the Lord favors him too. However, the most important thing to becoming a blood god guard is loyalty. Number 2, from what I see, this 97 hasn't completely submitted to the Lord yet. Number 1. A noise resounded from 10,000 kilometers away on yet another platform. Geniuses are all confident and proud it won't be easy to get him to submit completely. He also only submitted from being forced by the Lord. Let's just see how it goes. The Lord will be training for a while. In the meantime, we will observe him. If we find any other motives of his, it won't be too late to kill him. You are right. If and once we find enough evidence, we'll kill him. The two sector lords at a distance of 10,000 kilometers communicated and made decisions. Even though the group of blood god guards treated him well, they were still ultimately most loyal to the blood god. Ba Qi loyalty and strength couldn't be lacking at all, and Luo Feng obviously hadn't received the recognition of the group of guards yet, especially the two sector lords who had special privileges. They always observed the other guards, and had the right to punish them. Ancient god ruins, huge pit quarters. A green light pierced through the cave, following which it condensed. It was the bronze-armored Luo Feng. He sat on the stone chair excitedly. This purpose of this communication device is to keep track of me. Luo Feng looked at his bracelet. If I leave more than 100,000 kilometers away or destroy it, it would arouse the attention of the blood god. However, since there's no danger, and instead there are benefits, I have no need to leave. I'll temporarily remain loyal here as a blood god guard. Luo Feng smiled. He flipped his hand. In his palm a space ring and a black stone appeared. This black stone was the Masha transformed body. The space ring held within it the 15 blood river crystals. He had acquired 14 in Swallow Mound City, killing the Undying Shrine. Genius gave him one more, and Qinyo had given him another 2. And his earth body had already absorbed 2, hence he had 15 left. Let's begin. Luo Feng muttered within. Shua. The black stone touched the space ring and immediately vanished into his palm, entering his internal world. Internal world. The skies were engulfed in endless gold mist. This vast continent was completely gold, and only the edges were black, and this continuous mountain range was at least 10 kilometers long. Shua. The black stone appeared beside this black mountain range, following which it transformed into a black-clothed Luo Feng. In his palm was a space ring, the ring which held the 15 crystals. Right now, the internal world could take in foreign items that he brought in and not destroy them. Other living things that tried to enter would all be destroyed. Whether it was swallowing some life form or materials, all of them would be digested. If he overate and couldn't digest everything, it would bloat the internal world and it would implode. 15 blood river crystals, mysterious crystals. It's a pity that only flesh and blood life forms can absorb it. The Masha. Luo Feng held the space ring. It's too bad that the Masha couldn't absorb the crystals. Rumble. The black mountain range beside suddenly began to move, completely standing upright. This was a beast whose body alone reached 60 kilometers. As for its 4 hoof claws, every one of them were thick. Its thickest thigh portion was 6 kilometers. Thick, the thinnest parts were 3 to 4 kilometers thick. It was simply like 4 heavenly pillars. Any one claw alone was taller than the Himalayan mountains. As for its cold dark golden eyes, every pupil was like a large lake, like 2 dark golden suns staring down. Terrifying. Even looking at it myself, I find the golden horned beast terrifying. Masha. Luo Feng looked up at the golden horned beast and muttered, "The universe has so many forms of life forms, every one of them can be separated into countless divisions of races and clans of all the life forms. The golden horned beast stands above all. Just its physical structure alone holds terrifying strength. This pure brute force could easily kill human warriors 2 to 3 levels above it. Plus its natural talents. Right now it is also training deities of the world. Even if my Masha body meets the golden horned beast, it would have to flee to Masha." Luo Feng muttered, "Compared to the golden horned beast, maybe the Masha clan body was better at assassination. However, when facing one head-on it was much weaker. The golden horned beast was naturally intrepid with its natural abilities, making it incomparably powerful. Hell. The tall black mountain-like beast raised its head and held. The hell shook the land and skies, following which it extended its right claw, and Masha Luo Feng took one blood river crystal and placed it on it. The golden horned beast's 2 sun-like eyes gazed at the crystal on its claw, following which its claw opened and grabbed the sharp blade-like claws, slashed its palm and cut through the black scales and skin. Fresh blood seeped out. The golden horned beast carefully used its spirit energy to control the crystal. The crystal was gently placed on the wound. The wound was at least 10 m long. The crystal simply dropped right in, and a formless energy swiftly rushed through the golden horned beast's body. Rumble. Kill. Kill. The killing intent rushed into its body. The golden horned beast's willpower was Luo Feng's willpower, condensed and solid, like a blade. This little killing aura didn't even do anything. Chi red threads of energy poured out from the crystal and followed the slash wound swiftly deep into the golden horned beast's bones and muscles. Immediately a special change began to occur in its right claw. The scales there and the claws began to change. The bones and muscles too began to change. Everything was very familiar. In an instant, it ended. The absorption of the first crystal was a success. What's going on? How can this be using his spirit energy? He scanned the golden horned beast's every part. He was very shocked. How can it be that only this right claw changed? The golden horned beast lowered its head and its golden eyes carefully examined its right claw. It had just absorbed the first crystal. However, it was completely different from his human body absorbing the crystal, even though that blood river crystal held within it a mysterious energy. That energy, however, only produced a special change in its right claw. As for the rest of the beast itself, like its trunk and body, wings, the other 3 claws, tail, head, there wasn't any changes at all. Damn, it can't be. Don't tell me. Standing beside the golden horned beast, Masha Luo Feng looked at the huge mountain-like golden horned beast. Immediately his eyes gleamed. Is it because its body is too huge? A tub of water is enough for one man to bathe. However, it takes an entire river for the golden horned beast to shower. I think it's this theory. The golden horned beast's body is too huge. Its bones, muscles, and cells, etc. are too numerous to be able to make everything change. The amount of blood River crystal energy needed must be much more, hence one blood river crystal. Can only cover this right claw, even the elbow couldn't be reached. Luo Feng had guessed it. Rumble. The golden horned beast waved its right claw, triggering the blood river. Energy from within, a simple blood-red engraving, appeared on the surface. Its control of the universe energy itself was clearer and cleaner. Qi tore through the sky, causing a 10 kilometers long slash through the ground. It's indeed easier. Within this one claw, its power was raised by 2030. Since that's so, if I put the other crystals into the other claws, I am sure that the other claws and tail would only raise by 2030. Since that's so, why not make the strong stronger? Luo Feng immediately decided, I'll continue with the second crystal. Make the strong stronger. Let its strength get even more exceptional. The black-clothed Luo Feng placed another crystal into the right palm of the beast. The golden-horned beast's incomparably huge golden eyes stared at the palm, after which it sliced another wound through the scales. Qi. The scales split apart, fresh blood seeped out, once again touching the blood river crystal. Everything was as Luo Feng had predicted. After defending against the rush of killing intent, the blood threads of mysterious energy entered its right claw. Immediately the bones, muscles and scales began to change from deep within. The range of its change was exactly the same as the first crystal. Just the right claw, not even reaching close to the elbow. Once everything had finished, the golden-horned beast once again waved its right claw, triggering the mysterious energy. This right claw, compared to before the absorption, its power has risen about 50. It's exactly the same as the human body absorbing the crystals. The only difference is the crystal completely engulfs the entire human body. As for the golden-horned beast, it only changed the right claw. Continue. On to the third. Absorbing 3 crystals would allow one to gain the title Blood Warrior. There should be something special, Luo Feng anticipated. The third crystal lay in the palm on the scales of the right claw. With a quick slash from another claw, the scales were slit through and fresh blood seeped out. Once again, the absorption began. The golden-horned beast's huge head looked down at its right claw while observing. A huge painful change began to occur in its right claw. With the special control abilities of the golden-horned beast, it could completely control and limit the area of pain on its body. At this time, the third crystal had completely vanished and was absorbed into the right claw. Trigger. The golden-horned beast triggered the mysterious energy from within. Immediately on the scales a blood-red engraving appeared. After absorbing the first crystal, this engraving was very simple and small. After the second, it got more complex. It had even doubled in size. At this point, after the third, the engraving had gotten much more complex. Almost as though they formed one full perfect body. Rumble. It waved its right claw, triggering the universe golden origin law energies. With one slash, a formless wave shook the air. A terrifying shockwave immediately exploded the mountain ranges ahead, and large amounts of metal scattered around. Compared to before, the strength has totally doubled. The melding level with the universe laws has also doubled. The golden-horned beast couldn't help but raise its head and howl. Masha Luo Feng had high comprehension ability. When it unleashed its strength, it was extremely strong. The golden-horned beast, however, didn't have such an ability. Its attack was powerful mainly because of its natural talents and body, along with deities of the world, etc., and while it had proficiency in law comprehension, in battle. It couldn't unleash the full potential of the origin law strength. But now, with its comprehension to gold and the other laws doubled, even its battle powers had been doubled. Even though compared to the Masha clan's comprehension ability of 10 times. This is nothing but, it's still very impressive. Comprehension had doubled, and strength had doubled as well. Luo Feng was excited. Absorbing 3 crystals meant one would become a blood warrior. A blood warrior had double the normal comprehension and twice the power during battle. I'll continue with the 4th. The Blood River Crystal's abilities were simply too heavenly, raising both comprehension and power, even though every one of them didn't raise much by itself. However, added together, it was still pretty impressive. One had to know that the Masha clansmen and other special races in the universe were all races with special abilities. The Golden Horned Beast relied on brute force. The Masha clansman was proficient in assassination. And the Blood River Crystal could raise one's comprehension of all the laws, giving them the feeling of a fish in water. I really don't know how these Blood River Crystals are produced. The Golden Horned Beast continued to absorb the 4th crystal similarly in its right claw, and this time, while the right claw triggered the mysterious energy, the blood-red engraving grew even more. The overall growth, however, this time and comprehension and power seemed to be just a little. The raise itself wasn't obvious, far from the previous 3. On to the 5th. After the 5th, the moment it triggered the mysterious energy, the engraving got more and more complex. It's melding with the universe origin laws, and unleashing all rose by a level as well. The 6th, 7th, 8th. Luckily, I have enough Blood River crystals. The Undying Shrine Envoy gave me 10, otherwise there would no way the Golden Horned Beast would have 10 to absorb. The black-clothed Luo Feng stood at the side, looking at the incomparably huge being, the Golden Horned Beast, as it began to absorb its 10th crystal. If it were a human, absorbing the 10th would make him a black warrior. The Black Warrior in Blood River Continent was a legend, belonging to the pinnacle of humans who had absorbed the crystals. Who knows what will happen to the Golden Horned Beast after absorbing the 10th crystal? Let's begin. Chi. The Golden Horned Beast used its sharp claw to slash its right palm, slicing through the scales. The 10th beautiful Blood River crystal fell into its palm. And immediately, the beast used its spirit energy to control it to land on its palm. As it made contact, the absorption began, and even matter-killing intent was produced. The killing intent attack from this 10th crystal is still very normal. It cannot affect me. It pales in comparison to the core of the whirlpool. The changes in the bones and muscles have already reached a very painful stage. However, I can still bear with it. Ah! The Golden Horned Beast let out an incomparably painful howl. Hell! Hell! It shook the skies. Damn! The pain made black-clothed Luo Feng kneel on one knee, and the earth body Luo Feng in the huge pit quarters too grabbed the floor. The pain caused sweat to fall constantly from his forehead, yet he gritted his teeth hard. It's too painful. It's simply. The pain from the right claw directly affected its soul. The 3 bodies all shared one soul, as the Golden Horned Beast held in pain. The Masha body and the Earth body all were in extreme pain too. This pain far exceeded the physical level, even to the point where the soul's willpower couldn't control it. It entered deep into the soul. Hell! Wail! The Golden Horned Beast, as the initial and direct point of pain, had To endure the strongest pain, it couldn't control its body as it flew madly into the skies of the metal continent, crashing about, large amounts of golden mountains crumbling as it smashed into them. The ground had huge 10 kilometers deep craters. As the golden-horned beast was in excruciating pain, the right claw had become a pale gold color, the scales seemingly thinner. The tips of the claw too had become a pale gold, as though the tips of those blade-like claws had countless little engravings. Chi-chi. The scales returned to black and the claws returned to its original state. The pain slowly dissipated. Hu black-clothed Luo Feng stood up. Luo Feng, who was in the huge pit quarters, too let out a sigh of relief. The golden-horned beast stood on the ground for a while before stirring. I had known earlier that absorbing the 10th crystal would be special. However, I didn't expect the pain to be like that. Luo Feng was speechless. People with weak consciousness, just from the pain their souls would have long crumbled and died. Hell. The golden-horned beast rumbled and stood up, waving its heavenly pillar-like right limb, simultaneously triggering the mysterious energy within as it was triggered. The surface scales of its right claws had a huge change. The scales, bones, muscles, claws, and its innermost essence were swiftly changing as well. This was a change that occurred at its very core and essence. Such a change was obvious even on the outside. The right claw scales were thinner and were pale gold in color. The muscles seemed to have doubled in thickness. The veins and vessels within had all become a pale gold in color. And the tip of the claw itself had become a pale gold blade-like claw. It seemed like there were countless engravings that were impossible to see with the naked eye. Simultaneously, the entire right claw had an incomparably complex and perfect blood-red engraving. It had formed one full body. This black-clothed Luo Feng and the earth body were both completely shocked. The golden-horned beast looked at its right claw, seeing clearly the unbelievable power coursing through it. It waved fiercely. The comprehension and unleashing of the origin laws is 3 times from before absorption of any crystals. Luo Feng's consciousness could clearly feel the right claw's huge change. This was still within my calculations, however. Right now, the right claw itself had actually had a change in its very core. Normal carbon was formed from carbon atoms. Iron ore too was formed from carbon atoms. A change in its essence, its physical appearance and strength too would go through change, and after absorbing the 10th crystal, that mysterious energy seemed to change the body itself, infusing a special effect, and actually directly changing the essence of the right claw. Not just its interior, but also the scales outside were changed to a pale gold in color. What power! The strength of this right claw can match up to the entire strength of its whole body from before. The golden-horned beast gently waved its right claw, creating shockwaves every time. Just how huge was its body? Its strength was mostly derived from its huge size, and the tail, which was almost as long as the entire body, along with the huge wings and the 4 claws. And right now, just the strength within the right claw alone was comparable to its entire body. What idea was that? Natural ability strength doubles my strength. And the right claw now has the strength of the entire body from before. If I can completely control the full strength with 1 slash, wouldn't that be 2 times the full body power from before? The change in the right claw, in terms of strength, is akin to the natural ability strengthened. Luo Feng was shocked. Blood River Crystal. The peculiar and terrifying crystal was not only changing the beast in terms of universe origin laws, but also the essence in its body itself. Actually, during the first absorption, Luo Feng felt that the crystal itself was able to change the essence of the body, able to instantly transform one into a beast man, scaled man, and so on. However, that was simply during the absorption process alone. The moment it ended, everything would return to normal, even though Luo Feng had always suspected that the crystal had other abilities. However, he hadn't discovered them yet. After absorbing 3 crystals, he hadn't discovered it. After absorbing 10 crystals, only then did he realize its terrifying ability. The golden horned beast's right claw itself has to be strengthened at least 10 times, before it is comparable to its full body strength. Luo Feng was shocked. This mission of Blood River World was indeed the right choice. Absorbing 10 Blood River crystals, the golden horned beast's most proficient body strength had doubled. As for the law comprehension and law unleashing, they had increased by 3 times. From before, its entire strength had indeed leapt quite a lot. Continue absorbing. Even that Qinyo could absorb 12 crystals. My golden horned beast should be able to take more. Luo Feng was extremely excited. The golden horned beast raised its head and let out an excited roar, once again beginning to absorb another crystal. The 11th. The pain was indeed strong, however it was obviously weaker than the absorption of the 10th, not as excruciating as before. After successfully absorbing the 11th, indeed, its law comprehension and unleashing all had risen. The 12th, 13th, 14th, 15th. Ah, no more. No more, I have no more crystals, they've all been absorbed. I need more crystals. I need more, the more the merrier. The golden horned beast raised its head and held the black-clothed Luo Feng. Two clenched his fists, and the Luo Feng outside in the huge pit quarters frowned. Blood River crystals, I need large amounts of it, but where do I get them? Huge pit quarters. Luo Feng, who was dressed in the bronze armor, sat on the stone chair and pondered. Qinyo has Blood River crystals, even though I can get as many as I want. Normal warriors can only absorb so many, hence, the number of crystals he has definitely has a limit, and I am afraid I can at most get 1 or 2 more from him. Luo Feng shook his head. That's definitely not enough. Then he squinted. There's only one way. So. A blur rushed into the cloud levels, rushing straight into the 18th level. It was Masha Luo Feng, and beside him a silver-white pyramid appeared. He followed the cabin door into the ship control room. Luo Feng, what are you doing? Babata's voice resounded in the control room. Why are you using the Masha clansman? A black-armored Masha Luo Feng sat in the wide comfortable sofa, revealing a smile. Babata, don't worry, I'm using the Masha for the crystals. He swiftly repeated the story of the golden horned beast and the crystals, also telling him the aim of all this. So absorbing 15 alone isn't enough, absorbing 10 alone is that heavenly. So what would happen if you continued on? Babata was extremely excited. Masha Luo Feng nodded. Hence, I'll be placing you, the cloud contact vine, and all important treasures on the Masha body, including the life core within this body. Right now, the only thing left in that huge pit quarters is my Earth human body. Even if it meets a tragedy and dies, it's nothing. As long as the core was undamaged, even after the 3 bodies are destroyed, they could be regenerated. What you are doing makes sense, leaving the core in the Masha body, in terms Of survival, the Masha body with this automaton ship is indeed much safer. Babata admitted, what are you preparing to do now? Hunt. Masha Luo Feng revealed a smile. Blood River continent is endless, with many different worlds, every one of them controlled by sector lords, and the world. Cities here go up to the tens of millions. The number of sector lords too should be that many. As for the number of domain lords, it's 100 times that of the sector lords, even more shocking. Blood River continent favors the strong, and all these worlds within, all contest each other. Every day large amounts of humans die, every year many domain lords die. What I need to do is to secretly hunt a few domain lords. I won't kill too many either, since there are tens of millions of worlds in this continent with thousands of places controlled in each world. I just have to kill one domain lord each, hunting close to 10,000 domain lords all over the entire continent wouldn't even be anything. Masha Luofeng's eyes gleamed with excitement. From one domain lord, I can on average get one crystal. This way, I can get close to 10,000 Blood River crystals. I believe that this is possible. This close to 10,000 crystals will be enough, Masha Luo Feng said softly. Haha, vicious, close to 10,000, haha, then do it. This is too thrilling. Hurry and leave. Use your universe's strongest assassination clan power. Babata too had been infected by the excitement from Luo Feng's explanation. Hunt with the entire Blood River continent's countless worlds as his target. Secretly hunting, undetectable. Let's go, Masha Luo Feng ordered. So, the automaton ship resembled a meteorite and swiftly flew in the space outside the world. Blood River continent, Tianyu City. This was an ancient city more than 1 billion km away from the edges of the ancient god ruins. Tianyu City leader's mansion, walkway outside the entrance. You dare to challenge me within my own territory, you are looking for death. Even if you regret it now, it's too late. The green-skinned man with cold eyes, dressed in armor, sat high on a 10 m tall grasshopper beast. He gazed down and ordered, give the order, bring that Maji family leader here. City leader, that little Maji punk is very arrogant, he keeps butting heads with you, my lord. He should die. However, the Maji family is huge, hence, it's hard not to have a proud disciple. There's no need. Beside, a cloud level general in armor said respectfully. Pa. A blur crashed straight into that general, knocking him backwards into a large hotel construct behind, making the entire building explode and crumble with rubble flying far into the distance and hitting heads of passerbys. Some were simply killed on the spot. Immediately there was chaos in the streets. So from the crumbled building a silhouette flew out. It was the pale general, who was spitting out blood. He knelt down respectfully. City leader, I'm wrong. I know my mistake. Remember, Tianyu territory is my territory. The cold gaze of the man swept below. Whoever I say should die, should die. If you dare question me again, it won't simply be this whip. Understood, understood. The general was extremely terrified. Go and destroy the entire Maji family. If he has to blame someone, then he can blame that punk. My mood was good today, but it was completely destroyed by that little punk. He should take a look at himself first. Something so insignificant, yet he dares to provoke me. I'll destroy their entire family. It is as simple as killing a little bug. The man sat on his grasshopper, ordering the group below him before entering his city leader's mansion. And that general had just stood up. General, the rest looked at him. What are you staring at? Hurry and gather the army. We'll go raise the Maji family to the ground, the general shouted. Yes. The Maji family in this Tianyu city ranks at least in the top 10 families. Just because of that one little punk offending the city leader, they are finished. What a pity. How did that Mo Chong youth offend the city leader? I don't know. I heard the city leader dressed up as a normal person and brought 2 guards. Along the West Joya Tower. I don't know what went on with him and Master Mo Chong. They just clashed, and the young master has always been arrogant today. It was his bad luck that he met the city leader with his order. The entire Maji family is over. Pity, pity. Pity my ass. The city leader isn't a good person. That Mo Chong is also a bastard. It's better that more of them die. A large group of people gathered in the distance were discussing amongst them. Luo Feng, who was dressed in a casual, black long robe, stood and listened. While revealing a smile, he muttered, I didn't expect to see such a good show here in Tianyu City. City leader, that brutality, I hope I get more crystals from you. Who? The black-clothed Luo Feng disappeared without a trace amongst the crowd. Invading the city leader's mansion. Within the city leader's mansion, this was a 7-story luxurious palace. A cold-looking man was lying in a 10 m long huge bed. 2 beautiful scaled women with scales on their foreheads were massaging him. Lighter, lighter, right, like that. The man had his eyes closed, ordering them. City leader, my sister and I spotted a piece of clothing at the colored clothes pavilion. Buy whatever you see, just buy them, just settle whatever the amount is with the management in the mansion, the cold-eyed man said casually. Thank you, city leader, the 2 young ladies said excitedly. The man's lips, however, curled into a smile. Holding such power, such control over people's lives, the feeling of making countless people beg before him, it was simply too wonderful a feeling. My senior sure was stupid, training so hard just to become a world city leader. Is there even a need? I'm living it up. Haha, city world leader, is it so easy to reach there? Life should be this way. Poochie. 3 blood-colored flashes. The cold-eyed man stared in shock. Beside his luxurious huge bed stood a black-cloaked man. In his hands he wielded a blade and stared coldly at him. I'm dead. How can this? The man felt his life core shatter within. Even though he was shocked, he was still staring. Simultaneously his consciousness dissipated. His life of extravagance had ended. How rotten! The black-clothed Luo Feng stood beside the bed. He was looking at the 3 bare-naked bodies, his eyes cold, leading such a rotten life, and he managed to become a domain lord. That's simply pure luck. Or should I say it's because of his background? The bigger the background, the more I like. The bigger they are, the more crystal they may potentially have. He swiftly acquired the space ring from that city leader. 2 crystals. Luo Feng smiled. Not bad, it's a good start. After which, he waved his hand and the 3 bodies, including that huge bed, were all kept in his space ring. He was prepared to destroy all evidence. Shwa. Black-clothed Luo Feng was like a mirage, immediately leaving the mansion and rushing into the skies straight through to the 18th cloud level, after which he sat in the automaton ship, flying in the space above Blood River continent. Kill 1 person and change the location immediately. He was absolutely cautious. With the competition and killing between each sides of the worlds, wars often erupted, and in these messy situations, a domain lord dying occasionally was a normal thing, and sometimes when the domain lords are killed, their underlings don't even know, thinking they might have gone somewhere to train. In space, in a side chamber of the palace, the one in charge of surveillance over the entire Blood River continent. Ah. What is His Majesty Luo Feng doing? Why is he always in that automaton ship? Flying all over, entering for a while and coming out again. How is that a while? It's normally a couple of days each. However, this frequency is too high. Just what is he doing? The group of sector lords in charge of surveillance were all curious, because they didn't understand just what Luo Feng was doing. As Masha Luo Feng was hunting, within the huge pit quarters of the ancient god ruins, Luo Feng, dressed in the bronze armor, sat there, eyes closed. This speed is quite fast. On average, I get 1 crystal every day. The hunting plan till now has already lasted for half a year. Including last night's haul, that should be 98 crystals. Luo Feng smiled and opened his eyes. Another 2 more, that makes it 100. Even though he was in the ancient god ruins, Luo Feng was very relaxed, as his core was within the Masha body, along with the living AI Babata and the other important things. His Earth-human body here had nothing to worry about. Even if I'm killed, I'd just have to waste some energy from the internal world to regenerate. Luo Feng closed his eyes. His consciousness was connected to the virtual universe via the quantum computer within his space ring. In a while, there'll be a space origin law class. I can't miss that. In a quiet and vast city more than 1 trillion km away, within the city leader's 3-story mansion, a man lay in his armor in the training room, and the black-clothed Luo Feng stood beside him. With these 2 Blood River crystals, it'll make my total haul since I left the ancient god ruins 100 already. Black-clothed Luo Feng immediately waved his hand and destroyed all the evidence, after which he left without a trace and rushed into the sky, sitting in his automaton ship and flying in space above. Within the control room of the automaton ship, black-clothed Luo Feng sat in his sofa and laughed lightly. External simulation 100. Immediately, the scenery about changed. A wild and incredibly beautiful dream like space image. Below were the cloud levels of Blood River continent. Luo Feng, the previous 2 times you absorbed 30 crystals each. How many are you prepared for this time? The lights beside had formed an image of Babata. The little demon smiled happily as he looked at Luo Feng. I have prepared 25 for absorption, the black-clothed Luo Feng said. Ah, in the ancient god ruins, the golden-horned beast absorbed 15 plus the 30 crystals it had absorbed twice before. Right now, it has absorbed a total of 75 crystals, plus the 25 today. It'll make a perfect 100. The little demon Babata laughed weirdly. That intense pain, can you take it? Black-clothed Luo Feng frowned. Pain. Right. Back then, during the 10th crystal, it was so painful, even the golden-horned beast couldn't help but crash about at that same time. The other 2 bodies too suffered intense pain, enough to make one's soul leap out. The 11th crystal, however, didn't hurt as much and was in fact much weaker than the 10th. However, as more crystals were absorbed, the pain continued to rise gradually, until when he hit the 72nd, the level of pain was comparable to the absorption of the 10th crystal back. Then Luo Feng fought with all his might before getting past until the 75th, however his entire being was in a complete daze. Today will be number 76 to 100. I guess the pain will exceed the previous few times. The little demon warned, if you cannot take it, we can split them into a few days. No problem. Black-clothed Luo Feng's eyes were focused. This little pain, if I can't even take this, how can I even think of becoming undying? This isn't just a little pain. If your willpower wasn't strong, your soul would have long crumbled, Babata warned. I've never heard of one's soul crumbling from absorbing blood river. Crystal's black-clothed Luo Feng said softly, if I can't take it, I will probably end up fainting. At that point, the absorption will stop, and there will no longer be any danger. And Babata, I have a feeling that when I absorb the 100th crystal, a miracle will happen. Black-clothed Luo Feng's eyes had a hint of anticipation. Let's begin. Shua. Within the ship, only a core was left at this point. Black-clothed Luo Feng had entered his internal world. Internal world. The golden-horned beast, which was like a black mountain range, slowly got up. Beside it, the black-clothed Luo Feng suddenly appeared. A heavenly pillar, like right claw, was extended and placed before Luo Feng. Number 76 black-clothed Luo Feng took out a triangular blood-red crystal and placed it on the scaled palm. It used its claw to slice through, and the absorption began. Ah! Black-clothed Luo Feng gripped his fists and gritted his teeth. He stood there and trembled slightly. How the golden-horned beast rushed into the sky in pain. The two huge cloud-like scaled wings flapped madly, dancing about in the vast metal continent. It occasionally crashed into metal mountains, venting out as it suffered intense pain. After this went on for a while, it finally stopped. Still okay. It felt a bit better than absorbing 30 consecutively before. Looks like my willpower has been trained and developed more. Black-clothed Luo Feng let out a sigh of relief and released his grip. The golden-horned beast landed and lifted its right claw, triggering the mysterious energy. Immediately the claw changed from a pure black to a pale gold color. The fully armored black golden-horned beast was mostly black in color. Even its 4 horns only looked gold because of the many golden engravings that lit up. In truth, it was a mix of black and gold. Only this right claw was completely pale gold, and it held within endless power. And on this right claw was an incomparably beautiful engraving. Its complexity, compared to the entire body's gold engravings, it didn't have too much of a difference. However, even normal people, they would still feel that the complexity and overall look of this blood-red engraving was somewhat lacking. It had yet to be completed. Looking at how complete this engraving is, I feel that only after absorbing the 100th will it be complete. Black-clothed Luo Feng stared at the blood-red engraving on the right claw. After absorbing 3 crystals, the blood-red engraving was simple, yet complete. After the 10th, it was a lot more complex, once again forming a complete picture. And right now, after 76 crystals, on to the 77th, black-clothed Luo Feng placed another crystal into the right palm. 78, 79, 80. The further he got, the change in the right claw caused such pain that it made the golden-horned beast feel like it was dying. However, in its bones was a powerful and solid rock-like willpower, allowing Luo Feng to bear with it over and over. Pain. Intense pain. 86, 87, 88. Ancient God ruins, training room of the huge pit quarters. Luo Feng's entire body was kneeling in the room, dressed in his bronze armor. His 10 fingers were like hooks fiercely gripping the stone ground, gripping and reducing the stone to dust. He grit his teeth, crackles could be heard from his teeth. His face was flushed, veins popping out, perspiring profusely. From all over, the whole ground was wet. Kuchi, kuchi, pa pa pa, spit. Luo Feng spit fiercely. 2 broken teeth flew out of his mouth. I damn. Pain. So much pain. Luo Feng's entire body was trembling, sweat flowed out from the seams of the armor, and his skin felt like almost as though it had been steamed. That intense pain that boiled down to even his soul had affected his entire body. Luo Feng violently lay on the ground, his entire being almost paralyzed. Breathing and gasping hard, breath after breath. My God, I finally made it. I feel like I've died over tens of thousands of times with the virtual Universe 100 simulation. The pain too can be simulated, however the pain of death isn't even a fraction of this pain. Luo Feng was completely sprawled on the floor, his earth body alone was in such pain, and as the primary body of the right claw absorption, just how much pain did the golden horned beast have to endure? One had to know that this level of pain entered into its soul via the golden horned beast's body. The pain the golden horned beast felt was the most intense. This is only the 90th. How will I continue? Luo Feng couldn't imagine. The pain he endured before was already the most terrifying pain he had ever endured in his entire life, so much so that his consciousness was about to crumble, almost triggering his auto-defense mechanisms. Fainting was a form of natural self-preservation. However, Luo Feng was very clear about the fact that the moment he fainted, it would mean the failure of the absorption of the crystal. More than 1 trillion km away in space, within the automaton control room, the crystal core was floating and revolving. Internal world. 91st black-clothed Luo Feng took a deep breath and placed another crystal in the palm of the golden horned beast's right claw. The huge beast, which was larger than even rivers, looked down at the crystal with its dark golden eyes. There was a sense of fear in them. It was simply too painful. Chi. After slashing a wound, fresh blood seeped out and the absorption of the 91st crystal began. Kill. Kill, kill. The incomparably mad, killing aura completely swarmed over Luo Feng's willpower. Every crystal absorption's killing intent willpower was stronger than the previous, and at this 91st crystal the killing aura seemed comparable even to the aura whirlpool, where it was 8 times the normal aura. Maybe even stronger than that. My heart is like a mirror, don't think of affecting me, get out. Luo Feng's willpower raged, madly defending time and again against the effects. He was finally able to get the killing aura willpower to back off. I've finally made it past the killing aura willpower. Actually, at this point, it wasn't simply just the pain from evolving the right claw that was unbearable, even the killing aura willpower, that alone was very hard for Luo Feng to fight and defend against. However, defending against the killing aura willpower, compared to the pain of evolution, was different. Against the killing aura willpower, defending was simply defending, hence, the failure was simply a failure, no pain, no consequence. However, that pain continued on, wave after wave, until the entire right claw had evolved. Only then would the terrifying pain cease. Damn, it's here again. Black-clothed Luo Feng's body was trembling. He was kneeling on the ground, with his hands on the metal ground, gritting his teeth hard. How the golden horned beast madly howled to vent. The 91st was like wave after wave of killer nightmares. It finally got past it. 92nd. If one wished to succeed, he had to be hard on himself. Luo Feng continued to allow the golden horned beast to absorb the 92nd crystal. The killing aura willpower from this crystal was simply too much. Luo Feng fought hard to control his willpower, making it incomparably solid and sturdy. He was struggling against it even though it felt like it was about to crumble. Finally, the terrifying willpower backed off. However, what followed closely was the even more terrifying intense pain. "Why do I feel black-clothed?" Luo Feng picked up the 93rd crystal and said softly that it would be extremely hard to reach the 100th crystal. Continue. When the 93rd crystal made contact with the wound in its right palm, an even more intense torrent of killing aura willpower rushed against Luo Feng's willpower. It was vast and endless, every wave was stronger than before. Luo Feng barely defended against it wave after wave. Rumble. Luo Feng felt his consciousness drift, after which, the three bodies all fainted. The killing aura willpower had broken past his defense, swiftly returning back into the crystal. Absorption of the 93rd Blood River crystal was a failure.